and he didn't let anybody hit him, and he got out of bounds. It was like, yes, more of that. Do that again. Keep it coming.
I think it was really cool, and I asked him about it. I'm not sure he understood what I was getting at, so I tried to follow it up. That, to me, I can remember when Brandon Dolman took over at BYU, and he was thought as a big-time runner, but Skyline was a great athlete, can run past you and all that stuff. And he acknowledged that, that was his skill, and not to use that skill would be negligent. And he said he's going in to start, I think it was, New Mexico as his first start. And he said, I'm going to move around. I'm going to use my legs. But before I cross that line of scrimmage, I'm going to make absolutely sure that nobody's open. And I'm a quarterback, and they want me to throw the ball. And he really had a good understanding of what's going on. And I thought Dampier, from the games that I watched him play last year to this particular just one ball game, is that he had the same mindset. He knows that he could get the yardage, but he also knows that, hey, in order for us to win, I got to have everybody engaged. It's like the great scorer in basketball. I can score, but I've got to get my other guys to think that they can do the same thing. And so I felt like he was looking to throw rather than take off on downs where, okay, if we don't complete this pass, I've got 2 more downs. So it's not a 4th down. I've got to get the 1st down. That one touchdown, 4th and goal from the 2. Obviously, it's designed run, and boom, he made it look so easy. He had to get in the end zone, so I'll just take it myself, boys. And fine, you block for me, I'll just run, boom, and he barely got touched. But I was impressed with his desire to have vision. Whether he completed the pass or not, he was looking to get the ball downfield as opposed to simply, well, I know I can outrun or outmaneuver this guy, juke him left, right, whatever, he'll miss, and I'll get whatever I need. I thought that was a good thing, particularly in a game that it was clear that you had won. You can feel it. You can probably feel it on television. I wasn't watching on television. I'm in the stadium. But after they go down and score twice, it's like, and if you needed anything else, they put together a nearly 10-minute drive that just was absolute, complete, and total dominance in the manner that I don't remember the last time they had that, because I don't have a good memory on that stuff. But that was something, okay, I think it was Smith Snowden bobbled the kickoff and he got hit, so it was down around the 5-yard line that they took over. And then it just, boom, we're just going to go right down the field. And it was such that, they have an in-house announcer, right? So he'll tell you the plays, the tackle, the reception after each play. And then they'll also recap the scoring drive. And for me, watching that drive, because it seems so effortless, it did not seem like it took that long. When he said it took 9 minutes and 44 seconds, I thought, wow, I didn't even realize it. I was so enthralled in the drive that I did not realize that they took off almost 10 minutes of the clock. If you do that, you are going to win a game virtually every single time. If you put together a nearly 10-minute drive and are essentially flawless all the way down the field, you are way better than your opponent. And that was where they had the quick ones, but the 10-minute one, the nearly 10-minute, what's there, 16 seconds shy of 10 minutes, was just incredibly awesome.
But when they do that, that's like 20 or 25 minutes of real time. For you to be locked in that for that long is interesting. I mean, we're in the media, we all have short attention spans and watch 3 games at the same time. You got told, and I forget who the player was. There was a player who came out in a Colorado game for the Utes, and it was because he was a star player. But they'd been out on the field too often, too quickly, he had too many snaps, and the coaches knew he needed they have the data on this. He needed a rest.
Oh, it was ASU, and it was Trevor Riley.
Oh, okay. It was Trevor Riley, right. Okay. And they have this 10-minute drive. It's like, that takes all the pressure off the coaches. They're like, everybody's had their 15 minutes of rest. First string defense in there. They don't think anything. Just put your best 11 out there and go.
That was back when they didn't have the depth that they have now.
Right.
And the Devils were down, and they exploited his absence. Kalani was the defense coordinator.
And he's the one who told you.
And he showed me it we went and looked at it, and he showed me what he was talking about. about how they needed, and that was the early days of the Pac-12, and they needed to build up depth, which obviously they've done all that because we're many years removed from that. But yeah, it was fascinating to see, and the Devils knew, ooh, wow, that kid's really good, and
He's
we'll
out.
take
Let's
him
go.
out. And they just, boom, they attacked that position right there.
We got to ask Bronco about that, about identifying the guys, because their roster didn't have numbers for the longest time. I don't think they even had numbers online. I wonder if that was an accident or if that was something Bronco did, like, the more mystery, the better. There's no reason they have to know.
No, he does a thing where you have to earn your number.
Oh, man. Broncos coming up, top of the hour. Stay with us.
Hey, bro.
You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones, whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance. If you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah blowing out UCLA 43-10. They ran the ball some more. 286 total yards rushing. Devin Dampier, the quarterback, and what keyed the dominant run game.
We've been talking about our O-line all preseason, and, I think they showed it more than I did. Obviously those holes are there, and regardless of who's running that ball, we're going to get the first down. So I think we showed that, we can be very capable of being consistent running the ball.
Ute Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
Brock Fleming the snap. Tony Johnson is the holder. Here's the kick. It's blocked. And BYU trying to run it back here. Jack Kelly, who just made the defensive play, and now he does this. 50-plus yards on the blocked field goal return for the touchdown by Jack Kelly for BYU, and they're on the board first.
There's the Chevy Strong play of the game. Know it today after 3 o'clock. Alex and JGL call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes.
Isn't it time we started calling Bear Grizz? Because the youngest son is Buck, and they call him Cougar. He's a grizzly bear.
My immediate reaction is, I don't know if that's going to work. But my secondary reaction is, go ahead, challenge PK to see if he can make some work, and he'll just beat it into the ground until it works. I do that kind of stuff. I bring out the best in you. It's not going to work, PK. And then it becomes a quest to make it work.
He's a grizzly bear. He's big, he's strong, he's mighty.
You can analyze. You can have your bear analyzation column every week. Brown bear, black bear. Panda bear, polar bear, grizzly bear. As long as he keeps turning those grizzlies, I give that performance 4 grizzlies. That was 3 pandas today.
If he's brown, get down.
Okay.
If he's black, get back. If he's a grizzly, pray.
More poetry, Yak. It's Labor Day poetry with PK.
That's what they tell you. It's not poetry. That's exactly what it is. He's a grizzly bear. Grizzly bear Bachmeyer.
Bronco Mendenhall. Bronco Mendenhall joins us next. Stay with us.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Utah State Fair September 4th through the 14th, where you can find the Big Yellow Slide, the best corn dog in the world, a butter sculpture, arts and crafts, a rodeo, a demolition derby, and a legendary rock band, just to name a few. Nowhere but the fair. That's where. So tune into the KSL Sports Zone on Wednesday for your chance to win. Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of Game Night Live. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Our climate is dry. After all, we live in a beautiful desert state made up of high mountains and red rocks. Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. And the best part? You can get paid to make the switch. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're joined now by Bronco Mendenhall, Utah State football coach. Bronco, good morning.
Good morning.
Congrats on the victory. So often coaches say afterwards, I need to look at the film. You were pretty definitive in the postgame. You didn't really go to the whole film thing, but you have had a chance to watch the film. Do you think anything different than you thought when you were talking in your postgame press conference?
Not necessarily. You know, sometimes I think as a coach, especially with experience, you can see, and there are days that you see it fairly clearly. Others, not quite as much. I thought I saw it fairly clearly Saturday. One of the things that I didn't see, again, there were some miscues and some penalties. The number that were within our special teams units, I hadn't attributed as many to that, which is one of the takeaways that we need to be cleaner. I like the coverage component, but we had some special teams penalties that were the number was beyond what I expected.
Miles Davis leads you in rushing and receiving. Bryson Barnes obviously is going to lead you in passing. Both these kids local. We've had an opportunity to watch them over the years. And I think for both of them, this is the first time that they go into a season as the undisputed starters. And maybe Davis didn't, but he certainly knew he was going to play a lot. With that in mind, I'm wondering, like a shooter in basketball, if I know, hey, I'm going to play, I don't necessarily put pressure on myself. I got to make this shot to stay out on the floor. How much do you think these guys knowing you're going to be out there is relaxing them and allowing them to play to the ability that they have?
I think a lot the second part, allowing them to play to the ability they have. I think all of us, regardless of our age or what kind of work we do, right, you want to be needed and you want to be wanted. And, man, then you get a chance to prove if you're capable. And so both of these kids have been with other programs, and were needed to a degree and wanted to a degree, but it wasn't quite what they were hopeful for, and maybe not quite what the institution they were leaving was hopeful for. They're here now, and they're the primary player at quarterback and the primary player at running back. I think that allows them to prepare mentally for really a whole different type of role and a different type of game. And so knowing that, I think to your point, allows the specificity, the confidence, and really the visualization to happen, not coming off the bench and are they going to call my name and what might my role be, but knowing what it is and preparing as such. And I think it gave them both their best chance and will continue to give them a good chance.
Miles Davis had 12 carries in the game. He also had 6 catches, so he got a lot of touches. Do you think that's a normal usage for him going forward? The one thing I saw was Bryson Barnes with 15 carries. And, what's a rushing play and what's a sack, and when's he scrambling to avoid a sack, and is that really a rush? There's that fine line out there. Mm-hmm. But I'm just wondering if Bryson's going to be getting hit that much, or if Davis is going to get the ball more and Miles is going to get hit that much.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tilted a little bit more the other way, a little more toward Bryson, toward Miles, a little less from Bryson. Again, there were sacks, and those probably half were avoidable, but those were counted as rushing plays. So, again, we'd like to see the ball handed more than kept. But we also know with Bryson's strength, not only does he throw it well, but he's a good runner and he's tough. And that makes the running game more effective for us when the defense isn't quite sure which of the two, with an exchange or the run schemes that we're having, we'll get the ball. And it keeps them a little wider and a little thinner. And that should help us.
A number of sacks, what's your concern, and what do you need to do to make sure that improves?
Yeah, pretty typical. There's when you look at it, and during the game I was aware, certainly, but there's communication usually where it starts. So we had communication sacks, we had a few technique sacks, and then we had just assignment sacks. And then there are some of the quarterback, quite frankly, just staying on time will fix. So about every category you can put a sack in of how come it happened. We had that. So we certainly can clean that up and will. But it wasn't it was this player or this thing. It was basically all the things that, come when a defense sacks your quarterback. We had probably every category of that. So an area to improve for sure.
Fans and the media, too, tend to enjoy the spectacular play, right? On defense, the sack or the turnover, right? It jumps out at us. It's what brings people out of their seats. And on offense, it's a skill player, whether it's a big catch or a long run. I find that coaches tend to appreciate the guy who lines up in the right position, doesn't have a penalty before the snap. Those drive coaches nuts. And then runs the right way and takes on the right block, defends the right thing. And I'm wondering how much of a 28-16 win in an opening game, your first game, is because all the stuff that doesn't bring us out of our seats gets done right as far as lining up, penalties, going to the right gap, or blocking the right guy if you're on offense. How much of that nuts and bolts stuff is what really drove the win for the Aggies in Game 1?
It is what drove the win, and that's probably the most gratifying part, and why I was optimistic and am optimistic not only after the game but now. Is arriving in December. It seems like a long time ago. It really is a race almost as if you're inheriting or taking over a startup business and trying to get everything on ground and up and running before launch. And we play complementary football. That's our style. We're very clear about our metrics. I'm very clear about what it looks like for 11 players out there and what that composite and collective should look like. And the collective effort of the Utah State football players and our team from beginning to end, while it wasn't perfect, it was coordinated, it was consistent, and it did last. And that was really gratifying for game one as just we launched this season.
How about you personally? If I recall that your first game at your other three stops you lost, and here you won. I wonder what your emotions were about it. I mean, you're a veteran, you've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, I wasn't really comparing. I think my first game at BYU, Boston College, beat us, and I remember going for it or punting on fourth down late in the game rather than going for it, and I got booed in my first home game as the head coach at BYU. And I was like, oh, that's what head coaching looks like. So I remember that moment. The next two, at UVA, we lost to an FCS opponent.
Richmond, right?
And Richmond, yep. And at New Mexico, we lost to an FCS opponent, which was Montana State. Having said all that, none of that was really on my mind. It's a lot to get a program up and running. It's a lot to get it up and running and doing well at the opener. And I was just gratified by that, but I wasn't really putting it into comparison. I was just happy for our team, happy for the players, because we work really hard. Our program's demanding. And over time, the results always catch up. It's just nice to have something sooner rather than later to help them with understanding the credibility, the confidence, and what will come.
Leading tacklers tend to be linebackers. This is the way defenses are built. When it's a safety, it's usually a sign that a defense is having a really bad game. But 11 tackles for a corner, I don't think I've seen that. Noah Avinger, if I pronounce it Avinger. 11 tackles for a corner. How did that happen? Why so many tackles, and is that going to be replicated?
Yeah, so we actually played him in the game at safety, and so there was UTEP was a no-huddle, up-tempo team, spread formation, meaning lots of empty, lots of 2x2 or 3x1 or even 3x2 formations. And so we played a different style, a different scheme to give us our best leverage. And so Noah Avinger was actually on the slot, and we also dropped him down into the force position quite a bit. And so many times the ball couldn't run where they wanted it to run. It had to bounce into the alley. And that's one of the reasons we put him there. He's a very good tackler besides a good coverage player. We had him at New Mexico. He was a team captain for us there. He had started at San Diego State prior to New Mexico at corner. And anyway, he's a team captain here also. So just an amazing leader, really good football player. And some of those tackles came on special teams. So, he's a good football player and did a lot.
You got Texas A&M, and it's what we call a money game. Now, you've played money games, but I think in your other spots, you might have been on the other end of money games. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, great opportunity for our program and our team, and huge chance to grow, huge chance to demonstrate and to play football at a higher level than we did this past week. College experiences are awesome, and not many of our kids have been probably to Texas A&M. But I'm also really clear, and after being on the other side, or maybe both sides of these types of games or what the perception is, I really don't get too caught up in what the name is or what the patch is in terms of the conference. And I literally believe in every game we have a great chance to win. And so the mindset of our program will be to play the best we can and to go down there to win a football game. And I really, don't go farther in terms of the concessions that sometimes happen based on what the appearance of matchup is.
Texas A&M beat UTSA, Texas San Antonio, 42-24. What did you see in that game? What are the major challenges when you look at that film?
Yeah, they're also an up-tempo team and spread in nature. Good athletes, mobile and active and dynamic quarterback, and having experienced and seen what Coach Elko did at Duke, aggressive defensively. And so just, well coached, good athletes, and a confident football program that's had some success. So, looking forward to it.
You've coached out this way, so you're used to these crazy start games. And looking at your schedule, you've got obviously it's a morning game, 10:45, and then you come back and I think Air Force, you got 7:45 at night. But you've been through this. I don't know how much you did that at Virginia, though, because on the other side of the country, obviously they're not playing these late games. But how much you draw from your experience to be able to, at Virginia, you played a lot of earlier games, and then when you coach at BYU New Mexico, you're used to playing at night.
Yeah, it really is part of college football now, and there's different places you are in the pecking order, but really what determines it really almost exclusively is television, and that's by design. The institutions and college football has supported that by conference alignment and chasing the money and the packages that come with that. So that's just what it is. So we really don't make a big thing about it, other than we're very specific about our preparation in terms of sleep, in terms of nutrition, and in terms of our preparation, trying to match the time as best as possible. So we're adjusted rather than reacting when we start.
I'm a little surprised how much of a deal gets made out of this. I mean, from the fans' perspective, sure, it impacts the tailgating and being all there and making your kids' games. But from the players' perspective, when these players were coming up and they're in junior high and elementary school, whatever, they probably had 11 a.m. games. And when they're in high school, they have 7 o'clock games. So they've pretty much done it all at this point. By the time they get to a college campus, what's the big deal?
Yeah, I think we all just love routine. And with routine, there's comfort. And anytime there's not routine, there's change. And when there's change, there's discomfort. And so I think just families, I think young people, I think organizations, they'll react exactly as we react and what our expectations are. I do remember one specific time we're at BYU traveling, and we were playing at Michigan, early game, and there's a time change there as well. And I remember looking back, again, I was the head coach and defensive coordinator at that time. I looked back on the defensive bus, the majority of the team was asleep, and I was like, okay, we missed our preparation on this. We kind of started playing about the third quarter, and I'm laughing now. I wasn't laughing then, but yeah, it doesn't mean I've always handled it appropriately either, even as a leader. And so you can normally tell on game day and as you're adjusting to whatever time the game is, if your preparation model's been right.
I think the community of Cache Valley has been sort of shell-shocked with Utah State football. You've had some big-time highs, and I speak not you personally, but of the fans and all that. And then they've had a lot of chaos. They've had some lows. They've had some turmoil off the field, all these things going on. Have you found that the ability, and when I say sell, connect with the program or the community, is it more like, well, we're going to wait and see here because we sort of been through the ringer?
Yeah, not necessarily. I think that it's been kind of the opposite. What my wife Holly and I have experienced is there's just an acknowledgement of stability and consistency and purpose and method that have come with, maybe you could call it my brand or just who I am,
right.
And what the career has kind of been. And so because that's been in this same state, there's been almost an instant acknowledgement of, oh, we're getting this, where the program's going to be run with really high expectations, with great kids, good grades, service, and winning, and it's going to be consistent. It's going to be consistent that way for a long time. So I would say it's kind of that sense that's what's being acknowledged and just accepted matter-of-factly. There certainly will be some that, because of the color blue that I was wearing, it might not have a special affinity for me being here, and that can change over time. But overall, the reception has just been, we know exactly what we're getting. We know what the results have been, and we also know how they've come. And it seems like that's a really good fit for this institution, this program, this community, based on all the things you just said.
You know, Bronco, you and PK and I are all of a certain age that we can remember when it took 3 or 4 years to build a college program, because that's just how the system worked, and that's what good coaches had to do to build a good program. But to PK's point, in the last 5 years, Utah State's gone from 1-7 the pandemic to winning the conference title, which was a huge high, and beating a good Oregon State team in the LA Bowl, and then right back down into last year, which was a mess. But now I'm looking at what's happening around college football. Forget the old model. Florida State just had a one-loss team. Then they had a 2-win team. Now they're on the high of beating Alabama. It seems like, and this seems to be right up your alley, it's never mattered more. Like what you do today and what you do this week is what matters. And what comes before and after, that's going to be its own thing. So just be good today, and you get to win this week.
That's really it. And it's so much just about the process. And the process is really what determines the outcome. While most of our conversations in conversations like this or elsewhere are about the outcomes, which are absolutely part of the job, the way to get to the outcomes is the process. And that in and of itself, if you use the Florida State example, or really anyone else, the dynamic nature and how volatile teams are and the roster changes simply because the money, it just is all over the map. And so if there's a consistent leader in place with great program design and methodologies that just keeps chipping away at it and adding the right pieces within what their institutional approach is and just stays the course, more often than not, those programs will kind of weather all the ups and downs and will end up having success. And that's really what we're talking about here with Aggie football.
Bronco, we appreciate it as always. Good luck in College Station, and we look forward to talking to you again.
Hey, thanks. See you guys later. Bye.
Bronco Mendenhall, head coach of the Utah State Aggies. Man, I listen to him talk, and I'm like, that's Pablo. It's Pablo Mastroeni right there. It's the outcome matters. You get paid for winning and losing, absolutely. But the process, how you practice, how you train every day, that's going to tell you whether you win on Saturday or not.
More than likely, yes. It's funny. Both of these two sports, you can dominate statistically and still lose. I'm not sure that there are other sports that you can really do that, but soccer and football, we've seen it many times, and you have to make the plays that are necessary. I think with Bronco Mendenhall, what this program needed was a form of stability because it has been through the ringer. Now, the good thing about it is a lot of these kids haven't necessarily been through it at Utah State. When you bring in 70 players, they don't really know what was going on. But what they do know is that Bronco Mendenhall is just going to be solid in what he does. And he comes to work every day, and there's some people like, what mood you going to be in today? What level of just who you are can I count on? And with him, I would think it's about 99.999 and go 5,000 more 9% that you know what you're going to get. We know what we're going to We all know what we're going to get out of Bronco Mendenhall. He hasn't changed. He got the job at 38. He's like 58 now, and he's the same guy then as the same guy now. You better ask him a real question or he's going to blow you off. Ask him a real question. He'll give you answers. And I know with these kids, here you need to do A, B, C, D, so forth. The message that he preaches and says is the same message that for him literally is timeless. And these are the ways to have success. And if you do these things, you will have success. That's what he feels and believes. And the players, if they're the right kind of player, they can succeed and really thrive into what he has to offer. If you're looking to mess around, go someplace else because he's not looking to mess around. He's very clinical in his approach. And for him, he's true to who he is, and it works.
And now he gets to benefit from the multiplier effect of being right. I can remember Pablo Mastroeni saying, I told him at halftime, if you go out there and if they keep doing what they're doing, they're going to score 3 goals and they're going to win. And they scored 3 goals and they win. I mentioned to him afterwards, he goes, lucky that third one went in, all right? And kind of winked. But it's the acknowledgement when you're a coach, regardless college or pro and whatever sport, when you tell players if you do A, you will get B as a result, and then it happens, the belief factor goes way up. And believing matters so much. And Bronco's been telling these guys something for months, and now they go out and win 28-16, and they're walking in today thinking, well, what's he going to tell me next? I'm going to do that because I want to win 28-16 again.
And he believes in it.
Yeah.
He's not just selling you anything. These are core beliefs that he has. And that's why I respect him. I respected him massively when he was at BYU, and I'm glad I can respect him up close here again.
Well, it's, the media in that way is a lot like the players. Like Bronco told you different things on multiple occasions, just matter of fact, and it was old school. You're standing there with a notebook, and he's talking to you, and he told you if this, then that. And then you go up to the press box and watch the game on Saturday, and this happens, and that's the result. And you're like, oh, this guy knows his stuff. When coaches call their shot like that, whether it's players or the media, they get a ton of credit. They get so much credibility in our minds. Like, I'm going to listen to what this person says. They've done this at a high level now. They know how this works.
Yeah, I saw it be done in Provo, and if he can do it in Logan, that's a crowning achievement. It might even be better, not necessarily in terms of the accomplishment, but I'm talking about the ability to have the accomplishment.
If you're one of the fans who was looking at this thing, and I wonder if Bronco can get them bowl eligible year one, looking at the schedule, they get 2 SEC games, they got Boise and all that. And now a week into the season, if you're thinking, I wonder if it's 7 or if it's 8 or if it's 9 wins, I get it. I'm wondering the same thing myself. I was thinking the same thing a couple of weeks ago. Can you get them bowl eligible? There's 70 new guys. How good are these guys?
I'm still thinking it. I don't think it's a guarantee.
What, bowl eligible?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I still want to watch. I still want to see. It's not that I'm skeptical, and I guess maybe to an extent I am, but I believe in Bronco Mendenhall.
Well, that's why. But aren't you also thinking that 7, 8, or 9 might be possible? I mean, everything comes together. I get it.
My track record of him leans towards the optimism, but I have to step back and look at the talent level that he has versus the talent level of the teams he's playing.
So, for me, I know he can do it because I've seen him do it multiple times, but I'm not used to seeing him do it right out of the gate. But the rules are different now. So all that other stuff doesn't matter. Maybe he can do it right out of the gate year one because the rules are so different. I mean, that Boston College game, and he brought up the punt, and you looked at me like, I've told you about that punt. I told you that stuck with him. That was also 20 years ago. The rules were way different. You couldn't remake a roster overnight the way you can now.
No, that roster was already ready-made to win 6 games. He just had to get it to believe in itself and to have everyone pulling in the same direction rather than 50, 60, 70 directions that they had in the prior administration. And he was able to do that to the level that got them where they were. And then once they had that belief in him and everybody believed, then they take off and win double-digit figures the next 4 seasons. That was very impressive. Bronco Mendenhall, if they would have stayed in the conference or a conference at BYU, he would have continued to do that. But once it went independent, everything changed. One of the reasons why he got out and felt like he was smothered, and let's not kid ourselves, they doubled his salary.
There's a drop somewhere in there, Yak. Independence, when he was asked about it for about the 500th time. Independence.
Yeah, that was the...
I will talk about it because I have to, but I don't really want to.
That was the dominant storyline of that particular training camp in August. It wasn't about the team.
Independence. All right, DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Everything you missed in this show, next.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaVelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance, so 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far.
Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben. What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU wins big as expected. Kalani Sitake liked the performance of all of his quarterbacks in the victory.
Felt really comfortable with all our quarterbacks. And so when you saw McKay and Trayson come in the game, they had a very similar demeanor about them and a good presence. And that's a good sign. You know, they're making plays. I mean, the command of the offense, those guys get it. And so just have to give hats off to the quarterback room getting that place ready. And then even Cole Hagan came at the end and got some reps too, you know. So trying to figure out what to do, the best thing to do with Emerson, trying to preserve his redshirt year.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouthwatering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tried to amend my carnivorous habits. Made an LSA
America Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Time to talk about everything we talked about in this show. It's a Labor Day holiday. I'm assuming a few of you were getting up a little late and are catching up now. We just had Bronco Mendenhall on. We talked about his Aggies victory, and all morning we've been talking about the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies cleaning up. Perfect 3-0. Not only did everybody win, everybody covered the spread, everybody won by double digits. There was much joy and happiness and high-fiving everywhere, PK.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind 35-1 among the teams.
4 years ago, they combined for 31 wins and 2 conference titles. There's never been a happier football season than 2021. Can they match it this year? I will say the one thing that we ought to all slow our roll on here is don't think anybody played anybody who's going bowling this year. I mean, they tried to schedule it, and it's like you said earlier in the show, hey, if UCLA's not good enough, that's not a Utah program. You scheduled a Big Ten school. You're trying to play good games. If they're not good enough to keep up, well, that's a them problem. You look good. And the same goes for BYU. They scheduled an ACC school. They're both scheduling California Pac-12 schools from back in the day. These are the games we all want to see. We were all happy when we saw they were scheduled, and Stanford may not be good enough to keep up. If so, so be it.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
That's
And we may be 2 weeks in, and the only bowl team we've seen is Texas A&M. I assume they'll be a bowl team. They usually are.
I can follow your logic there.
Yeah.
I understand all that.
But it wasn't just that they won. They passed the eyeball test right out of the gate about this is what blocking and tackling and playing with confidence looks like, and guys making plays. Even if the competition was somewhere from substandard to freaking hideous. Portland State, yikes.
Well, they were going to do that.
I know, but score a point in your first 2 games. They've opened with back-to-back shutouts. It's horrible.
They suck. I mean, I get it. I mean, they're well coached and all that, blah, blah, blah. In one ear, out the other. They suck. They're not good. UTEP, that's a team that if Utah State wins, that's a good win for them, especially under the circumstances. When you put in the circumstantial situations of a new coach, so many new players, blah, 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 that's a great win for them to develop a confidence and to go, and we're not going to pick them to beat A&M, but show well, and you can draw confidence. And then I think you got Air Force, McNeese State, so maybe minimum you should be 2-2, which isn't bad. But you want more than that, maybe 3-1. If you're 3-1, that's a great first month of the season, no doubt about it. BYU, their tests will come. With the good thing about them is that since they're starting Grizzly Bear, that it's all about building confidence. And so the schedule was one of the reasons why I said he was going to be the starter.
When does it go from because you had this great quote about false confidence. I love that quote. When does it go from false confidence to real confidence?
Well, they beat Colorado over there.
So not until the conference.
Yeah. Colorado is going to be desperate, right? Because they lost their first game, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't know who they played the next few, but everyone it's the start of the fresh start of the real season that really matters, even though you've played 3 ball games. And so you go over there and win that ball game, then you come back 1-0. You get a win on the road in conference. It doesn't really matter who it is. You feel good about it. You feel great about it. So have him continue to progress. I really had no doubt in my mind. I know many people would say in Hillstead, and I didn't want to come out and say, no, you're wrong. But you were wrong. It was going to be Bachmeier.
If you want to watch Colorado, they're playing Delaware on Big Fox at 1:30. And if Colorado-Delaware is on Big Fox, you can just thank the Deion Celebrity for that.
Yeah.
Because it's Deion Celebrity powering Delaware into Big Fox.
Because he didn't have the glamour players that he had last year. So it is about the coach.
It's certainly not a glamour opponent.
I'm not really interested in that one. And then for Utah, the whole idea of what they needed and if they got it would go crazy in terms of expectation, and that's where we are. And Kyle's going to speak today at 11, and I think he's probably going to try to downplay it a little bit because right now, and I'm, as if the word is guilty, if you want to apply it, I'm as guilty as anybody. The expectation is extremely high The playoff. Yeah, playoff. I said it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what I don't know if they're going to get there, but the expectation I don't think is out of whack. I think it's completely legitimate
Well, if that's
for
not,
them.
If that's not the goal, what are you doing, right?
But I mean, it's the goal for Cincinnati. It's everybody's goal, but there has to be a level of reasonable expectation.
Okay, well, yeah.
It's the goal to win every game, but this is a reasonable expectation.
It's a reasonable goal for Utah.
If I saw what I saw and I seen what I seen, and here we are. That's why I said, man, I got to go to this game. I told the company, if I only go to one game, it's got to be this game because this is the game that is going to set the tone. Now, they're never going to be cocky. I don't see that. But their whole idea is, wow, anybody who was on the team last year, forget it. That's long gone.
Nothing to do with anything
We
now.
are a big-time team this season, and we got everything we need to compete at an extremely high level, and that's where it's at. And I'm expecting them to be that team. 2 losses, 3 losses maybe. That's as far as I'll go. And I don't think they have a brutal schedule. I think every team that they play is 100% beatable. And I would put the floor now at 9-3, 6-3. But I'm actually expecting more. I never pick anybody to go undefeated. So 1 loss, maybe 2 losses, 7-2.
We're at Kenny J's doing the preseason, and I said, they're going to be good. So they go up and beat UCLA. Is it 9 wins? Is it 10 or 11? And you went nuts. But that really is what everybody's thinking now.
And it's not just that they
9,
beat
10
them.
or 11. Oh, it's how they look.
They whitewashed them.
Yes.
They just destroyed them.
Play after play. There were no flukes, tip passes. They won. You just kept watching every play thinking, they won that play. They won that play. They won that play.
If they play 10 out of 10, they would beat them 10 times. I often say, hey, the reason why I don't get caught up in results, if it's a close game, there's a winner and a loser. Somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. Well, this wasn't the case. No. There was only one team that was going to win.
Yeah.
This was a beatdown of epic proportions.
The only 2 things that I guess people could complain about is, they want more big plays, the 20-yard chunk yardage. I thought that was the master of just like so many 6- and 8-yard gains, just one after another. They were they were rarely in bad down and distance situations. And when they were, they throw a swing pass on 3rd and 9 and pick up 11 yards. No big deal. No big deal. Just Smith Snowden out of the backfield and a guy unblocked and he barely touched him. It's just unbelievable. And then some of the deep balls were underthrown, and one of them led to a penalty, and one was completed anyway, and one could have been a penalty. It was incomplete. They didn't call it. So, but, man, you're really nitpicking at that point because that was a dominant performance. And now we've got 2 games where it's just kind of like, all right, go do it and get us to the conference
Dan Pierre
season.
isn't a prolific passer, but it isn't about what he can't do. It's about the 100 other things that he can do.
Well, and there are a bunch of things he can do. It was like his accuracy has to increase. Not only was the completion percentage good, and this is you're the king of
great.
It was. The numbers say 21 to 25. That's great. But like when you're watching the game, his completions usually, except on those 3 deep balls I'm talking about, they gave the player a chance to get yards after the catch. We all seen swing passes where the guy has to, it's not that long a pass, but the guy's catching it down at his ankles. And it's hard to, be explosive if you're catching the ball over the top of your helmet or if you have to leave your feet or if it's down at your shoe tops. But he's hitting guys right in the number and they got a chance to run after they catch the ball, make a play.
My concern that I had for him going into the season still exists. When they have to throw the ball, how will it be?
Now, in this game, they had the lead, and the
they
down and
never
distance
really
was
had to throw the ball.
And the down and distance was really good, so there were very few of those plays.
Right. There was never against the clock. We have got to move the ball, and we're going to have to throw it. You take a look at like what BYU had against Utah last year. They had to complete 3 or 4 very good pass yardage gains to where then they had time and score. Well, score was always going to remain the same, but time they can do the option, and Ropati can go down the right side and get them into field goal position. But they had to throw the ball to get in that position to use the play that set up the field goal. And I want to see. I have doubt. I'm not skeptical, but I just want to see it. Not if, because it's going to come. I don't know when. I don't expect it to come. Maybe it comes Texas Tech. Maybe. I don't know. It's going to come somewhere. Maybe it comes Kansas State. Maybe not till the end of the season against Kansas. Who knows? But they're going to have to do it. And how do they do it at that time?
I would expect it comes in October because they've got Texas Tech, ASU, and BYU a stretch in there. That's
yeah. Texas Tech is September, but I get your point.
Yeah. Your wife got the best quote in the postgame. Share that, and we're catching people up on people who missed stuff earlier in the show.
Yeah, she came down with me, and I told her, wait at the top of the tunnel. That's where the buses go down and where the players from both teams come up, and families are waiting for them, and it's in the dark. And I had some work to do, blah, 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 after the game. So she was standing around there. And so when I hooked up with her, she was at the game, obviously, and saw that it was non-competitive. And she said that she was standing out there, and fans were walking by, and she said a boy looked up to his father. She assumed it was his father. Oh, yeah, he was his father. She said, Dad, why aren't we any good? He wanted to know, why is my team this bad? Why has my team been this bad? And
it's a kid, so most, if not all of their lives, depending on how old the kid was.
Yeah, I think it was like 12, maybe 10 or whatever.
May not be able to remember Jim Moore's glory years when they won 8, 9, 10.
No, I don't. He has no knowledge of Dick Vermeil.
None of Dick Vermeil. Who's the guy who was there in the late 90s who was kind of a goofball? And
Bob Toledo?
Yeah. He's a little goofy. Had a big year. Had to get away from him right at the end.
Yeah. Because I think it was Toledo.
25 years since they had a conference title. And then,
Terry Donahue.
I don't know when
Toledo,
the next one.
Darrell, Neuheisel, Chip Kelly, and now I think I got them all. Oh, you already mentioned Moore, obviously.
25 years without a conference title.
Maybe an interim coach there or something.
And maybe another...
they look like they're going to struggle.
Light years away from winning a Big Ten title.
Yeah,
given who's, there's
4 or 5 wins,
3 or 4 teams in the top 5 or 10 every year. So good luck with that.
Yeah, and you can look, and I can see their sideline. I walk around at the end of the game. I'm down there, and there was no life. It's like, get out of here, and this is awful. We suck, and they do. It was an embarrassment. I talked to a lifelong fan after the game, because I know people down there, obviously, and he just said he was embarrassed. Yeah. And I get it. Yeah. I was embarrassed for them. I was ecstatic for the Utes, but embarrassed for the other side.
DJ PK, your feedback when we come back. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers.
Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Is it me or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering Damp Rid!
Get rid of the damp by trapping excess moisture with Damp Rid.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMills.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMills.com.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
158!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah blowing out UCLA 43-10. Well, all the talk is about the offense, and they were great. Kyle Whittingham, you liked how the defense performed.
Very good. What were the numbers? It was under 250, I believe. 220 total low. They only had to play 50 snaps because they played third down exceptionally well. UCLA was only 2 of 11 on third down. So, again, we dominated third down on both sides of the ball.
Utah welcomes Cal Poly to Rice-Eccles Stadium next Saturday, 4 o'clock, ESPN+. This Utah Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nibbling on sponge cake, watching the sun bake. All of those
Still time for summer. We got a few more weeks. We're doing a summer endorsement product challenge that we've got going on. If you've got a product that you would love for me to endorse, I would love to get with you. Here's simply what you do. You text PK to 57500, and our sales staff will take care of it. Come on, guys. People, ladies, men, you got a business, I'd love to endorse it. Text PK to 57500.
We got Aggie fans lining up. Don't mess with Texas. I think UTEP found out don't mess with Bronco and Utah State. Now it's time to shock the college football world in College Station.
Oh, yeah, that would be something, man. No doubt about it.
You know what the spread is for that game?
I don't. I'd say 17.
29.
Wow.
Got the BYU spread? BYU Stanford?
I'd go 18.
Bingo! Right on the button. Had you seen that?
Had I seen it?
Yeah.
Well, if I'd seen it, why would I be 12 under for Utah State?
I thought maybe you saw the BYU one. Someone tweeted it out somewhere or something.
I have not.
I didn't think you went through 50-point spreads. That's not really how you roll. That would be surprising.
And I don't even, whatever Utah wants to win by, 45, I don't even know if they have one.
I haven't seen one for Utah. Don't know. But it's Cal Poly, so yeah, like you said, whatever Kyle wants to win by ought to be it. Your impression of the opening weekend with the Cougars, Utes, and Aggies all opening the season with comfortable wins. What do you have to say? And Jacob says, I'm a BYU fan, and I am worried about Utah. They look dominant. I am grateful the rivalry games in Provo, and I'm also happy to have Bronco back here in the state.
I'd agree with all that.
Chewbacca. I picked all three. No surprises there. And then he puts up the gif of the Emperor from Star Wars. Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
I picked all three, but my least confident was Utah State.
And then they go out and win by double digits.
Yeah, so I was impressed.
Captain Cody, it was a good Saturday, and he hits us with the WWE gif. The wrestler overselling it. Woo!
Yeah. Yeah.
Kathy, the retired librarian, says Utah State with Barnes post Bronco was not a surprise. Has UTEP ever been good? It's very encouraging to see the quarterbacks of the Y and the U. Looks like a fun season. What happened to UCLA? What a joke.
True. Yeah, good question, man.
UTEP is coming off back-to-back 3-9 seasons, so they had a bowl team 4 years ago or something.
This is not Ohio State here.
Right.
I understand.
But nonetheless, for a team with a new coach and 70 new players.
Yeah, I had a little bit.
Yeah.
Show me.
Right. And UTEP with a second-year coach, and they started 0-6 and then went 3-3. Maybe they're figuring it out. You know, it didn't seem to me like a guaranteed win.
No.
But they took control of it, and it felt pretty comfortable there by the middle of the third quarter. They trailed briefly, gave up one big pass play.
Well, I think particularly at this level, I'm a believer in Bryson Barnes.
Yeah. And you're a believer in Broncos defenses. We've got enough guys who coordinated defenses here for long enough, and we've seen them. What are we sitting on? Kyle, whether he's defensive coordinator or head coach, you've watched his defenses for 30 years. Kalani, whether he's a defensive coordinator or a head coach, you've watched his defenses for 15 going on 20 years now, not quite. I think he started after the Sugar Bowl, so 17 years.
Yeah.
And for Bronco, on and off for 15 years. I don't know, what is that, like 50 years of watching these three teams?
Yeah, I really love this, man. These three guys are our guys.
Yeah, and we know the deal.
Yeah.
We know the deal with all three of them.
Right. I think that's really cool. It's so Utah-ish. And that's the way it should be. I love it. It bugs me when I see these guys come in and they're these carpetbaggers and their kids get their face painted and like, oh, I'm this. No, you're not.
And you're looking for a job and you're out of here in a year or two. Not 3,
right.
A year or 2.
And these guys are our guys. Yeah. They can speak the language that is spoken in this state.
You were talking earlier about the national media and how they react to the Utes. You just got to give them just a little bait, and they will go on a feeding frenzy. Did you see Clay Travis's tweet? I would have missed it, but someone tweeted it, or quote tweeted or whatever, and tagged
Clay Travis, the sports commentator turned political.
Turned political. Mm-hmm. He tweeted this out. The game didn't end until almost 2 a.m. Eastern time, so most people missed it. But I think Utah was the most impressive team I saw on both sides of the ball yesterday.
Yeah, and I used to listen to him driving in way back when, and he is a hardcore Tennessee guy, so he wants to see that quarterback over there in the blue and gold suffer.
Okay. He got a former Tennessee quarterback, so he's going to watch the game, and then to his delight, the Utes completely dominate.
Right. So I think I'm a little
That's why he stayed up till 2 a.m.
There's a lot of truth there, but I think
what was
there's a
his
little
motivation?
piling on.
Yeah, what was his motivation?
He wants to see that guy suck.
Yeah. All right, DJ and PK, we're all done. Jake and Ben are coming up next right here on The Zone.
Okay, show's over.
That's all the time we have for today.
Oh, just when it was getting good.
Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Bon voyage.
Arrivederci.
Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Angela and Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. You both look great. So how much weight have you lost?
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. That's incredible. Tell me what changed about your health.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
What kind of things can you do now that you couldn't do before?
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell someone who's thinking about losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Register for Jazz Youth Camps and Clinics. Brought to you by PB Fit. Whether you're a beginner interested in learning basketball basics or an advanced player wanting to hone your skills and techniques, there's a camp for you. Let's go! All kids ages 4 to 17 are welcome. You'll get the chance to learn directly from Utah Jazz Camps and Clinics coaches and Jazz personalities at select camps at various locations throughout Utah, even the Jazz practice facility. If you love the Jazz and the game of basketball, this is an opportunity you can't miss out on. Register for your spot now at jazzyouth.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the bare necessities are Mother Nature's recipes that bring the bare necessities of life. Wherever I wander, wherever I roam, I couldn't be found off my big home. The bees are buzzing in the tree to make some honey just for me. When you look under the rocks and plants and take a glance at the fancy ants, then maybe try a few. The bare necessities.
Nice touch, Christian. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Happy Labor Day Monday. Hopefully everybody out there is listening to us like hanging out at home or something. They're not driving, I'll tell you that.
Well, if they're at home, they could tune in to YouTube or KSLSports.com and see your lovely face.
Nice plug, Christian. They can see your face, too, by the way. That camera's working, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
Keep talking, Christian. I have to turn off my ringer like it's my first day on the job.
Well, yeah, it comes up, but it's the Jake and Ben show, even though Ben's not here. We all have to work today, but not Ben.
Ben gets the day off. By the way, I remember, like, I took one Labor Day off because we took our beach vacation late, and, like, Lloyd and Hans and Scotty have never let me forget it. Well, it's football season. I can't believe you'd be on vacation on that, blah, blah, blah. I just hope Ben gets the same treatment. That's all.
Yeah, I know when he gets back, Lloyd's going to give him the look.
Ben better get razzed like I got razzed for like years. Still, I think I heard Hans and Scotty make a reference to it like a week ago. Is Lloyd still in there? Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. Lloyd, you better rake Ben over the coals like you've raked me over the coals for years. Oh, please. Yeah, I did. I heard a joke about it like last week. Anywho, Ben is not here.
I think part of the joke, too, is from what I've heard, you like to ask every year if we work Labor Day. And apparently that's always been the case, that we always work Labor Day. But there's you and another person that you can basically count on it that will ask.
Okay, listen. We haven't worked every Labor Day. Those people are not remembering correctly. And I haven't asked now in years because of the treatment that I received. So, Lloyd, don't give me that. God, what a bad way to start the show.
Anyway, we're here.
We are here, and we will talk football in a moment. But it is apropos for how my day started. I feel like my life is a cartoon, Christian. I'll describe this to you, and Ben isn't here to bury his face in his computer like I'm the most uninteresting person in the world when I talk about this sort of thing. So I had a great weekend with my 4-year-old because my wife and my 8-year-old are out of town, right? We did all sorts of cool stuff. The aviary, we did the Alpine slide. We went to a movie, Bad Guys 2, which is not as good as the Bad Guys 1, but still was entertaining. Anywho, last night, Christian, my 4-year-old fell out of the bed at 2 o'clock in the morning, just doo-doo, and then tears and yelling for me, which was just great. Glad she didn't hit her head, but she hit her wrist apparently, so whatever. So she comes and jumps in bed with me, but she doesn't want to fall out of bed again, so she's just latched onto me. For the rest of the night, I've got another human, which is like a human electric blanket, sleeping on top of me, and she's a restless sleeper. Obviously, she fell out of the bed. Awful. Just awful.
She has a lot of hair, right? So she's warm.
And it gets in my face and just love her to death. More than happy to comfort my child, but it did not lead for a restful night. But this is why I'm saying that, starting the show in a grumpy mood is because I'm getting ready. The babysitter is coming. She comes in. I'm giving instruction. And my 4-year-old is going through this phase where she kind of likes to roughhouse sometimes, but doesn't understand hitting. You know what I mean? So she just winds up. I'm talking about making mac and cheese for lunch. I'm like, the mac and cheese is right over here. She winds up, Christian, and she hits me in the beans so hard. It doubled me over. I thought I was going to vomit. I'm here in front of this college student babysitter, and she hit me where it counts so hard. I didn't think I was going to be able to stand upright. My groin is killing me. Oh, so hard. I mean, so I already had this just unrestful sleep, and then my 4-year-old on the way out the door, she's like, hey, a little something to remember me by while you're at work. Wham! Just, oh.
How are you holding up now? You need some ice?
No, but it took a while for it to go. The whole car ride here, I was adjusting. But anyway, so yeah, I start out with Lloyd making fun of me. That's apropos to start the show. But I told you, my 4-year-old on the Alpine slide, it was great. She was scared for a minute, and then about 10 seconds into the ride, she let loose a yeehaw, and it was like, okay, this is going all right.
Those are fun.
Oh, man, we had a great time. We did it twice, and the second time she was like, yeah, let it out, Dad. Let's see what this sled can do. I was proud of her. Those cool moments. How'd the show go on Saturday, Christian? Christian is hosting our basically pre- and post-game coverage for college football here on the station. We're doing it a little bit differently this year. And Christian gets introduced week one with what time did the game end?
BYU ended around 9, right when Utah was starting.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Utah ended around 12-ish, yeah.
Yeah. And you guys jumped on. Were you fresh? Were you ready to go?
Yeah, we were. It was great. It was a fun time. Obviously, both games were great. Gave us a lot of things to talk about. Bear Bachmeier looked awesome. Devin Dampier looked awesome. So that makes the show easy. And then, we had a lot of people tune in. So that was really great.
Now, my question to you is, could you go to sleep afterwards?
There was a little bit of, wow, that was like a pretty intense evening right when I first laid down. But it was late enough. I was able to make it to bed.
As somebody who hosts a lot of post-game shows, And people don't necessarily understand this, and so I often have to explain. But it is hard because you have to have a certain energy level to do radio. People don't get that maybe, but if you tried to do a radio show at like normal energy level, it's crazy how boring it sounds. You would think, if you just recorded our conversations off the air or whatever and then played them on the radio, I don't know what it is, but you would sound like, did you take a couple NyQuil before you jumped on the air? What? I mean, it requires energy to do it. Believe it or not, people don't understand, but you have to I learned this when I first produced DJ and PK like 20 years ago. It's like you're popping on doing updates at 6:10 in the morning. Well, the people riding in their car don't care how tired you are. You have to summon some energy and make it happen. Anywho, my point is that after post games, you've got your energy up a little bit, and it's tough to just go home and turn it off. You know what I mean?
Right. Especially when I had some, I had a coffee and an energy drink because I knew it was going to be a late night and I didn't want to be snoozing during the post game. And then after, I hit end stream and it's like, okay, I got to unwind and get to bed.
It's a thing where after post games, it's not necessarily easy to just go to bed. After those 8:30 or whatever they used to be, NBA games, NBA tip-offs, you get home around 1 or 1:30 and it's like, well, I'd love to just go to sleep, but I'm bouncing off the walls here. And then the irony that you spend all day kind of dragging because you didn't sleep that well, and then anyway, nobody cares. But I'm glad the post game went well. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of positive to talk about from the weekend for Utah, for BYU, and for Utah State. But for Utah to go in and trounce a Big Ten team, and we can get to the Bear. Of course, the Bear was a huge story and the biggest story of the offseason. But I think as far as relevance goes, I think Utah and what they did, and Devin Dampier. Now I'm confusing myself. I hit in between the two right there. Devin Dampier, I thought showed a lot and was very good, and we can break down specifics. But the biggest question for Utah for me was, how was the new offense going to marry with the defense? Protect the defense. It's a mantra for Utah. Another offensive coordinator, another new offense coming into Utah, and we've seen mixed results with different offenses over the years. And how was this going to go? How complimentary was it going to be? Were they going to be able to do the Jason Beck no huddle spread option attack and also satisfy Kyle Whittingham's don't put the defense right back out onto the field? How was that going to go? We heard Jason Beck say they were going to do no huddle, but it was going to be kind of a modified type of pace as opposed to what they've done before. And I kind of thought, okay, well, how is that going to look? And I feel like, and this is my ego talking, I feel like their 10-minute drive in the third quarter was just for me.
Exactly.
I feel like that was them being like, God, that bozo from 10 to noon keeps talking about how this is going to go. Well, take this. We're going to go out and we're going to do a 10-minute dang drive and to really put the lid on it. And it was nothing short of impressive. I mean, if this is how it continues to go, if this is how it's going to be, I thought it was a great compliment. I thought the offense was a great compliment to the defense, and that was the big question for me. And now everything else, how's it going to look, I think is really semantics and just details. So the big story, Jason Beck's offense, and how is that going to go at Utah? Because always the conversation has been around Utah. Well, the defense is going to be there. Is the offense going to be any good? And I get where it comes from. And I do think the offense occasionally takes more of the blame maybe than it deserves. But it certainly has been the story. If Utah could have a great offense, we saw them have a great offense in 2004 with Urban Meyer to go along with that Kyle Whittingham defense. And how did it go? Oh, undefeated season. BCS busting, Fiesta Bowl, on and on. The 2008 team had a great offense too, although I would argue less dynamic than 2004. But we remember Matt Asiata and Brian Johnson and all, they were a pretty dynamic offense. And we've seen it, undefeated, Sugar Bowl, et cetera. At times under Cameron Rising, we saw the offense be pretty dynamic. At times it wasn't. I think those years, because of the Rose Bowls, might be remembered a little bit more fondly than they actually were. At least Cam Rising, I think, will be remembered more fondly than he was probably good at the quarterback position. I don't know. Maybe that's not fair for a guy that did win the league twice and go to the Rose Bowl. I'm not trying to diminish anything, but you look at Dampier. Dang, I did it again. Dampier. I got to stop this because I'm just messing myself up. I think he has the capability, and not to overreact after one game, but I think he has the capability to be way more dynamic and impactful than Cam Rising. And again, it's one game. So I don't know. I could easily be wrong about that, but I don't know if he's the passer, quote unquote, that Cam Rising is. The pass game for Utah was pretty simple. It was pretty one read timing type stuff, which is exactly what I don't want to speak for Ben, but we talked about it on the show. It was exactly what I expected because that's kind of the type of offense that the spread option is. But he is really dynamic in it. I mean, he can be accurate enough to make the throws that he needs to make. Obviously elusive. Decision-making, I thought, was strong. I mean, 21 of 25 is more than enough. No interceptions, 2 touchdowns, moved the sticks, held on to the ball. I mean, I don't know. I love to nitpick, and I certainly love to go against the grain, and the grain has certainly been that Dampier is the real deal. But I don't see a whole lot to go against the grain, honestly, Christian. I don't know if you had a different opinion or an opinion after the game that was different, but I mean, he was really good.
It looked great, especially pointing to that 20-play drive. I said this offense looks like it's going to be kind of a death by 1,000 paper cuts because of kind of the quick RPO reads. There's going to be a lot of quick little slants and pop passes where all the receiver has to do is just get to the open space really quick, and it's kind of an extension of the run game.
That's
by
the
that
point.
means, and it really worked great, and that's how you're able to wear down the clock and eat up almost 10 minutes of clock in the third quarter. And DJ and PK were talking about it this morning. If you can do that at any point, you're going to win the game because that means you are a much better team. So I thought Dampier looked great.
And a lot of that is the offensive line, and we can get into that discussion as well because they were, absolutely dominant. So a quarterback can do a lot when he has room to do it, and the offensive line was incredible. I mean, more than lived up to the billing. And I was thinking too, it's as they plug in a new offense, and we have seen this a bunch of times before. You can think back to game one of these new offenses. I remember my buddy Kyle Gunther always made a big deal out of this because he would always say, when you get a new coordinator, it's like learning a whole new language, and you have to learn all this stuff. And a lot of times he was talking about it because the new offense, whatever they were debuting, whether it was, I don't know, Dave Christensen comes to mind, but there are other examples. It always looked kind of clunky. It took a few games for the offense to click in, and we actually would figure out if it worked or not. A lot of times they were searching for personnel. Zach Moss wasn't the day one starter at running back, and all that is perfectly natural. And when Kyle was talking about it at the time, it's perfectly legit. I bring it up because by comparison, week one, new offensive coordinator, new offense looked pretty seamless. Pretty seamless. I would not describe their offensive performance as clunky in any way, shape, or form. And I think that should be a really good sign because it's usually the opposite. Look at UCLA, for example. New quarterback, new system, new offensive coordinator, and they sucked. And UCLA, by the way, is going to not win a lot of games in the Big Ten. But I didn't think UCLA sucking was the story either. I don't think that was the story of the game. UCLA's got a lot of work to do and whatever. But Utah didn't start with Northeastern Arkansas. They didn't, and there's nothing wrong with starting with an FCS team. A lot of teams do it or whatever. But they started with a Big Ten team.
There's a big difference in the way that BYU dominated their opponent in Portland State versus the way that Utah looked against UCLA.
Yeah, and there just wasn't a lot of game one clunk. There wasn't.
But that's the benefit of bringing Jason Beck and Devin Dampier together, right? Because there
is some of that.
They already have the familiarity versus UCLA has a new quarterback, a new OC that were in two different schools last year.
Right. But, I mean, Jason or the Utes, the coaching staff as a whole have done a couple of things. Jason slowed down his offense in order to fit in with the defense, which shows a little adaptivity on his part. Also, he schemed up a way for the offensive line to dominate, because sometimes with spread option teams, the way they play on the offensive line is typically a zone blocking scheme used to negate the fact that you don't have an advantage of that position. I mean, the ultimate example always is Air Force, right? Go see how they play offensive line, or even see how Christian's dirty Denver Broncos blocked back in the 90s, where they just cut everybody. They just, every play, every offensive lineman just dove for the knees. I mean, that's the way your guy Shanahan coached. A little different, but anyway, I don't know what it was, zone blocking or not. I'm sure the concepts were still the same, but the game plan was to let the offensive line eat, obviously. They dominated the line of scrimmage on short yardage. They provided great pockets. I mean, they really, very little to complain about in that, against an opponent that is not only D1, but a Big Ten opponent, and UCLA, a former Pac-12 foe, which Utah has lost to in the past. So, I mean, I don't think if Utah fans are overly optimistic today, I think it's for good reason.
Another benefit too is, not only is a guy like Spencer Fano huge and strong, but he's also really athletic, and that kind of blends really well with this scheme.
Yeah.
Because that he's allowed to, get to the edge or get up to the secondary and get hands on the linebackers, and he really opened up a lot of space. There were a lot of Spencer Fano highlights from that first game.
Yeah, because he was great. Now, my last thing on the Utes, and then we'll get to top three stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. But one thing I've always thought was a positive trait about Kyle Whittingham, because he kind of gets this reputation as kind of a stubborn guy, as like old coaches do, and I'm sure there are certain aspects of his personality that are fairly stubborn, like not admitting that he blew the game against Washington with Tyler Huntley by calling a timeout in the fourth quarter when it could have gone to overtime. He refuses to admit. He says, "I'd do it again," which is hilarious. But he hasn't done it again, which is my point. Coach Witt has done well at learning lessons over the years. When something happens, he learns from it, whether it's positive or negative. I remember he went in to do a coach's show once when he was listening to the radio on his way in, does the coach's show, blasted away at what the host was saying at the time, and drew a bunch of, I guess, negative feedback about his response to the radio bozo. And he's never done anything like it again. And he actually talked once about learning lessons. It was his first year. Anyway, point being, Sione Vaki saved the season for him a couple of years ago, right? I mean, coming in and playing running back and being a dynamic player at running back, I mean, it really saved the season. They didn't, they had injury issues. They were shorthanded to begin with, and they had to bring in the safety to play running back. But you know what it did? It worked. Because who'd they beat? They beat somebody at home. It was like Washington State, I want to say. And if they would have lost that game, they were looking at kind of a spiral. And he comes in.
It might have been UCLA.
It might have been UCLA. I'd have to go back and look. But his game, it saved the year. It saved the season. They were able to rebound after that and salvaged at least a decent year, when the pig farmer was first out there making bacon. Yeah. But he learned that lesson. And then you see, Coach Witt and Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, kind of have a thing. If they're friendly, if you've heard them talk about each other. And then if you saw him I saw him at Media Day a couple of years ago, they've kind of got a friendly relationship kind of thing going. And it wouldn't surprise me if Witt saw Travis Hunter and how well it worked last year and kind of reaffirmed what he learned from the Sione Vaki situation and say, hey, if I can get some talented guys on offense to go make some plays to win some games. Why not? And I don't think, Barton or Smith Snowden or any of these guys are going to be full-time on offense or defense. It was more than I expected, certainly. But, man, if you could have Smith Snowden going out there and rushing touchdowns for you and catching balls and, speaking of wrong-footing the opponent, then, man, go out there and do that.
Saw some stats floating around online. 45 total snaps on the game for Smith Snowden. 22 of those were on offense. And of those 22 snaps, I think he had, I want to say 13 touches.
How many snaps was, Travis Hunter was on the field for
Travis Hunter was almost 100% of the snaps.
Yeah.
So it's not quite to that level.
And I don't think that is productive. I think Travis Hunter ran out of gas on defense several times in his Colorado career. And if he would have managed it a little bit better, I know we want to play both ways, but managed it a little bit better, he might have been more effective. I'll be curious to see what they do in Jacksonville. They're still selling him as both sides of the ball guy. I don't know if that's smart. But if you were to make an argument that, if I manage it all right, and decide how many snaps or whatever, then it could be effective. Absolutely, I'd buy into that. And you know who loves it? Lander Barton and Smith Snowden.
Who doesn't love scoring touchdowns?
I'm sure they love it. And making headlines and being this is a two-way guy and whatever. It does nothing but put those guys on the map. So I think it's pretty savvy, actually. I saw some people saying, are they covering up because they don't have enough talent at wide receiver? Probably.
Who cares? The talent is on the field.
Yeah, probably. But whatever.
And again, this was a 43-10 win over UCLA. So I'd imagine, if it gets into in-conference and you've got tighter games, you probably see these guys, Smith Snowden in particular, getting more snaps on defense where they would need him, presumably, right? Because he is a stud playing the nickel spot. But the snap count was pretty interesting, and I think everybody would say that it was a lot higher on offense than they were expecting.
So I think it's innovative, honestly. It's like anything else. You've got to make sure you properly, manage to put your players in the best position possible. But, put your guys out there to be dynamic. And who cares what it says about the receivers? Are you blowing out UCLA or not? All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day. We will get to the Cougs and the Bear coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaBelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just
That's
60
awesome.
days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk to me about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
The missionary starter package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the missionary starter package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and 0 hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU 30 updates here on Jake and Ben. Here's the Bear Bachmeyer, on where he wants to improve next game.
Our first series could definitely be better. You want to get first downs, and that happens in the first game. But I think we can come with our hat on fire and go score a touchdown in that first series.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Visit Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. That's Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You and I in a little toy shop, buy a bag of balloons with the money we've got, set them free at the break of dawn, to one by one they were gone. Back at base, box in the software, flash the message, something's out there.
Wasn't this song done originally in German?
Yeah, but I'm not playing German over the radio.
No, it's this song that was originally done in German, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, impressive first game for Bear Bachmeier, 5 total touchdowns.
The Bear, 5 total touchdowns. Now, Portland State is not terrific. BYU wins the game 69-0. Unbelievable. But the Bear, when we had our college football roundtable last week, I can't remember. It was Alex, I think, who asked me about expectations for the Bear. And my expectations were really that he complete his first pass to somebody on his team. Because I do not, and I did not think it's really all that fair to throw a true freshman into, P4, D1 football, whatever label you want to put there, and really expect all that much. It's really not. And you know what he did? He kept it simple. He made the right decisions. He completed passes. He obviously made plays when they were available. He didn't try to do too much. Kalani talked about that before the game. And, man, and this is the advantage to starting with Portland State. There's no doubt. But that was a very successful debut for a freshman quarterback.
Sometimes the bar eats you.
The bar. I'll stick with the Bear, but the great Sam Elliott. He was really good. He was out there eating, no doubt. And there are definite reasons to be optimistic. All right, with that aside, we knew BYU had a really good team. The question was going to be, how would the bar eat or would the bar be eaten? And I thought the rest of the team showed exactly what they were last year. It was a really good team. I mean, LJ Martin is so good. The running game was so good. The defense was obviously smothering. It's what we expected from BYU. The storyline was always don't let the Frosh sink you. How many games is the Frosh going to lose for you? And I bet you he still makes some mistakes that cost him games. Yeah, I don't see how it couldn't. But that was a really good start for him. And the rest of the team, just looked like what we thought.
I still wonder about the downfield passing ability and a couple nice throws, especially to tight end Carson Ryan. But, yeah, when it comes down to needing some throws down the field to win you a game, can he do that? And we will see. But, dude, the defense is crazy. Isaiah Glasker was all over on the first couple series, and I don't know if it's just the cowboy collar or what, but yeah. He's phenomenal.
I don't think they need to complete a deep ball all year, maybe, honestly. Because if you run the ball for 470 yards.
Well, you're not going to run the ball for 470 yards against everybody.
If you run the ball for 470 yards, it doesn't matter if your quarterback can throw the forward pass. I say that.
That would be nice, right?
I say that kind of joking. I think the Bear will have to make plays at some point. But honestly, if the run game is just steamrolling teams, and yeah, they're not going to do that every game. I get it. Portland State, they scored 69 points and ran the ball for 470 yards. But if they could truly be, we might be looking at basically like a Utah team from, I don't know, when you want to say like the first year they started Tyler Huntley maybe, or something, like a recipe like that, like that, where they had Zach Moss and they had a running game that was just going to absolutely flatten teams, and maybe that's a bad comparison, but if they can run the ball effectively all season long, it's going to make the Bears' job so much easier, and honestly won't matter how many of those dynamic deep throws or whatever connect, but get the ball to your playmakers in space, and, if the Bear can do that, that might be enough, honestly. If the defense is smothering and the running game is awesome, just make a timely play here or there and don't screw it up. And I think he showed he was capable of that.
It was honestly sometimes even hard to make takeaways from BYU's defense because they were so much bigger, faster, stronger than Portland State. Like, it was really hard to actually break down what they were doing.
But they didn't do anything to disprove it.
But no, they were just flat out dominant. But Bear, 5 total touchdowns, like I said earlier, that's going to win you games. In a half of football, yeah. Right.
In a half.
And the Superman diving touchdown was awesome. He took off from probably the 4-yard line and really just extended and reminded you how huge he is. He is a very big person.
Yes, he is. All right, what's next?
Number 2, Utah also getting the win. We saw a lot of offensive snaps from Smith Snowden and Lander Barton. We also saw kind of a three-headed rushing attack with Devin Dampier, Wayshawn Parker, and Nakari Rogers.
I think all that is true. I think we will continue to see all that. I don't know if the reps for Smith Snowden and Lander Barton, for that matter, are going to be that high every game. And I more mean that high on offense every game. Utah really wanted to win this game against UCLA for a good reason. I mean, Coach Witt hasn't had any seasons as bad as last year. And he's talked about that feeling and being motivated not to leave his legacy on that kind of note. And this is going to be a really motivated, I think, Utah team. And I think they were motivated to make a statement against UCLA, a former conference opponent, not an FCS team. Always have to think about that for a second. A team that could, in theory, beat you. And I thought they were motivated to, or let me put it this way. I don't think they were hiding anything from the tape, right? I don't think they were going to have one of those games where you're not going to see some of the special things they have cooking up. You know what I mean? We were going to see those defensive players play offense. We were going to see that because they wanted to win that game.
Witt wanted you to see it.
He wanted you to see it. Yeah. Yeah. This is what we're bringing to the table. Not last year. This is what Utah is this year.
It's like your dog going and getting a stick and bringing it back and being like, look at this really cool stick that I just found. That's Witt with Smith Snowden on offense.
And they did it on offense. I mean, I think the fact that it was a smooth operation on offense is, I think it's important. Ute fans aren't out there selling something that doesn't exist. For years, Ute fans would have to sell quarterback play and be like, yeah, but this happened and this happened. And it's like, well, you won by 3 against a whatever team. Ute fans aren't selling anything today. You know what I mean? They're saying, oh, yeah, Dampier played great. And it's like, well, yeah, you did. Ute fans are saying today, like, oh, man, if Dampier plays like this all season, look out, because Utah could be really good. Yeah, that's absolutely true. So, all right, what's next?
Number 3, other takeaways from across college football. Is Arch Manning overrated? That game was awful, by the way.
Yeah, that game was bad. Ohio State's defense is really good. Can I ask you this? Like, why did I got caught? I didn't get caught up. I noticed the comparisons on the Snap Talk over the weekend with Shador's situation with Arch's situation, right? Where like people who were critical of Shador were somehow loving Arch. It was like the nepotism conversation. I guess I understood where it came from, but I don't know why people thought Arch was going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread to begin with. I don't know why he was automatically like, oh, number 1 pick right there, Arch Manning. Like, there is a thing to second generational players can sometimes have the advantage. You're brought up in the sport. You see how your parent or your uncle or whatever did it. There is a genetic component to it. I get it that, brothers are often successful or sons, and there are reasons for that. But it is not the whole story, and it's certainly not the whole story when it comes to quarterbacking. And let me tell you this. Do you think Steve Sarkisian, who I think is a pretty smart dude, man has his flaws, yelling at that usher was pretty hilarious. Was that last year? Or the security guy where he's just screaming at him?
I can't remember when that was, but that was hilarious.
But do you think that Sark, if he truly had the second coming of Peyton Manning on his team, you think he would sit him?
You're talking last year instead of Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
It's a little telling, isn't it?
Sark's still got to win games. He's not running a charity. He's got to win games or he's out on his backside.
They were in a very good position to win the Natty last year. They were in the playoff.
But do you think he was sitting in camp before last year and he's like, good heavens, look at this guy slinging all over the field. But you know what? We're gonna play Ewers because he's a year older and that's how it's gonna go. No, absolutely not. So why was there expectation around Arch to be the number one team and the number one pick and all this and this phenom at quarterback. I mean, maybe it turned out to be true, but why did we expect it before we saw it? I'll tell you, this is something I was wrong about. I doubted Shedeur was that great. I thought he came in with limited, obviously experience at a lower level, and that Deion was making his son into the quarterback. And I thought, I don't know how this is really going to go. And then he played well. I don't know if Shedeur was retire his number the day he decides to go to the NFL good, but he was obviously pretty good.
Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year.
There was some delivering to the hype. A lot of it. I don't know if he completely delivered on the hype. I don't know if that's the case, but at some point the rubber met the road, right? And what did, Deion was screaming at the doubters after they beat TCU, when it came to Shedeur, he was screaming at me. I doubted Shedeur was going to be that great, and he turned out to be really good. I doubt, why would I give Arch the benefit of the doubt? For those people, who are Shedeur fans who were complaining about that, I totally agree with them. Why would we give him the benefit of the doubt when we haven't seen anything? I was told Marcus Vick was going to be better than Michael. Guess what? That didn't turn out to be true. We all get caught up in the potential because of the sibling or the father or whatever, but it doesn't make it automatically true. It can make it an advantage in one way or another. I mean, the fact that Eli and Peyton grew up the son of a famous NFL quarterback probably put them in a really good spot, but it didn't make them automatically good. They still had to do the right things. They still had to develop as players.
The sort of ironic part about this is you bring up Eli and Peyton. Well, which one is Arch's dad?
Oh, Cooper.
And where did he go, right? As far as football-wise.
Yeah, I made jokes about this once, and be careful, because he had some sort of...
He did deal with a back injury, right?
No, he's got like a brain thing where he couldn't play. No, it's funny. You listen to the Mannings talk about Cooper. They're like, he was the best brother. He was a receiver. He was amazing, on and on and on. But yeah, because I used to make jokes about, like, what's wrong with Cooper? Like, what's wrong with this guy? Looking around, like, what's Thanksgiving like for this guy? He's probably an accountant or something.
Yeah, I think he actually is.
And then somebody like texted into the show or something at the time. We're like, he's got like a brain thing that he can't play. And it's like, oh man, that makes me feel bad. But
the point holds.
Yeah. But if you're telling me that people who don't necessarily know what they're talking about get caught up in somebody's name, yeah, that happens a lot. Shedeur or Arch. It happens a lot. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jared's here for the funnel cakes. Maria's here for the music. And Mike wants to take a spin in a monster truck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Get ready for a scary good time at the Monsters Are Real Monster Truck Show September 14th at the Utah State Fair. It's guaranteed to be an adrenaline-fueled beast of a show. Monsters Are Real September 14th, only at the Utah State Fair.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Napa Auto Parts is opening a new store in Riverton at 3331 West, 126 South, starting Thursday, September 4th through Saturday, September 6th. Napa Auto Parts is offering free wiper and battery testing, plus Napa conventional motor oil for $2.99 per quart. There's a limit of 36 quarts on that amazing deal. Join us in celebrating the grand opening of Napa Auto Parts, Riverton, September 4th through 6th for free food, fun, and great deals.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, time for your Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben, coming off a big win over UCLA. Here's Coach Witt talking about Devin Dampier's ability to run the offense.
Outstanding. I don't know what his numbers were in the throw game. You know, we didn't have a ton of yards, a couple hundred, 200 yards, and he was, 21 or 26. And you talk about a guy that really has worked hard in the offseason, because we knew when we took him out of New Mexico, 57% completion percentage needed to improve. The touchdown to interception ratio needed to improve. And at least tonight, that did improve. So that was great to see.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. It's Kenny J's.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's the home opener for the Utes as they battle Cal Poly in Rice-Eccles Stadium. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday, your chance to win big every week on the station. This Wednesday, you can win tickets to the Utah State Fair, September 4th through the 14th, where you can find the Big Yellow Slide, the best corn dog in the world, a butter sculpture, arts and crafts, a rodeo, a demolition derby, and a legendary rock band, just to name a few. Nowhere but the fair, that's where. So tune in to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. I've already got my tickets, by the way. Christian, do you like the Utah State Fair? Have you been?
I've actually never been to the Utah State Fair. I want to do that.
Does Brigham City do their own fair? Is that why?
So, yeah, Brigham City does. They call it Peach Days.
Okay. Most places have their days or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Draper Days. Peach Days. The fair is awesome. The food is awesome. We took our kids last year and we had a great time. It's like we're coming back, so we're going back again this year. I wonder who that rock band is going to be. Christian, my Hokies stink. They're really crappy, and it kind of correlates with another big thing that's in the news. And I'll say this because Coach Witt at some point is nearing the end of his career, but the Hokies have never replaced Frank Beamer. Frank Beamer had a great recipe for success in Blacksburg. He had a lot of success over the years. Obviously played against Florida State for the national title game in 2000. I guess it was the 99 season, but the 2000 Sugar Bowl. Won ACC titles, won Big East titles. I mean, not to honk out for the Hokies, but he was really good. And they've hired two bozos now in a row that could not have the same success that he did. Used different recipes, and you know what? It hasn't worked. Bad hires. Both bad hires. We'll see how long this guy lasts. But Kalen DeBoer losing to Florida State, Alabama, and Kalen DeBoer losing to Florida State, and watching the meltdown of the Alabama fans is so, delicious and hilarious. You know what I mean? Now, Christian, I like to explain things that happened during my life because you're so much younger than me. But did you know that between Bear Bryant and Nick Saban, Gene Stallings had a couple of years that were pretty good, and I believe he won one national title, so it's not like it was a complete vast wasteland, but it was kind of a vast wasteland for, 20 years. They hired a Shula. Don Shula's kid, speaking of nepotism, Mike, I think was his name. Awful. Just terrible. And Alabama wasn't very good. I think, talk to Hans about it. Hans played one of those Alabama teams, and I can't remember if BYU won or not, but it was not the Alabama that Nick Saban created into a monster. And there's just no guarantee. Ben and I have this good job, good coach discussion where is a coach having success because they're a good coach, or is it a good job, or whatever? And there's no doubt that Alabama is a really good job. You can recruit really good players to Alabama. There's no doubt about it. But it doesn't mean that you can just hire a bozo. I mean, look at Stinkin' Riley in USC. You still have to hire a good coach who has a formula to win at that spot. I mean, it's still a thing. And if you look at the trajectory of Kalen DeBoer, why would we think he would be any good? Maybe he turned out to be good, but why would we think he was an offensive coordinator in Indiana where he recruited Michael Penix? He went to Fresno State after that as a head coach and left after a year to go to Washington and has Michael Penix transfer to Washington, and he tears it up because he's a great player. And then all of a sudden, Kalen DeBoer, in a short period of time, goes from 4 or 5 years, goes from the Indiana offensive coordinator to head coach at Alabama? Why would we assume that would automatically be a success? We actually have no idea what kind of coach Kalen DeBoer is. Certainly have no idea if he's good enough to replace Nick Saban, who, yes, I think Alabama has advantages, but there's no doubt he was a great coach who knew how to win at a high level. He did it at Michigan State, he did it at LSU, and he certainly did it at Alabama. And if you're Alabama and can recruit the biggest, strongest, fastest guys in the country, why do you need some gimmicky offensive guy? Go hire. Nick Saban brought a pro mentality, pro style to Alabama that worked for 15 years? Longer? Yeah, so I mean, these universities, I don't know if they just fall in love with their own self-worth or what, but Kalen DeBoer is going to be on his way out at Alabama. And if you're replacing a legendary coach, which Kyle Whittingham is a legendary coach at the University of Utah, put some thought into how you do it. And Morgan Scalley, this is why I think Morgan may have an advantage, because I was talking to Lloyd about this off the air. When Frank Beamer retired, Shane Beamer was up for the job. And I thought, oh my gosh, don't hire Frank's kid. Who's to say that he's going to be any good? Wow, Frank's just been giving him a job his whole life. That was my take. Shane Beamer's doing a really good job with South Carolina. And Virginia Tech has brought in two guys that came in and reinvented the wheel and have failed miserably. Morgan Scalley can continue Kyle Whittingham's formula. If he's smart, he will continue the formula that has won at Utah. And I'm not saying Morgan wouldn't put his own tweaks on it or certainly put his own identity on the program, but he knows what works at Utah and not to go away from it. I would think that would put him at an advantage. And maybe that was what Shane needed to sell to get the Virginia Tech job. I know what works here because these other guys have no clue. All right, stay tuned. We'll switch over to BYU a little bit. Christian in his postgame, because of broadcast rules, was somewhat limited on how much Kalani Sitake that he could play in the postgame. So let's play his postgame. I'm curious to hear his thoughts on certainly his team, but also the Bear in his debut. So stay tuned for that. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. I had a really great weekend with my 4-year-old over the weekend. We live in a really cool place where you can do a bunch of great stuff with your family. We did the aviary, we did the alpine slide, we went to a movie, we did all these fun things to make it a special weekend. Have you ever thought, what do I want my retirement to look like? How special do I want my retirement to be? Do I want to have the ability to travel, to do fun things with my family, to make maybe an investment in something like a cabin or a second home? Do I want to have the ability to live out my years that I spent my lifetime earning the way that I want to do? Well, you can set those goals, and Trajan wants to certainly help you do that, but they want to be a team of good folks on your side to help you get there, which of course is the most important part. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. Sit down with them, set those goals, and let them show you first person what they can do for you, 801-899-7600, or go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a trip to College Station for Utah State as they take on Texas A&M. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest. Then listen on Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. I just ranted for like 5 minutes the whole break to Christian about how much I dislike the Big 12 Power Poll.
You know, you want to know, I'll let the listeners in on the convo. The reason he hates it is because it forces him to talk about Texas Tech every week.
It does. I hate it. I don't want to talk about the Red Raiders and their eventual suck. I don't want to talk about how I'm going to drop them like a rock as soon as they lose a game. They're in real trouble. So we're not going to do the power poll tomorrow. No, that's where it all started. Christian goes, do you want to do the power poll when Ben's away? Absolutely not.
Well, we'll do it Wednesday.
Don't remind him. Actually, let's just tell him that we did it. We'll tell him that we did it. I'll go in and I'll make it up. I'll just make up the results and we'll tell him we did it. Can we do that?
You can try. I think Ben's the only one of us three that knows how to work the spreadsheet.
I'll figure it out.
It looks like a 3-year-old came in here and pushed a bunch of buttons.
I'll figure it out. No, I'm so reliant on my wife for tech stuff because she's really good at it and I'm not. So I'm really reliant on her to do things. But occasionally I will dig in my heels and be like, no, I'm just going to figure it out. Quit looking down on me. I'm just going to figure it out. And then inevitably I go back to her and ask about it. All right. Eager to hear this. Here is Kalani Sitake's postgame press conference after the Cougs 169-0 over Portland State. But, of course, the debut of the Bear. Let's hear Kalani, his thoughts on his team and specifically the quarterback.
Okay. Well, sorry being late. Happy you got the win. Proud of a lot of things I saw in the game. Obviously, I'm going to be a coach and say that it wasn't perfect, and there's a lot of places that we can improve on. But I was really proud of the entire team from beginning to end. And at the beginning, we had some rough times. I mean, I think we punted the first series. Defense gave up some plays, got the turnover, and so the blocked field goal kind of was swung the momentum our way. The guys never looked back afterwards. Even coming in after halftime, I really liked what our ones were doing, but we knew that game was pretty much done, and so we put our reserve guys in the second half, and I was really proud of the way that they played. Got some really good, valuable reps and great competition that we were able to see from them, and I thought they performed at a high level. So that's going to help our depth, But I wish Portland State best of luck the rest of the way. I mean, I know they got banged up in this game and the game before, so hopefully they can get healthy and be ready to play the rest of their schedule, especially next week. So, but proud of the team and looking forward to next week. I think you can make a lot of improvement from week 1 to week 2, and looking forward to getting that done, watching the film. But overall, just really excited about what we saw from them tonight. So.
Kalani, Portland State had a total of -9 yards on offense through the second quarter and third quarter combined. What do you feel like the defense did specifically that they were able to clamp down to that level at that pivotal stretch in the game?
I think the defense. I mean, they're in the system now, so there's a lot of guys that have been here for a while and spent a lot of time with Jay Hill and the entire defensive staff. Having the whole defensive staff intact and returning was huge for us, and it shows in the way these guys have been ready. I mean, I think a lot of times when you have some turnover and some changes in the coaching staff, you have to get guys used to a new coach, and I think that's harder than what people would think. And so I'm really thankful that we're able to hang on to our coaches, and I think it's going to help us in the long run, especially through the season. But for the depth and for what we're looking for the team, having that consistency in the position group, in the room, who's speaking, was nice. And Jay Hill's done a great job with the defense. I'm really, really happy with what he's done, and looking forward to what they can accomplish even more this year, and especially week 2 when we take on Stanford. Offensively, I thought we did enough that what we needed to do. I mean, I think A-Rod felt like he knew we could run the ball. I think at the end we just wanted to see Bear in that 2-minute situation. I thought he did a great job, and so. But after that, it was kind of we knew to just shut him down, and LJ and Sione and the rest of the guys, and so we had a lot of threes playing in the game too, and so it was a lot of fun.
How did you break down what Bear did? I mean, first chance for a true freshman to play. What did you think of his performance?
Yeah, I thought he did a great job. I mean, I think the physical part of the game was something that once he started getting hit a little bit, then I think he was able to settle down. I think it's hard when you get into this environment. I don't know if they were ready for the stands to be that packed, and there's a huge credit to our fans. They were awesome. I mean, we're not even in school yet, and then there's a packed house, and they're excited to watch BYU football. And so I think that could get you a little bit nervous. So I think he was able to settle down, and I think on some of the throws, he wished he can get those back. But overall, I thought he had a good demeanor about him. I thought he had a great presence. The guys felt really good about him leading the offense, and I felt good about how it finished in the first half.
Did you consider putting him in at all in the second half, like to start the second half?
We thought about it, but I think at the end of the first half was kind of like that was enough. I think we wanted to see him in that, and I don't think anyone can blame us for trying to score in a 2-minute situation. So once we saw that, I think it was easy to shut it down. I'm not trying to pad stats. I'm trying to keep guys healthy. And at the same time, you can keep guys healthy, but then work on depth and get some valuable reps. I think it's going to pay off in the long run. We had O-linemen. I mean, there were very valuable reps for those guys, and they were able to have some success. And then we went down the line on our players, and it was a great time for those guys to be in that situation. So I didn't mind it at all. And I just talked to my wife on the phone. She's like, you need to stop trying to look so disappointed when you score and stuff like that. I was just like, I wasn't disappointed. I was like, let's just run the clock out and, trying to do the Lavelle-like thing, But when the team's rolling and guys are doing what they're supposed to, then success will be there. And so I don't mind what they had to, what we did in the second half. I talked to Coach Barnum too, and he felt fine with everything. So that made me feel a lot better.
Well, I mean, when you said there are areas you can improve on, does anything come to mind?
Yeah. Right away, I think it's it's at the end. I just cut you off. It's the penalties. And then I say that, and it's like I don't know if that was any of the ones, but it doesn't really matter. I think we had a couple holding penalties, and then we had one that took away a great return from Cannon DeVries. So there's that, and then a 15-yarder targeting. But I mean, the guys are just really excited and amped up to play, but we have to have better mindset and better control, be more disciplined. We've been really focusing on that. We had a delay game, but we were trying to milk the clock, so I don't blame the guys on that one. They're just trying to milk it too much. But, other than that, I think execution-wise, I think we did, for the most part, the guys actually, all 11 guys on the field played clean football and assignment sound football. We'll have to watch the film, see how we did fundamentally, if we missed a lot of tackles or not. But I thought the guys were flying around. They looked really good, man. From what I watched and what I saw in all three phases, I thought we looked really good and looked really fast, and I'm really excited about that.
Is this the fastest team you've had since you've been here?
I think the numbers will probably tell you that, yeah, when we look at all the stuff and see how quick they run. It's just we need them to be right, though, because if you go the wrong way and you do it fast, you're really wrong. You know what I mean? So, and that took some practicing, but the guys have actually been working really hard on it. And we just got to keep working, though. Stay humble, keep working. I think the guys are excited that their teammates got opportunities to play in the second half. And they're really excited when the guys got to score touchdowns and stuff like that. So we just got to keep it rolling, though. So we're going to nitpick this thing and try to find ways to get better any way we can, because that's just what we do as a staff. But really proud of the entire staff and how hard they worked, and proud of our players and the mental state that they came into the game was awesome.
What do you think of the plays, though, from Bear in plays like that one with Hagan, 57-yarder, a lot of movement on that play?
Yeah.
He was pretty calm in plays. Is that the maturity that you guys were talking about in camp?
Yeah, and I think I mentioned it before. I felt really comfortable with all our quarterbacks. And so when you saw McKay and Trayson come in the game, they had a very similar demeanor about them and a good presence. And that's a good sign. They're making plays, and I mean, the command of the offense, those guys get it. And so I just have to give hats off to the quarterback room getting that place ready. And then even Cole Hagan came at the end and got some reps too, So trying to figure out what to do, the best thing to do with Emerson, trying to preserve his redshirt year. And then there's a lot of guys that we burned one of the 4 games that we can for the red shirts, but I think they were really valuable, especially at O-line. Those guys got a lot of reps, and D-line got some reps too. So, I mean, it was all around. I think in all 3 phases, the guys were able to get out there and play, and it was nice that we were able to have the game under control and then let these guys roll. And and also allow Portland State to try to find ways to make plays. And the guys, man, they kept the momentum going, so really happy with everything.
That kick by Will Perrin was the longest in school history. How comfortable, or how long of a kick do you feel comfortable with him taking in game situations?
How much did he clear it by? Do you know?
A lot.
Pretty good, yeah. He was getting after the ball today. I mean, the kickoffs were. I mean, he had one that we wanted to, kind of pop it up a little bit, and it was like spot on. He's a next level kicker, so we didn't know what to do right there in that spot because we were in a position where we either pin punt it and get the ball down and keep them backed up, or just go for the field goal. And I mean, my old teammate Owen Potchman had the record. I think he tied it, so I think we were trying to break the record, but I don't know. Just it seemed like the right thing to do, and he was ready to go. So it's nice to get him that rep, but. Yeah, we just want to see him kick the ball.
Last couple of questions.
Coach, Bear dropped his shoulder on a couple of run calls.
Yeah.
Is that something that you guys are wanting to see, or are you trying to teach him to slide a little bit more to preserve himself?
I don't know. It's just I think it's one of those. It all depends in the circumstance. So I just don't want him jumping too much. You know what I mean? I think he launched into the end zone, but we want to take care of the football more than anything. That's all. But yeah, I don't want the quarterbacks to get contact, but these guys all. I mean, you saw them all. They're ready to run the ball. So it's nice to have athletic quarterbacks that can use their feet.
Jay Martin had a career night on only 8 carries, but what did you make in particular of his game and then those 2 explosive runs that he had for 44 and 49?
Yeah, I was just really excited about that he was able to break tackles, and that's what we were able to see from him. Throughout the last couple of years, he started to really come into his own as a leader. He's a team captain. He understands the offense. It's nice, man. It's just like I remember when he was a true freshman. We were trying to get him lined up correctly, and now he's directing everybody else. And I've been really, really impressed with his leadership. So, and he's still physical. He's changed his body a little bit, and man, he's got some speed. So we'll give him a hard time about getting caught in some of those runs, but I just like that he's able to break some tackles.
What's impressed you most about JT in the interior of the defensive line to the point where he's alongside of Keanu in the interior?
Yeah, I think those guys work really well together. I think the question everybody had was what's going to happen with our D-line, and I think we have a really good answer with that. I think a lot of the focus goes on Keanu, and so guys like JT and others are going to have to find ways to make plays. I think I give a lot of credit to what Sione Poha has been able to do as a coach and getting those guys ready, and the entire D-line with Sione Poha and K-Pop and Gary Anderson, Chad Kohaha, those guys got them all ready, man. And they're a young group except for JT. I think he's one of the upperclassmen, but the rest of the guys, I mean, Sione believed in him, and so I'm glad he was able to have his moment and make plays. He was showing some really good moments last year. We feel really good about the entire group, and I'm glad that they were to get a lot of reps. But it was nice to see him and to see JT and Keanu be able to get after it and be physical at the line of scrimmage.
There you go, Kalani Sitake's post-game press conference. At the end there, that's so funny to hear him list off those coaches that are all Utah guys. And then you look, the big story at Utah is the new offensive coordinator who's a BYU guy that started his coaching career at Weber State under Ron McBride. This community is so funny. This football community is hilarious.
We need a Hulu show. Secret Lives of College Football Coaches.
Seriously. It's just so intertwined. It's so funny. And Jason Beck, by the way, isn't like a Kalani BYU guy. He's a Bronco BYU guy who was, I believe, recruited by Gary Croton. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious how it works. It's actually a real compliment to the football community around here, producing not only obviously players, but great coaches as well. All right, coming up right around the corner, we're going to talk to Chip Patterson. He covers college football for CBS Sports. We'll ask him his impressions of the local teams, but we'll get into some national stuff as well. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Aggies versus the Aggies this Saturday as Utah State hits the road for a battle against Texas A&M. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday morning at 9:30. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Wow, it's so good to finally be back home.
Is it me, or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp!
The basement?
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering damp bread!
So we don't have to move?
Eliminate damp, musty smells by trapping excess moisture. Get rid of the damp with Damp Rid.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes one slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Sophia's here to see a pig. Jerry's here to buy some. And Carl's here for the mutton busting. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Don't miss Utah's own PRCA Rodeo September 5th, 6th, and 8th at the Days of 47 Arena. Watch the world's top cowboys and cowgirls compete in the final qualifier for the national finals. That's September 5th, 6th, and 8th only at the Utah State Fair.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougs at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Satake talking Bear Bachmeyer and taking him out at halftime.
I think at the end of the first half was kind of like that was enough. I think we wanted to see him in that, and I don't think anyone can blame us for trying to score in a 2-minute situation. So once we saw that, I think it was easy to shut it down. I'm not trying to pad stats. I'm trying to keep guys healthy. And at the same time, you can keep guys healthy, but then work on depth and get some valuable reps. I think it's going to pay off in the long run.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's. Visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouthwatering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Kenny J's.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars get set for a home showdown with Stanford this Saturday. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thanks for making us a part of your Labor Day. We hope you're out doing something fun. We're hoping to talk to Chip Patterson, covers college football for CBS Sports. We'll ask him what he thought about the Utes and the Cougs and, of course, some of those national storylines as well. I do not think that the Big 12 actually represented itself all that well in week number 1, coming off week number 0, obviously, where they had people playing. But most the big wins were all against inferior opponents. Like I don't know what to take. Arizona routing Hawaii 40-6, or West Virginia. Is Rich Rod back? They hammered Robert Morris, but Kansas State struggling with North Dakota is probably not a great thing. So we'll talk all that and more with our next guest, covers college football for CBS Sports, Chip Patterson, with us on Jake and Ben. Hi, Chip. Happy Labor Day. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, doing great. Absolutely. College football calls, and you got to love this job to work on Labor Day, of course. So we're glad that you're joining us. And curious, we'll start kind of with the local teams, but want to ask you some national stuff as well. But your thoughts on Utah's new offense looking good against UCLA?
I mean, more than good, like ruthlessly efficient. I think that what we've got is, maybe one of the best offensive lines in the country. I mean, obviously, Spencer Fano is going to be the one that's going to get all your All-American NFL draft type buzz. But I just thought as a whole unit, 1 to 5, all up and down the line, they were totally in command. And just the way that offense is set up, there's so much window dressing. But the reality is very simple. If they can move the football on the ground, Utah is just going to just plow right through you. So, yeah, very, very impressed with Utah. With the Jason Beck's new offense, Devin Dampier, so many of the turnovers that we pointed to when we looked going into this season, you probably needed some context, right? You're at New Mexico. You are probably trailing. You probably have to take some chances. You're probably pressing. And now that he's at Utah with better supporting pieces, but also just a world's better defense playing on the other side, I think that we are going to see a really, really special season from him. I just, the overreaction on the Utes is this team is maybe a good bit ahead of the rest of the Big 12. My colleague Bud Elliott on the Cover 3 podcast, he was like, I think they're going 12-0. Whoa. I mean, you got to pump the brakes a little bit, right? But still, I think the reason for the overreaction is warranted. So that's probably one of those. You had a high floor for Utah coming into the season. You were unsure about the ceiling. Now we're starting to even rethink what the ceiling could be.
The Jake Retzlaff story around here was huge, as I'm sure you can imagine. But the takeaway on the field is that BYU is returning a really good team, and losing your starting quarterback obviously could derail that. And then they go with a freshman, which raises a bunch of questions as well. And we see him steamroll Portland State, who obviously is not, who's obviously an inferior opponent. But they looked like a really good team, and then the freshman handled himself quite well, I thought. What do you think about BYU, their freshmen, and their potential?
Yeah, well, I mean, Bachmeier's like he's a really, really good athlete, right? And you go back and you look at Jake Retzlaff, a lot of his success was getting it done on the ground. And, like games when he was able to score touchdowns were games often that BYU was winning. I think that Portland State was always going to be in a physical mismatch. But, man, I can understand why Bachmeier ended up winning the job, because when you just got some ability and just some tools and a skill set that's like, okay, this is really special. Is there a lot of learning and development and things that need to happen before he's a fully formed quarterback that we would consider putting up in the conversation with the best in the country? Absolutely. But I totally get why you end up allowing him to do it instead of maybe going with a safer option, right? Hill said been there. You at least he had gotten a little bit of time, but no, you go with the younger player, but maybe the player that's going to be able to be a lot better down the line and be something really special. Like you said, the way that I go through and analyze these games and analyze these teams, I'm not going to say that the FCS games are total throw it away, because I've talked to coaches, talked to players. You understand that there's good things that can come out of that. But I'm going to wait until we get some FBS competition before I start having the thought of, really testing my priors in terms of where they stack up. As for the Retzlaff thing, I really felt like BYU's strength on defense last year and how much of that production was coming back got a little bit overlooked and maybe under-discussed. And so the fact that they would be able to lose their starting quarterback but still be able to put together a season that might be, I don't know if they're going to finish tied for first place in the Big 12 like they did last year, but the idea that this group could go, 6-3 in conference play, 100% still on the table, because a lot of the things that got them to 7-2 in conference play last year are very much still in Provo.
Who do you like in the Big 12? We talked about Utah and their potential. Ty, you mentioned it with the Cougs there. Who else do you like in the league this year?
So another game that I'm throwing out. Texas Tech just destroyed the competition, but I'm just not ready to overreact or take much out of that one. So Texas Tech was my pick to win the Big 12 coming into the season. Here was my biggest mea culpa in the Big 12. I was too high on Kansas State. That's very clearly not a fully formed team to the point of being a Big 12 title contender. I just don't trust them to win enough of the coin flips. And I was way too low on Iowa State. I think that Rocco Becht is I think he's a really, really good college quarterback. And I know that with size and with some of the stat lines, he's not going to get a lot of buzz for the next level. And if you only look at college football through the lens of are you going to be a good NFL quarterback, you're going to miss out on a lot of really good players that are going on the development journey. He's been at Iowa State year over year over year. I was selling Iowa State because they lost 2 1,000-yard receivers, but they look like they're really clicking right now. And I think it's because of the veteran leadership of their quarterback. So I had Texas Tech to win. As I told you, I am very much putting Utah into that conversation as well after seeing the way that they looked against UCLA. I'm not going to throw Iowa State up onto that tier with Texas Tech and Utah, but I was definitely too low on them. And I did have Kansas State in that conversation, and I'm probably knocking them down a little bit.
How do you think Bill Belichick's girlfriend will do in her coaching debut tonight?
All right.
No, this Bill Belichick thing is just crazy. And the fact that he's now a college coach and at North Carolina of all places, I could never have predicted that in a million years. How do you think he'll do at this level?
I think that as long as the message is able to resonate through adversity and over the course of a college season, I think he's going to do very well. Once fall camp started, you really got a sense for why he's doing this. Well, I'm sure there's a multitude of reasons, but this guy's addicted to football. Like, he truly is. You know, when sometimes fall camp and practices kind of have a little bit of a jamboree or a party atmosphere. Some teams like to play music. Some teams have a lot of extra side stuff going on. Practices around Chapel Hill during fall camp are almost eerie. Now, there's a lot of grunting and hard work, but it's just the whistle. You know, it is truly just the game of football being taught. And right now, the 18 to 22-year-olds are receiving it, and they are enjoying it and taking to it. But, and this is why I said through adversity, what happens when they take a couple losses? Are they going to be able to stay dialed in? Is this a group that is going to buy into everything he's doing? Because there is no doubt in my mind that Bill Belichick is going to put this team in position to succeed in a better way than a lot of the coaches who have been in North Carolina over the course of the last 30 years. Now, again, there's just does the message from a 73-year-old get taken from a college kid? That's the big question that still has to happen. But I would say that this whole NFL college, can it work? I saw Matt Patricia absolutely have Steve Sarkisian and the Texas Longhorns twisted in fits on Saturday. I just think that the games are a little bit different, where a true NFL defensive mind now looks at a college quarterback and knows exactly how to trick him.
Yeah, what's your takeaway on Arch? He was getting roasted pretty good online yesterday or Saturday.
Yeah, he'll have better games. He played really poorly. I've seen a lot of Arch Manning. He played poorly to his own standard. I think that I've got larger concerns about Texas and Texas's offense. I thought the wide receivers couldn't get open. I thought that they weren't able to establish much of a run game, and they continue to have red zone issues. So we've got a lot of flaws and things to improve on with a team that the AP voters declared as number one in the country coming into the year.
What do you think about Kalen DeBoer and his future at Alabama?
Yeah, I think that when you lose 4 times as a double-digit favorite in the first 14 games of a tenure, it is very clear with objective data that you are not delivering results up to the standard of the program that you inherited. You're just not. Now, can he fix it? How much time does he have to fix it? I mean, there's still a path for Alabama to be able to win the Southeastern Conference, to go compete in the college football playoff, and to maybe even win a national championship. There is a path. That path does exist. I just don't think that it's going to happen, because I do not believe them to be, from an analysis standpoint, a team that I can trust, because I know the individual names. I know what they look like getting off the bus. I know their heights. I know their weights. I know how many of them are going to play in the NFL. But this is right now looking like many teams in the SEC. Because remember, the SEC puts out more NFL draft picks than everybody. But there's a lot of teams in the SEC that have NFL draft picks that end up going 8-4. And right now, the thing that makes everyone uneasy in Tuscaloosa is that Alabama is looking less like the dynasty that wins titles and more like one of those SEC teams that has a lot of NFL draft picks but ends up going 8-4.
Chip, we love your work. Thank you very much. Keep it up, and we'll talk to you again.
Sounds good. Y'all be well.
Thanks, Chip. Chip Patterson covers college football for CBS Sports. We appreciate him jumping on a Labor Day, giving us some national insight. He might not come on again after my joke.
Which one?
I made a joke about Bill Belichick's girlfriend. How do you think Bill Belichick's girlfriend will do in her coaching debut tonight?
All right.
Oh, you mean that joke?
I thought it was funny.
He didn't.
No, he did not. I was hoping he'd give me a couple laughs and say, I think Bill will do this and this and that. He's high on Belichick. He thinks Belichick's going to, as long as there's buy-in and that the young people will listen to a 72-year-old man, he thinks it's going to be pretty good.
I think he might be from that area.
Oh, from North Carolina? From Chapel Hill? No, I appreciate it, Chip. That was really good stuff. I was really just trying to lighten it up with a little bit of a joke. Oh, he's in Raleigh. Oh, so he's close to the situation.
Yeah.
That's probably why he didn't find it all that funny. Probably should have looked into that. What a crazy situation. Are you kidding? Bill Belichick.
All right.
I had to laugh there to break the tension because I knew it wasn't going over very well. I knew the joke didn't land. Apologize to Chip for me there, Christian. Send him a text. Say, sorry about that.
Will do.
He's from Raleigh. I've been interviewing Chip for a long time. I had no idea he lived in Raleigh. That's funny. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaBelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains
gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Utah coming off a big win over UCLA. Here's Devin Dampier. He wants to score a lot of points this year.
My personal goal was to come in here and just, let's show that Utah can score on offense too. That was the biggest thing I just talked about last year. So, we made it an emphasis that, we're going to play all 4 quarters and we're going to put points on the board. And just for us to do that on our side was great.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites. It's Kenny J's.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's the home opener for the Utes as they battle Cal Poly in Rice-Eccles Stadium. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him made Jakes and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hanson Scotty on Wednesday for the Cougar Preview Show, brought to you by Beehive Meals. We kind of buried the lead today, Christian. We were talking, obviously, a lot of Utes and a lot of Cougs. And Ben, who's off today and tomorrow, alerted us on the Snap Talk about this, but that Ryan Day has pierced nipples? I don't know, this is relevant on this show because we've brought up how the former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, has pierced nipples, and that surfaced in a picture. And I don't know why, but that really surprised me. Are you surprised, Christian, that Ryan Day, who, if you have not seen the picture online, he's just standing there with his team waiting to go on the field, and if you look closely, he has pierced nipples.
Or at least the one.
Or at least one pierced nipple.
His left, by the way.
Does it matter?
I'm sure it does. I don't know.
What, are you surprised?
I guess, yeah. That's why we're talking about it, right?
I'm honestly not that surprised Ryan Day does. He's got the shoe polish beard.
He kind of has the
hair,
dark, soulless eyes where nothing really surprises you.
A little bit, yeah. That guy could be into all sorts of weird stuff, and I wouldn't be surprised, right? Not that I guess there's nothing wrong with having your nipple pierced. It's just, you're the governor of New York. You into that, huh? But, yeah, that was the big news. Ryan Day, head coach at Ohio State. Left nipple pierced. Thank you, Christian. I'm glad we clarified that. We want to be accurate on this show.
It might matter.
I'll tell you what, Ohio State beat Texas still, and Chip Patterson kind of alluded to this. Ohio State didn't impress me all that much. Their defense is really good, I think. But I don't know. They didn't look awesome.
They were starting a redshirt freshman at quarterback, right? Julian Sayin. But only 14 points. That's not great. Texas has a good defense, but I think that game was underwhelming as a whole.
I think that's why Utah honestly stood out over the weekend, because nobody looks impressive in week one, and Utah really did.
Again, that's what happens when you have the coordinator and quarterback who know each other. That is a huge benefit.
Yeah, no doubt. How about Belore letting down the whole conference and losing to Auburn?
Utah is the only Big 12 school to have a win against a P4 opponent. Obviously, Iowa State beat Kansas State, so that doesn't really count because one of those teams had to win, right? But all of the other Big 12 schools that played a P4 opponent, they lost. They were all disappointing.
It wasn't that many, though. Colorado. Wait, we didn't even talk about Deion. Way to keep your timeouts. Deion, what are you doing? I always say this. A head coach, really, on game day during the game has like one job. No, two jobs. When to call timeouts and whether or not to go for it on fourth down. More or less, everything else is being done by someone else. Whether it's calling plays or coaching position groups or whatever, it's your job, like Lavelle Edwards back in the day, to stand there and then make the important decisions in the moment, like when to call timeout.
There's like a minute left.
Totally
and they had
mismanaged.
2 timeouts left.
They only ran like 3 plays, right? And they could have run probably 5 or 6 if they would have managed their timeouts correctly. Deion, what are you doing? Losing to Georgia Tech at home. That's rough. Was that the only one? Oh, Cincinnati lost to Nebraska. So, yeah. No, I think, but if you look nationally, like who really stood out as a buzzsaw that didn't play an FCS school? So Utah stood out. They played great. All right, stay tuned. Hans Olsen and Scotty G. I saw on the Snap Talk that Hans was grinding on O-line film this morning. So he's coming in, breaking down that Utah O-line, that Studley performance by those guys. Stay tuned. Hans and Scotty next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Utah State Fair, September 4th through the 14th, where you can find the big yellow slide, the best corn dog in the world, a butter sculpture, arts and crafts, a rodeo, a demolition derby, and a legendary rock band, just to name a few. Nowhere but the fair. That's where. So tune into the KSL Sports Zone on Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
One of the things I would take away from Bear, he's just a kid.
Yeah.
You
told
know?
you, he went to prom months ago.
It's an 18-year-old. Like, it's just a very young person. And he seems very nice, and actually I think his approach is great. He's very humble. It's just like it's a kid.
You know how hard it would be as a 19-year-old to identify with 25-year-olds? I mean, not that it's that hard to identify with somebody who's 6 years apart from you necessarily. When you're 40, Bear is talking about comic books, and the returned missionary who's 25 and married with 2 kids already is talking about diapers. I mean, that's kind of a funny dynamic.
I think it's his real strength right now. He's even-keeled. He's not too high. He's not too low. He's way more Tanner Mangum than he is Jake Heaps. I just think he's going to be a very solid dude. I had to remind myself that these are young people.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Our climate is dry. After all, we live in a beautiful desert state made up of high mountains and red rocks. Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. And the best part? You can get paid to make the switch. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, let's get it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. No holiday here, folks. No, we hope you're enjoying your day off. We hope you have the day off. But Hans and I were slaving over these hot sports takes, delivering them to you right and left. Let's go and let's do this.
My kids are like, you got to work today? Because they're all headed up to Mount Pleasant. They're going to go play up in Sanpete County. And I was like, yeah, let's use that loosely.
Yes.
Children, quiet. Daddy's working on football film.
Dad's working right now. You're watching a game. It's work.
Easy. It's work, kids. Go on, go play.
Never a dull moment.
But I had a lot of fun this morning with some Utah film. We'll jump right into this Utah game. By the way, I was looking at this. Utah is the saving grace of the Big 12 in the
how about that?
Opening week. Now, TCU, North Carolina tonight. So TCU could possibly get a second P4 win. But outside of that, Utah is the only one that did any heavy lifting.
We talked about that a little bit on Friday. What are we going to be talking about with your Big 12 headlines? And it wasn't good.
No, it's not good. It's irritating. TCU has to get this win tonight against North Carolina.
And all eyes are going to be on it. It feels a little bit like, remember when Jim Harbaugh took over Michigan and his first game was here at Rice-Eccles? against Utah.
Oh, yeah.
And the eyes of college football were on it because of Jim Harbaugh. And Utah went out and smacked him around pretty good. I hope TCU does the same because all eyes are going to be on that with Bill Belichick as the head coach in North Carolina. I mean, this thing's going to get a lot of attention. And you hope that TCU can rise up and be just like, nope.
Take care of it.
This isn't, you don't have Tom Brady on that sideline. This isn't New England. You're playing college football now, so this is how we do things here.
And, this North Carolina team has been traditionally a 6-6 team. That's just what they are. It's what they do. They're typically right around 500. They're typically a losing record in the ACC, and it's like, just don't slip up. At least 2 Power 4 victories in week 1. It's absolutely necessary for this conference, but the big news and the big topic, the big national storyline coming out of the Big 12 nationally. You look at any publication, like everything that I look at every single Monday, where I go back and I'm like, okay, I hit here. Everybody's talking about Utah.
Yes.
You even get major political figures that are tweeting out about Utah and their overall presence. And this Devin Dampier that is a dark horse Heisman Trophy hopeful. And, you start that noise and you start that momentum. Now, it's a lot of weight to carry.
Yes.
And as we've mentioned, Texas Tech is your first Big 12 opponent. You've got Arizona State a week later, and then you got BYU that follows that. So it's going to be really tough sailing for Utah, but Utah kind of carrying the flag right now for that conference.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of good moments for the Big 12 over the weekend, so it will be good if Utah is carrying that banner right now, and for good reason, because, they looked flat out dominant in that game. So we got a lot to get to today. It is a Monday. Bronco Mendenhall, who originally was supposed to be on Tuesday, he's now going to join us every Monday at about 12:35. So
that's good time.
Yeah. So on Monday, we get a chance to talk to Bronco.
It'll just depend on if Lloyd wants to have him on or not.
Yeah, exactly.
If Lloyd wants to take the call or make it a little fuzzy, or if he
just drop it,
or he wants to just drop
if Coach Mendenhall wants to be on, you just tell me when and where.
Are you sure? Because we wanted Coach Mendenhall on, and then I do think it's his phone. Is he calling you, Lloyd?
No, you're going to do it the same way you did last week. All right. By the way, we need to talk about the YouTube channel because our cameras are all jacked up. You look like you're Andre the Giant, and I look like I'm Pee Wee Herman.
What has happened here?
Look at hands. You got extreme, like the old extreme close up.
Well, that's weird. It's the first time Lloyd has fat shamed me. Like right out in the open.
Yeah.
There's some fatism.
I know, right?
Lloyd just said in my ear. Was that in my ear?
He's like, I didn't
weird.
know the camera put on 50 pounds.
That's weird. I have to adjust for your large body.
Oh, man, let's get to it. Starting lineup right now, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can UCLA finally get off the field on a third down? 3 of 3 first drive, 4 of 4 overall for Utah. It's Snowden out the other way, weaving out of a tackle. He's got the first down. He jukes his way for a touchdown. Two-way sensation. Smith Snowden has arrived for Utah with a touchdown. Utah doing this is just a good run defense the last couple of years. Open touchdown. Dampier flies it in there to Lander Barton. All the defensive guys involved. Snowden and Barton both with touchdowns. First attempt of his college career. Curtis lets it fly. And
gotta get the kicker in there.
As advertised. No problem for the true freshman kicker. Pure from 54. 4th and goal from the 2. Behind his tight ends, Dampier is in. Paying off the 4th down decision.
Utah gets it done, folks. Not only they beat UCLA, they take them behind the woodshed hands and just let them have it. BYU gets a win. Utah State gets a win. We're going to spend some time talking about that coming up here momentarily. But Utah was the showcase of the day for the state of Utah. And boy, did they put on a show in Pasadena.
They did. And I've been sending out a couple of tweets and, again, can't do much with film anymore. Some of the immediate Big 12 stuff, it's privately owned, and it's just what it is.
The no fun police got a hold of the Big 12.
It's just how it goes. And, Scotty, you understand that, and
yeah.
Hopefully listeners understand it. But that doesn't mean that I don't get to just sit there and pore over it. And I did that with this Utah-UCLA game. And I'm overwhelmed with stuff. Where do you start with this Utah team? So I want to get to the base of everything. And when I came out of the film review, this was very evident. In fact, I got through the first half and I thought, okay, good. The biggest question that I've been asking since the Jason Beck hire is, how does Jason Beck fit with Jim Harding? How does Jason Beck and Jim Harding fit with Freddie Whittingham? That's really an important three. Marky Atawaya he's coming in, it's not like he's an offensive coordinating type. He is. I mean, he's got an offensive coordinating mind, but he's not coming in with all of these hardened opinions. And he's new to the group. Freddie and Jim Harding have both been there a long time, and they've got tight ties. And Jason Beck had to kind of adopt parts of their offense. And by the half, it was very clear that they have worked on the same page with each other, in collaboration, and not against each other. It was very clear. So how is that clear? Well, you've got a young guy in J.J. Buchanan, who is just a freshman tight end out of Henderson, Nevada, at 6'4", 210 pounds, who is incorporated in so many different facets of this offense, unlike anything that we saw with a tight end at New Mexico.
Yeah.
You've got Dallin Bentley, who is your returning tight end, big hype hopeful, Dallin Bentley. There's you can't ignore Dallin. He had 5 receptions. In just Jason Beck's first game with the University of Utah, he's targeted 3 different tight ends, which is 2 more tight ends than he ever targeted at New Mexico. Okay?
This is true.
Okay, so understand, he's working with Freddie Whittingham. Okay, now let's go to Jim Harding. In short down yardage, you had 7 offensive linemen on the field, including Keith Olson lined up at fullback in a shotgun look, offset shotgun look, where you're using a halfback motion, Keith Olson out of the backfield as a 6'6", 310-pound lineman. You're using offensive line sets in short yardage that shows full power. So when I watch film, I'm like, okay, if I'm an offensive lineman in this system, how do I feel? Because if I'm taking pass sets, or if I'm taking draw sets, or if I'm taking screen sets, I'm taking punches. That's what I'm taking. If I'm getting power calls, inside zone reads, if I'm getting, certain dive and blast looks, I'm happy because then I can throw the punch. Jason Beck's offense was giving Jim Harding's offensive line opportunities to throw punches. And it's still, I could tell that the playbook,
no,
it's less than a quarter.
Yeah.
It was less than a quarter of the playbook. But I see Freddie Whittingham shining, Jim Harding shining, which makes Jason Beck shine even brighter. So I that's kind of the point I wanted to start with, Scotty.
And I agree with you in terms of the playbook. You could tell it was still scaled back, but boy, the motions, the creativity, the different sets. And Kyle put everybody on notice. Like Kyle's like, hey, Lander Barton's running with the offense, Smith Snowden. And part of it's like, okay, did Kyle really want to tell everybody this? Well, yeah, he called his shot. And Smith Snowden was a big part of that game plan. Lander Barton with a touchdown reception. These guys went out there, and not only did they played well and gave Utah a spark. I mean, the move that Smith Snowden made to get into the end zone, fantastic. But let's not confuse what the power and strength of this team is, and that is a massive offensive line that can just road grade you. And like you mentioned, when you throw 7 of those guys out on the field in short yardage, good night.
Yeah.
Good night. It's
Monsters.
over. It's over.
I have I'm sure I've got people out there that are wondering who's the third tight end. It's Lander Barton. Lander Barton was used in tight end formations. Now, you could actually say, well, Smith Snowden was used in tight end formations as well. And you'd be right. He was used in just a disconnected slot in a motion that maybe you could be like, well, it's a tight end formation. But he's more of a receiver. He's a slot receiver and more of a fly sweep look. All right. So this game started out as good as it could have possibly started out. It starts out, first play offensively is a dump down to Smith Snowden for 12 yards and a first down. Great. Just kind of open it up, get it on the outsides. Fantastic. The second play, it was a strength. It was a power run. It was a left side blast to Wayshawn Parker for 14 yards. It's such a beautiful mix. It's like, oh, we're going to get you some speed here on the outside with Smith Snowden. And then here's a power punch right up the middle. What are you going to do about it, UCLA? UCLA came in an odd front. They had 3 down linemen, and they were using a 4-linebacker set. The fourth linebacker wasn't even walked up to the line. So he was trying to read run and then react to the line of scrimmage. In the meantime, 3 down linemen were getting their feet fed to them by Utah's offensive line. All right? Third or fourth play, you hit a 7-yard hitch to Dallin Bentley. 7-yard hitch. So now you're widespread to Smith Snowden, you're power to Wayshawn, and you're in the seam on a hitch to a tight end in Dallin Bentley. It's like, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, what are we doing here, guys? So then you get into a 3rd and 4. You go back to Smith Snowden. Out of a shotgun look, Smith Snowden is just an offset running back formation to Devin Dampierre. And they drive him straight to the flats, and it's an easy drop off to Smith Snowden, and it's an easy first down. It was 8 yards or so.
Yeah.
So then you get yourself all the way into the red zone, and that's when you run in Keith Olsen. And you put Keith Olsen at fullback, and now you're using H-back motions to get an extra blocker with Keith, and you go full power. And he just destroys people, and they go get the first on I think it was a 2nd or 3rd and short. And then you finish with Wayshawn Parker in the end zone, and that was your opening look of the Jason Beck, Devin Dampierre era at Utah.
And by the way, if you're Wayshawn Parker on that touchdown run, you're looking around like, I can get used to this.
Yeah.
I can get used to this.
Yeah, this is real nice.
This is a good way to live right now with that offensive line.
It's real nice. So why is it the best overall start that you could have? So then your defense rolls out for their first possession. And you've got a whole bunch of new talent. Who knew number 37, Trey Reynolds? Anybody know that name?
No. And usually coaches kind of give us a heads up on people to watch. I don't remember hearing Trey Reynolds' name.
No. Did you hear much about Jonah Laie, number 91, the defensive tackle?
Nope.
It's like I'm watching the game film, and I'm like, geez, we talked a lot about a lot of guys, but there's some dudes out here laying hits that I'm not overly familiar with. Well, you're going to get to know Trey Reynolds because he's good.
Oh, yeah.
He's very usable. You're going to get to know Jonah, number 91, the D tackle, because he's good. He's very usable. So what ends up happening? Utah defense starts the 2025 season with a 4th down stop. It was UCLA went into a shotgun on a 4th and 1 or 4th and 2. They'd already converted 1 4th down. They go into a shotgun look on 4th down and 1 or 2. Not much pressure, but shut down route and an incompletion and a turnover on downs. And then Utah goes on another beautiful drive in the first quarter that finishes with that Smith Snowden touchdown. Just to get a little bit further into Jason Beck's offense, let's talk about that Smith Snowden touchdown. Okay, so what was my formation and what was my goal on that Smith Snowden touchdown? I've got Dallin Bentley, who's attached on the left side of the offensive formation. He's stacked at an H-back attachment. You've got Nakari Rogers, who was offset to Devin Dampier. You've got Smith Snowden, who was lined up in a slot set, about a 10-yard disconnection from the offensive tackle. And he goes in a pre-snap motion. So as Smith goes in a pre-snap motion towards the quarterback, you take the snap, you pull Mokofisi from the right guard position. He pulls to the left side. So now this is who you've got blocking. You've got Malachi Mokofisi, Caleb Lomu, you've got Tagiai, you got Dallin Bentley, Nakari Rogers as a lead blocker, and you've got the receiver on the outside that's running off a corner. Smith Snowden comes. And what that does, Scotty, is that forces the safety who's deep to come flying up because he's got to be that extra defender. Otherwise, you're outmatched with blockers to defenders.
Yeah.
That safety comes flying up. Well, what you got is Smith Snowden one-on-one with a safety.
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. And you saw what happened.
Yep.
Safety goes on his face, and Smith Snowden walks in. That's it, man. And by the way, that's a very basic formation. That isn't an extravagant formation, but what happens is, here's my threats. Dallin Bentley, major threat, wherever he's going. Nakari Rogers, major threat, wherever he's going. Smith Snowden, major threat, wherever he's going. And who's the biggest one? Devin Dampier. So what the hell do I do? I'm looking at it as a defender, and I'm like, the hell do I do? Well, I guess I try to man with Dallin Bentley. Well, I can't man with Dallin Bentley. It's easy pitch and catch.
Yeah, who are you going to man him with?
You can't.
Yeah.
UCLA doesn't have a nickel that can man with him.
No.
So I can't. And plus, I'm in short yardage situations, so I'm not like thinking, oh, geez, this is, I've got to go full press man on Dallin Bentley here. But I've got to keep an extra defender. So when Dallin starts into a blocking formation, I'm still thinking, geez, he's going to chip off. There's going to be a rollout, and he's going to sit. So it's like weapons all over the place, great usage, and then you're looking at Smith Snowden. Now everybody's going to get the film on Smith, and they're going to know, geez, 6 catches, okay, 3 rushes, okay. I probably saw him on the field for 25-ish offensive snaps, 25-ish. And out of the 25 offensive snaps, I probably saw, we know he got 9 touches offensively, and maybe another target or 2.
Don't even forget about his punt and his kickoff returns too.
Yeah, kickoff returns. So the point I'm trying to make, Scotty, is what the hell do you do?
That's you want to die by paper cuts or just a good old gash?
Yeah. As a defensive coordinator, what do you even do?
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. So it's fun. It's fun for me because, I love offensive football that has multiple talented targets or multiple talented weapons. And that's what you've built out with this offense, multiple talented weapons. And you didn't really even get to see what guys like Ryan Davis can really do.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tip of the iceberg here.
Or Tobias Merriweather.
Nope.
What these guys can really do, because I think that they're capable of a lot. But now everybody's got to go back and look at and be like, okay, so I guess we got to worry about this number 2 guy. I thought it was, just Kyle Whittingham bloviating during camp, like, whoa, you got to watch these defenders. 3 defenders caught balls.
Yeah.
You had Smith Snowden and Lander Barton. One guy that nobody really knew a lot about was Jackson Beanie, another safety.
Yeah, nobody brought his name up.
Anybody?
No. I didn't hear anybody bring his name up.
But Jason Beck saw him and was like, hey, I could – wait, did somebody bring it?
It's like, who's this guy on the team?
Wait, did somebody bring his name up? Did you?
I think Lloyd did.
Who, on the podcast?
Yeah. What? No, I thought before you said Jackson Beanie to keep an eye on him.
No, I did not.
Oh, I was going to give you credit for that.
No, I didn't.
Never mind then.
No, I didn't.
If anybody brought him up, I'll give him credit because I didn't hear him.
I would like to take credit for that, but I didn't. No.
Okay, I thought you did.
No, I saw him out there and he was receiving. He's on defense. I was like, no.
I thought I remember somebody saying, watch out for this guy too. But maybe I'm just, all my days are blending together. Maybe we just talked about it yesterday.
There's a lot of fall camp.
maybe yesterday on the podcast, which, by the way, you can still download, and we ask that you do it. It is a podcast that Hans, Lloyd, myself, we host every Sunday morning immediately after the games, and we will provide you our immediate reaction to what we saw. So Hans at the BYU game, me at the Utah State game, Lloyd breaking down Utah, and we just give you our analysis. We're tired. We're grumpy.
And you guys will yell at me about my equipment. So,
and your equipment stinks.
No, we're going to get that fixed.
We will. We'll get it fixed.
Yeah, we're going to get that fixed
next week.
From what I understand, we've got an untapped budget for this podcast. So.
Yes. Spare no expense. Let's go. All right, 12:25, Hans and Scotty. Bronco Mendenhall is going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes from right now. Head coach at Utah State as the Aggies get the big W against UTEP and looked really good doing it. Bryson Barnes, fantastic debut as a starting quarterback at Utah State. And then Miles Davis playing really well. Then we're going to get to the Cougars. They did everything we expected and more. Just dominated Portland State. That's not just a FCS team. BYU play, that's a really bad FCS team. We'll get some breakdown from Hans on that. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, Ryan here with the Dish Pros. I'm so excited to help you save more money than ever. Right now, there has never been a better time to switch to Dish. Call today and switch to Dish and get 3 months free and get a 2-year price lock with Paramount Plus Showtime free for 4 months. With Dish, you can save up to $30 a month compared to DirecTV with a 2-year price guarantee. You will rest easy knowing your bill won't go up unexpectedly. It's time to say goodbye to DirecTV and cable's price hikes. Plus, with Dish, you can enjoy live TV and your favorite streaming apps all in one place. We also have over half a dozen internet options starting at $19.99 a month. Call today and get free next day standard professional installation and dinner at JCW's courtesy of the Dish Professionals. with our best price guarantee and 3 months free. Call now at 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474. Offer ends 9/19/25 and restrictions apply.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bear Bachmeier leading the way. A 69-0 victory for the Cougars. But hey, all the credit goes to the O-line and the running backs.
It's really nice. I mean, it starts up front and when you got LJ Martin and Tione Mo, it makes your job a lot easier.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make sure to visit them in the district in South Jordan. They've got the ribs, the brisket, the pulled pork, all your barbecue favorites.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's the home opener for the Utes as they battle Cal Poly in Rice-Eccles Stadium. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you have the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once? I am one of those melodramatic fools.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, coming up here in just a couple minutes, you're going to hear from Bronco Mendenhall, head coach at Utah State. I'm not going to lie, it was a little weird seeing him on that Utah State sideline, rocking the Utah State gear. But he has brought a level of accountability and discipline to that Utah State team that has been sorely lacking over the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. They had 11 penalties, but only 67. They were just stupid, like false start, procedural, stuff that you would expect the first game of the year. Mm-hmm. No 15-yarders, no... there was a really bad call for a roughing the passer call where they said he hit high and he hit him in the shoulder pads. So that stuff's going to happen, but there wasn't the extra fighting after a whistle or anything like that we've seen for so many years at Utah State. So that was good to see a certain level of discipline back with Utah State, and defensively they settled in and really got themselves in a good place. And so I think there's a sign of a lot of optimism for Utah State. Now, the offense they came out like gangbusters, and then as the second half wore on, they came back down to earth a little bit. But they made the plays when they needed to. I thought Bryson Barnes looked fantastic for his first official start, starting a season as a starting quarterback. But Miles Davis may have been the steal of the portal. Led the team in receiving yards and rushing yards. So I thought it was just fantastic to go see him and do his thing. And I'll let Bronco told us this in the postgame, but kind of his story of where he was at when he came to Logan and where he's at now. And let's just say it's a pretty impressive transformation.
Only 4 carries by the New Mexico transfer, Javen Jacobs.
Yeah, that was a little bit surprising. I mean, he was on the field a lot, and they were playing 2, sometimes 3 running backs out on the field at the same time and moving guys and motioning them into slots and setting them all over the place to try to confuse UTEP, which I think worked. So I think that it was really a fun game plan to watch. And I imagine those touches are going to go up considerably.
Tell me about the Brock Lane touchdown, because Brock is one guy that I've got circled as a big-time player this year.
52-yard touchdown pass. They brought a 3-man rush. Bryson had all day to throw, waited, stepped up in the pocket, and it looked like he was about to take off and run, and then he saw Brock Lane 20 yards behind everybody else. And it was one of those where he's so wide open he could have, fair caught it. But Bryson had to throw it on the run. It was not an easy throw to make. And so he heaved it up there, and Brock Lane got underneath it. And 1 catch, 52 yards, and a touchdown. You'll take that.
When you go through the 6 or 7 sacks that were given up,
yeah,
how many of those accounted for just one-on-one rushes, or not just one-on-one, but just you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, like a DN, beats the tackle kind of thing.
And Bronson Barron is still inside a 3 count. Like Bronson didn't hold
or Bryson
or sorry,
yeah.
Where did I go? Bronson Barron. Is that Southern Utah?
Yeah, double B's. Yeah, old Weber State quarterback.
Did I just pull up because he's at Southern Utah?
Yeah, he is.
In fact, they had a good win against Idaho State this weekend.
They did.
And Barron was a beast. But Bryson Barnes doesn't take the snap, hold it, and run around in the backfield.
There was a little bit of that. And there were a couple sacks late where Utah State's trying to run the clock out, and they tried a one route concept, and the guy was covered, so he just ate it. So I would say that probably accounted for maybe 2. And then I think sometimes just getting beat was probably 2 or 3, and then holding on to the ball too long, maybe another couple.
Was there, outside of the 6 sacks that are registered, were there a lot of pressures?
Yes, there was pressure.
There were pressures?
Yeah. That's going to be an issue they're going to have to clean up.
Well, they'll have to work hard on that and figure that out. I'm going to go back and look at the film. I just want to see what's happening here.
Yeah.
And are we on one-on-ones? Are guys getting beat with stunts? Are guys getting beat with defensive schemes and formations that are confusing? Because that's where we're at defensively nowadays. I'm going to tell you right now, Scotty, I would hate to play offensive line in modern-day college football. There's just so much movement defensively with these odd fronts and the creepers that they run. It's really hard.
Joining us now is the head coach of Utah State, coming off a win over UTEP 28-16. Bronco Mendenhall, kind enough to join us. Coach, how are you?
Hey, Coach.
Hey, how you doing?
Very good.
Doing well. Now that you've had a couple days to decompress and watch the film and break it down, anything else jump out at you or surprise you, or something that maybe you didn't notice in postgame that you've noticed that you're particularly proud of in how your team performed?
Sometimes as the head coach, the game looks way different on film than it did in person. Other times it looks similar. This one was similar. I thought our team was well prepared, considering all the moving pieces and bringing it together for week 1. I thought consistency. I thought the complementary nature of football that we played from beginning to end. Relatively clean play. I thought our special teams performed at a really high level, not only kicking but covering, where some of the miscues kind of came out. I didn't address special teams penalties, so that was something. I think 5 maybe in the second half, special teams specifically, operationally mostly, and so I missed that during the game. That of the penalties, there was a significant number that kind of came in that phase, and then I just had more clarity on some of the protection issues we had quarterback wise or sack wise, excuse me. But the rest I saw, man, pretty cleanly, and I just thought it was a really strong start for our program and for everyone in it. So I was encouraged.
Really strong and exciting, and we can get to the pressured things later. I want to talk about Bryson Barnes. Obviously he gives you what you needed on the field in terms of passing yards and rushing yards. Did you get everything else you needed from Bryson Barnes with leadership, control, and poise?
Yeah, so I think it started with that. The leadership, control, and poise is absolutely the strength and the experience he has, his age, and just having played college football and having played it on a big stage and big stages. So I think that certainly helped. Now, as the primary starter and within a new system, there's, in relation to your question, did we get everything that we needed? I'm not sure that's possible from anyone. So there's ways to improve, but the majority, I would say, he did really, really well. Now there's some things timing-wise just on when the ball needs to be delivered, trusting his first read. But, man, keeping drives alive, moving the pocket, moving the football, improvising, but also executing within. Super strong start, just all things considered.
I love the human element of what these guys go through and their progression, not only as players, but as human beings as well. And I know that's something that you value as well. And I was trying to tell Hans a little bit, and then I thought, well, I'm not going to tell him. I'm going to let Bronco tell him where Miles Davis was, as you told us during the postgame, where he was and where he is now in his progression and the credit he should take for, or he should get for what he's been able to do.
Yeah, Miles, I remember visiting with he and his father in my office about the opportunity that would be at Utah State for him. And I've shared this a couple times, but I think most of us as human beings, it's just amazing to be both needed and wanted. And they're not the same thing. You could be needed in a program, but maybe something either by personality or something else where you're not really wanted or not really loved and liked. And you could be, loved and liked, but maybe not needed, where the position or whatever you're needed to do is just, you don't have that big a chance to make a difference. I presented to him that there was both here. And then Miles showed up to work out. And, yeah, our program's demanding. And we love challenge, and we love rites of passage, and we love becoming and doing new things. And Miles struggled to finish the workouts. And if he did, he was at the very back. And there was a look of kind of despair on his face of like, what have I signed up for? And by the time spring practice was over, there was a different resolve. And as he trained throughout the summer and moved colors in our system, talk about deliberate and fiercely and ferociously motivated, and the use of his journal and what we use in our program from a mental performance side, and the conditioning and the body composition changes to where he's now leading the runs. And it just is, he saw what he needed to do, acknowledged where he was, took the feedback that we gave him, wasn't offended by it, and just went to work. And it was just so much fun to watch him have success as the primary ball carrier, the primary all-purpose yards player. Because I really like to, when I visit with players, I want the choice they're making to work out for them as much as for us. And it's just better for everyone when, the right player at the right position chooses the right program to where they can really be fulfilled. And it's gratifying just to see the start that he had.
Speaking of the right player and the rite of passage and everything that embodies what I would consider a Bronco Mendenhall player, Bronson Olival has gone through so much in Logan and has just stayed the course with Utah State. Such a loyal, committed individual. Talk about Bronson Olival's game, what you saw from him, and just your overall impressions of that kid.
Oh, the best is yet to come. And visiting with him in my office, and when you hear him speak, there's maturity and there's wisdom at a pretty young age. Kind of an old soul in a young body, but his folks they've prepared him so well for life and his values. And his parents have been leaders in their faith, and it certainly is reflected on him. His teammates have elected him a leadership council member and a team captain. And there's just a quiet presence and a commitment that just drives, and consistency that drives who he is. And, man, those kind of individuals are exactly what I want Utah State football to be. And I want to attract and bring as many of those type of young people, right, that their mindset is exceptional, their maturity is great, but also they're good players, and he fits all of that.
Had a chance to chat with Avenger after the game as well as Miles Davis, and what really jumped out to me is they're both good human beings and good souls, and they both kind of have that old soul feel to them. Is that something that you're able to identify in recruiting, and because it seems like a lot of these players we talk to have that same kind of vibe?
It's who I like to train and to be surrounded by. And while they don't have to be finished and polished, they do have to have a sense of maturity, that they're willing to work, they're willing to help other people, they're willing to be active in the community, they're willing to be great examples to those around them, they're willing to be representatives of this community and trusted as such. And I just my whole staff, as you know, is full of my former players as coaches. The kind of kids that you're talking about in Miles and Noah, and you could add many more, that's my next staff, right? So there is the heir apparent of how the succession plan works here. They're demonstrating every day that they are the exact kind of person that I'd want the next generation to be led by. And that really, I think, has had a lot to do with maybe the consistency of success of the programs that I've led is just by the leadership.
All right, Bronco, let's jump into some of the pressures and sack situation as you go back and look at the film. How fixable are those things?
Man, they came in about every category, so absolutely all fixable. There's and you'll, I think you and our listeners will recognize. So there's decision making at quarterback. That's one, and there's no need to take probably 3 of the sacks where the ball could have been delivered or thrown away or et cetera. So there's those. Then there's communication issues, and that can happen between the offensive front alone, the offensive front / tight end, and the offensive front / running back. So that's kind of bucket number 2 is the communication, totally fixable. And those are just identification things that sometimes the identification was right, the communication didn't follow, or vice versa. And so those are totally fixable. And then maybe the last bucket for right now, and to simplify it, is just then the technical. And that means, right, the appropriate technique of hand placement, kick step, and doing the things that are necessary within the technical part of it. And there was some of that as well. And sometimes, right, that's correctable once it's identified. Sometimes that takes a little bit longer, but it also is based on matchups. So, yeah, I'm really encouraged and watched it on the field and really wasn't alarmed, but just knew that wasn't as tight as it needed to be from an execution standpoint.
When you looked at the film on your defense, particularly the back end, I was impressed with your corners and your safeties. When you went back and looked on the film, would you agree with that assessment?
Consistent. We aligned, and so we knew that UTEP, right, was a spread team, lots of empty, fast tempo, spraying the ball, delivering it quickly, getting the ball to their athletes in space, and with kind of a dynamic young head coach that's looking to make a name for himself through scoring and the type of play. And so we chose, right, a style of play that really put our athletes in space as well and gave us the best leverage possible. And so I think they executed it. We knew, right, their chance, if they had a chance to score, was through big plays. And there's only 3 on the day. Very few yards, very few dynamic plays for UTEP. And we were just consistent, and then added enough pressure to close out the game, that were causing incompletion, sacks, and when our offense was struggling a little bit, that we could play complementary football.
Coach, Scotty and I's hearts are both in Cache County. Like we both have roots there, both love that place, and, we think highly of the people there. And we've also felt like it's a hotbed for big emotion, big crowds, crazy fans. Kind of your first take of your home crowd and your hope as they continue to embrace a winning program. One thing that I've really tried to do through social media, through radio, is let people know, hey, the work is going in on the football side, like hard work. And now it's time to kind of react and show the respect of that. But your thoughts on that crowd?
I was just so grateful and appreciative. And thankful. Our student section, the herd, is unlike anything that I've experienced. Now I've experienced it as a visiting coach, and I still remember. And man, that's tough.
Oh, it's tough.
But to be on the home side is just really, you feel supported. But there's a sense of community here, and there's a sense of, I think, true connection and hope that people really want our program to be not only exceptional, but I sense as much how we do it is important. So, yeah, we want to win, and no one wants to more than me, but, like, how? Meaning, with what kind of young people and with the values that kind of reflect the value of the Valley and our state, it just, I think all that matters. And so I thought it was a really strong start. I felt, and my team felt super supported, and a nice sense of alignment coming. And I know my job, right? And that's, the wins have to happen, but how we win and with whom, to me at this stage at Utah State football, is every bit as important. And I want all of that. And I want that for the community. And I think that's what they want as well. And so as the trajectory keeps going, as the consistency manifests, I just see it coming together beautifully.
I know it's very early in the week. You've got Texas A&M coming up on Saturday, big venue, road trip into the heart of college football in the SEC there. What kind of mindset do you have to have with your team as they go in as probably heavy underdogs, but to have a mindset of wanting to compete and win that game?
Well, that's why we're going. I mean, they can sightsee later, and we're going to win the football game. Again, it's not. There's nothing that's too big about this stage. One of the values of being an experienced head coach is just that. I've seen the different patches. I've seen the different uniforms. I've seen the different conferences. I've seen the different number of seats. Ultimately, you play football, and focusing on any other thing besides that is just in the way. And I hope they're excited. I mean, I'm talking about our team. I know they are, but we're actually going to compete. We're going to win. We're going to play. We're going for that. And this just happens to be a cool setting we get to do it in. And so, yeah, I'm just way more process-oriented after acknowledging quickly the history and tradition and how much fun it will be to play well. Then, yeah, we just go to the process.
Well, congratulations on a great outing. Just a beautiful opening game.
Absolutely.
Big win, and a lot of great play. A lot of things to be excited about in Cache County. So congratulations, Bronco.
Appreciate you both. Thanks a lot. Talk to you soon.
You got it. Bye. There he is, Bronco Mendenhall, head coach at Utah State, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Texas A&M, it was not a blow. I mean, they beat it by 20, UTSA.
Yeah.
But UTSA put up 24.
24. It's like 45, 24, something like that. Yeah.
So I just don't put anything past Bronco.
No, I don't either. And that mindset is his, we always talk about how players take on the mindset of their coach and the personality of their coach. This is a very blue collar, punch you in the mouth, disciplined, accountability, like everything Bronco preaches, he's got out of this team. And those that weren't on that same page aren't on the team anymore, whether it's their own accord or Bronco's suggestion. And I think that you're seeing it play out as we saw it happen in BYU. We saw it happen in Virginia. We saw it just the early stages of it in New Mexico. Wherever Bronco goes, this follows. And I think this team has really embraced it.
I was watching another documentary over the weekend. This Hurricane Katrina.
Oh, did I text that to you? Because I knew you were going to be all over that one.
Yeah, I'm all over it because I was
you were living through it.
Yeah, I was living through it, and in the documentary they bring in this Lieutenant General Russell Henry, and Russell comes in. Things were a mess, guys. 5-6 days. People not being fed, not being able to get out of the Superdome, not being able to get out of the area. It was horrifying, like the depths. And the misinformation that was being spread out from the danger that was there, people wouldn't even go in to help because they were afraid they were going to get shot. So they bring in this Lieutenant General Russell Henry, and he comes in and he says, this is done wrong, this is done wrong, put your guns down, you shut your mouth, and let's get this thing fixed. And within a couple of days, he got it fixed because he knew what to do, what to attack, and he was an ornery sucker. I mean,
your name's ornery.
His name fits. And that's Bronco. I asked Bronco, what's going on with the pressures? All right, there's 3 buckets. We got holding the ball too long. We've got some communication, which would be on twists and different blitzes. And there's some technical stuff. All three things are very fixable. If you come to me as an offensive lineman with that, just say, hey, this is all fixable. Not, we're going to bench you, and we're so sick of you not listening. And And then everything kind of crumbles and falls apart. No, it's like, oh, no, we got you. Okay, so here's how we're going to communicate moving forward when we get a twist stunt and we get this formation, because that hurt us a couple times. And we're going to make sure that we get the ball. We're going to get rid of it inside the 3 count. We're not going to count those 3. And when you take that kick step, all I want is just a little bit more outside. Make sure you're keeping the power foot on the inside available so you can really pound down if he tries to take an inside route. That's it. Let's go. Fix those things, and let's go to Texas A&M. So I like that approach that he comes with.
Hans and Scotty, what you may miss coming up next. And then we will hear from Kalani Sitake coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. You'll hear from Kyle Whittingham in the 2 o'clock hour right here on The Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaBelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure cells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Grass drinks up a lot of water, but WaterWise Landscaping thrives while using less. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get a win as they're able to bring the UCLA quarterback back down to earth a bit.
I would rate his first performance an A+. The flow of the game, the calls, had him off balance. Thought the run-pass ratio was outstanding. The RPO facet that he brought and implemented. He's just a masterful play caller. At least he has been and he was tonight. We hope it doesn't change. We hope he continues down that road.
And he was also impressed with Jason Beck and his performance as offensive coordinator. This update brought to you by Kenny J's. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars get set for a home showdown with Stanford this Saturday. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed right here on 97.5.
As you've thought about it more, you still feel confident BYU and Utah find their way in? Is AP come out on Tuesdays?
Yeah, normally it will come out today, but because it's Labor Day, it'll come out tomorrow.
Still feel confident, 24, 25-ish?
And they got a game tonight, so that's a big reason. You have that Monday game.
Oh, that's right. TCU.
Yeah, I think Utah will be ahead of BYU.
But both in?
But both in, yes. In both polls.
Because what do you do with Florida State?
Oh, Florida State's going to leapfrog like crazy. They're going to take a massive jump.
So are there 3 slots?
Yeah. Yeah, they'll make room for 3 slots.
Okay.
Because BYU's already in the AP poll, right?
No, they're in the coaches.
Or is it, it's the coaches poll. Okay,
yes.
Yeah, all right. I knew they were in one.
So they would have to find 3 new slots in the AP for Florida State, Utah, and BYU, and only 2 lost in the top 25.
Yeah, somebody that one's going to get bounced.
Wow. Okay.
Well, Bama's only dropping like 3 spots, 2 spots maybe.
Yeah, so
did you see
not dropping very far.
By the way, did you see my tweet in the morning before the game?
Yeah, I did. You said you were going to take the 14.
I said somebody's got to talk me out of this, and our good friend Tyler Slade down there is like, bro, don't be taking Florida State. What's wrong with you?
What was the line?
It was Florida State plus 14.5.
I did see the tweet, and because I, at the end of the game, was just into my call.
Yeah.
I was going through numbers, and I'm like, oh, dang, Scotty would have won that easy, but I didn't realize it was 14.
Yeah. Or it was either 14.5 or 13.5. One of those two.
Plus.
Yeah.
Was that at Tuscaloosa?
It was at Florida State.
Oh, that was in Seminole territory.
Yeah. So, yeah, I dropped the ball on that one. Not that I would have done any betting on that.
Did I pronounce that wrong? Lloyd's laughing at me.
Just.
I always worry when Lloyd laughs at me.
I know.
I know.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. North Carolina, TCU coming up tonight. If you're a Big 12 fan, you need TCU to win this game.
Man, that's the truth. It would be only the second P4 win of the opening week for the Big 12.
Yes.
Because you can't count Iowa State's win over Kansas State. You can't count that.
Nope. That doesn't help you.
But Utah right now carrying the banner for the Big 12 and carrying it proudly, did it on the road, did it in Big Ten country.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to
Big
call
Ten
it.
country. Now, I will say, if TCU goes to Chapel Hill and puts the hurt on Bill Belichick, they'll get the headlines then.
For sure. Everybody's watching tonight.
Because everybody's paying attention to this one.
Yeah, no Monday Night Football for the NFL. This is just wide open. I know you're going to be. This is all I've got planned for this evening.
100%.
Popcorn, soda, TCU, UNC.
Yeah. Did you hear the awkward moment Jake had with Chip Patterson today?
Oh, what did he call him? Gary Patterson?
No, he didn't. He just made a joke, and because Chip Patterson's based in Raleigh, North Carolina, and it didn't quite hit. You want to hear it real quick?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
How do you think Bill Belichick's girlfriend will do in her coaching debut tonight?
Oh, jeez.
All right.
He goes, all right.
How do you think Bill Belichick's girlfriend will do in her coaching debut tonight?
All right.
He asked that to Chip Patterson? Whatever, Lloyd, you cut that up.
I didn't. I swear I didn't. It was awkward. It didn't land.
Yeah, that's that's impressive.
Okay. Is that all Chip said?
Like, yeah, how did he follow up with that?
No, that was it.
You're talking
and Jake moved on.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so Jake moved on.
Because Jake knew it was awkward. He's like,
it
okay.
didn't work.
You're talking about Chip Patterson from CBS Sports?
Yes, from CBS Sports.
He's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
So that relationship might be...
I'm not putting that on Jake. Chip could have done better.
He could have had some fun with
Yeah,
that.
Chip doesn't. His paycheck doesn't show UNC.
How do you think Bill Belichick's girlfriend will do in her coaching debut tonight?
All right.
Oh, this is uncomfortable.
I like it. Now, if it was the play-by-play voice of North Carolina, that would have been maybe a little different.
It was fine. It was fine. It just didn't land. Didn't land with him.
What was the old segment you did? Was it Awkward Radio or what was it?
Awkward Thursday?
Awkward Thursday, yeah.
Yeah. Awkward Thursdays. A lot of awkward things happened.
That was, ain't that the truth? On their and our show.
Actually, across the board.
All right.
I don't hate the question.
It
is a story.
Honestly, it sounds like something you and I would say.
Yeah, Chip could just laugh and be like, oh, she'll probably mess up something.
Yeah.
Have a little bit of fun with it.
Or he could have just said, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
I do not appreciate that question. Next question.
All right.
All right. Coming up next, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You'll hear from Kalani Sitake, head coach of BYU next, right here on The Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice. For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Discover
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a trip to College Station for Utah State as they take on Texas A&M. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, let's get to it. Every Monday, you hear from Kalani Sitake. How about this? Every Monday throughout the course of the season, you're going to hear from all the coaches. Bronco Mendenhall at Utah State, Kalani Sitake at BYU, Kyle Whittingham from the University of Utah. So in the 1 o'clock hour, you hear from the head coach of BYU, Kalani Sitake. Here's his comments as he addresses the media.
Game week, number 2. So we're excited about the matchup with Stanford. We're able to kind of get the film. We have meetings and practice today, so we'll look at the film and see any mistakes that were made that we need to correct. Get that done today too. But I'm pretty sure everybody's watched the film on their own. But it'll be good for us to get together after having the day off, get together and do it as a staff with our players. Felt really good about the overall performance. I think if you guys heard me say that before, now after watching the film, I feel even better seeing it. Obviously, there's still some errors out there, but those are very fixable. So we'll get through that. Just about the game, again, the biggest highlight for me as a head coach and for our program was the fans. We keep talking about it. I keep hearing the players talk about it in the locker room after the game, and even today you can hear the buzz going around about how amazing our fans were. I mean, school's not even in session yet, and the Rock was amazing, and so seeing the student section and all the fans and everybody supported, and they're loud too. So that was really impressive, man, to have that type of atmosphere. And since 2009, I was told. So that's super special. So just want to let the fans know how much we love and appreciate them. And man, they have been big time since I remember being part of the fan base when I was a little boy. So it's nice to see them out doing their things and making noise for us. Matchup with Stanford this week. They had the game against Hawaii in week 0, and then they had last week, they had a bye. So they've had a couple of weeks now to prepare for. They will have a couple of weeks to prepare for us. And then, us not having, I think the benefit I've said before is that we have all our staff, our coaches back for another year. The negative part of that is that everything you saw in film from last year, they're the same guys that are calling the shots right now, so on offense, defense, and special teams. So they have a lot of film to look at and can kind of, have been prepping for while we were getting ready for our first game. They've been prepping for us. So they have a really good system. I mean, obviously Frank Reich's leading the way as head coach. And you look at the staff, they have a really good coaching staff, good talent on their team. And yeah, I mean, all you have to do is look at the guys that we got from there. I mean, we got Bear and Tiger, and they came from there. I think they were put in a really difficult situation as a program, and I think Andrew Luck and Frank Reich are doing everything they can to make it right and making sure that they can do what they can for the outgoing seniors and get that program going. So we know we're going to get their best shot. I say it every week. We just need to make sure that we give them our best shot too. But we have a lot of respect and we know that they're in difficult situations, so we know that they're going to come ready to roll. We're looking forward to being at home again, and this time later kickoff, so kind of what we're used to, so it's going to be nice and dark by the time we take the field. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know that the fans will be ready to roll and it'll make a lot of noise, but looking forward to the game, looking forward to the matchup. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to the prep today and going on this week. So what questions do you guys have for me?
We're going to start with John Kuhn.
Lenny, Bear only got a half because of the way the game progressed, but during his first half, almost 50% of his passes ended up being touchdowns. He seemed like he was making the right reads and pretty efficient overall in how he approached things in the passing game. Did he kind of meet what you expected from him in his first collegiate start?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I was really pleased with the way he took the field, and obviously it was a little bit of a slow start that we wanted to convert and everything, but we had to punt, on the first drive. That's okay. It's part of the game. But I thought he was able to settle down and get used to the environment. I mean, it's a crazy environment for anyone to go into, especially for a true freshman. So I just want him to get used to all of it. And I think once we start hitting the second drive and going through the rest of the game, you can see he started to get a lot more comfortable. And so it was really good. I like the performance that he had. And The question was whether we keep him going into the second half or not, and we felt like he accomplished enough for what we wanted in the first half, and that's why we held. I mean, at halftime we decided to hold out all the ones and took him off the field in all the phases except for, I think, PAT field goals where we only kept our ones in there.
Next question from Jake Hatch.
Kalani, Jake Hatch, KSL Sports Zone. I just wanted to ask you, what are your memories of the last time you guys played Stanford out there? It was a season finale and it was the end of David Shaw's tenure there. Is there any carryover from that you expect going into this one?
Well, I think they have the upper hand in anything that they want to do. We have one game to look at. We can look at it's one of those moments where I trust Jay Hill and A-Rod and K-Pop. It's going to be a little bit getting over-prepared. I think we have to look at everything and try to get them ready for everything. There's some new things that happened. I mean, it happened in this game against Portland State. We weren't expecting some of the formations and some of the personnel sets that Coach Barnum gave us. And, it took a while for the first series for us to adjust to it. But once the defense adjusted to it, I think everything was going to be fine, and we had that in control. So we kind of expect that a little bit in this game. They're quality coaches. Those guys know how to get a team ready, and then there's good talent on that team. I mean, that's, like I said, we recognize them. We recruited a bunch of those guys too. So, that they're going to be ready to go, and they have a week of rest and a week of preparation for us. So we've got to make sure that we're on top of our game when it comes to getting ready for this one.
Do you feel like you need to warn your guys that things may have come so easy against Portland State to not expect that same thing against a program like Stanford?
No, that's part of our values is stay humble, stay hungry. So it was a lot of fun. They got to enjoy it Saturday night. Go to church, be humble. They did that yesterday. Come to school and come to the facility, get humbled even more. We're going to find out and show you what you did wrong, and then we're going to be really picky about it because that's what we want to do. So that's I think you got to get back to work. We just got to get to work. So today's going to be a good work day for us, and we want to praise them for what they did well. But man, we've been around a long time now, so we've got to get ready to roll.
All right, next question will be from Jay Drew.
Kalani, back in the day, Stanford and BYU were pretty good recruiting rivals. You went after a lot of the same kids. Is that still kind of the same, or with their kind of in a different conference now and what's happened to them, has that changed much at all, or do you still recruit the same type of kids?
Yeah, I think the recruiting is always going to be that's all these tough programs that recruit against. Stanford's one of them. So, they have a really good system in place there with education and what they have with the football program, and so the standard they have is still there. I mean, we're always going to have to recruit against everybody, especially in the West Side, and that's they're an academic institution that higher learning, and so then it's really difficult to get in school there. So we have a lot of common ground when it comes to getting guys that can be accepted into BYU too. So we're going to battle them always. I don't think that's ever going to change.
Then I just wanted to ask you about Gennaro, and you mentioned the continuity. How important was it to keep him on staff and to promote him and give him a bigger role with the defense?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's been my guy from day one. So he's been here the entire time, and I appreciate him, staying with us, and he's had many opportunities to leave. And so, being a former player himself, I mean, I think we're teammates. So, I'll use anything I can to keep my guys around, but I'm really thankful that for him and for his wife, Brittany, and for their kids that want to be here, be part of this program. It's an honor for me to be his friend and to be working with him. And I love the way he handles our corner room. Also the way he helps our defense and schemes. I mean, he and Jay have a great connection. I think you're seeing the fruits of all their labor, man. And he's picked up such an amazing experience along the way. So I can't say enough. I can't say too much. I mean, I get to go on and on about him, but I love the guy, and he was a great corner when he played too. So that helps.
All right, next question will be from Mitch Harper.
Kalani, how important are these non-conference P4 versus P4 matchups, not only for your program, but the Big 12 as a whole?
Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it as simple as possible that we want to play at our best. I said, regardless of the opponent, mentioned it last week, that we want to be at our best. I thought we were really close to it last week, and then I hope we can get even closer this week. That's what it comes down to. So our job is to be the best that we can, and whatever happens from that, I think it'll be a positive if we can do that. But let's just focus on one thing first.
Wanted to ask you, too, about Logan Latui. What is Logan in his progression? I think it's 4th year in the program. Where has he grown the most to where he's now your number one OE?
Yeah, I mean, he's got tons of experience. He's been through some adversity. He's one of our veteran guys. So he served with us as a co-captain for a couple of years now, and so he's a mainstay in the program. He understands and knows Jay's defense, which is right in alignment with what I like. So Logan's done an amazing job, and love the way he leads his team. And you look at the way he celebrates when the other ends are on the field and the other outside backers. That's what Logan's all about. That's what you want as an example of a teammate, and I'm glad that he's the big brother of our team.
All right, next question will be from Sean Walker.
Hey, Coach, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a couple of years ago, LJ Martin was one of those kids that you were recruiting against Stanford for, among other programs. A lot of programs wanted him, obviously. What do you remember about that tailback from El Paso when you were recruiting him? And what's kind of the number one way that you feel like he's grown in the last couple of years on campus?
Well, I can't take credit for recruiting him. That was Harvey Unga and A-Rod and Fessy and the entire staff, So the offensive staff liked him. I mean, we recruited him, and he committed to Stanford pretty early. When we had an opportunity to keep recruiting him, we knew that he aligned with what we wanted from a player on the field and off the field. We know he's a really spiritual person, and that he's a disciple and follower of Christ. And so that was an easy way for us to talk to him. And then when he came out on his visit, he and his family, they just loved the environment, the atmosphere, the academic part of our university, and the social part fits it right who he is. So then to combine that with the football part, we like to hand the ball off to big backs that can rumble. So it works everything out. So we were just happy that he's here with us, and he's coming into his own. He's a captain. He's a leader for our team, and it just seemed like yesterday that he was a true freshman, getting reps and getting starting reps, and now he's a veteran. So it's time moves by really quickly, but I'm thankful that he's on our team and that he's a captain for us.
Next question from Jake Hatch.
Kalani, Saturday we didn't see Reggie Frischnecht or Tate Nakua play, I don't think, at wide receiver, but did the results of the game show you that you have what you feel like is adequate depth at that wide receiver position, even without some of your key backups?
Yeah, and then the guys that you didn't see, I know we played a lot of different people on the field in all three phases. There's guys that are still working on health and getting back. I mean, that's the majority of all the guys that you didn't see. That's the main reason. So, and it's nothing that's going to keep them out long term, but we're hoping to get them back as soon as possible. But I do like the fact that we can play with. I mean, it was really good to see the backups come in and get 2s and 3s and 4s get reps, and not just get reps, but actually have success on the field. And then I was just really excited about the energy that we got from the fans that were still there, and the majority of them, and then the energy that we got from the players on the sidelines. I mean, normally during those times you see guys lose a little bit of interest in the game, but our ones were all in it, and they're the biggest cheerleaders of it all. And man, that's something special, and that's something that those guys do naturally on their own.
I also wanted to ask you about the performance of your linebackers, guys like Jack Kelly, Isaiah Glasker. Have they picked up kind of where they left off, or have they leveled up, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but I think there's not a lot of mistakes that they're making on defense. So they're really primed right now, and they've been in this defense for a long time. They have ideas, and they communicate to the front how it goes, and then they communicate to us on the sideline what they think could really work. It just, I feel bad for all those guys because they only played a half, so they're not going to get a lot of stats, but that's okay. I don't think these guys care about stats as much as they care about seeing their teammates get out there and have success and play at a high level. I mean, I think the ones gave up, what did they give up, Kenny, Brett, yard-wise? Like 44 yards? Yeah, so the ones gave up 44 yards, and the 2s, 3s, and 4s only gave up 7 on defense. So that's a good sign.
All right, our last question will be from Mitch Harper.
Kalani, in the past, in these sort of weeks, you always kind of, before a bye week, you frame it as empty the tank type game. Is that the same mentality in a early season game before a bye? Yeah,
I mean, we know that the bye is coming up, so we know what we can push ourselves to. Everything's deliberate. So as we work towards that, we have a plan for today, a plan for tomorrow, and a plan leading up to the game on Saturday. I think the more important thing is how do we respond and what do we do on Monday following the game. So, but until that comes, I'm not going to worry about that. I think we've got to trust the process that we worked with. We've been in this situation. I mean, we've planned this since January and February. So I think we're in a really good spot. We even planned how we were going to do this first game, and I thought the guys looked really good in the first game. I mean, for what we saw, the ones in the first half and then the reserves in the second half, it was nice to see the guys moving around. I thought all the work and the prep that we went into this physically worked out. So let's just trust it again this week, and then we'll get to next week and worry about that later.
There he is, Kalani Sitake, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A lot of takeaways. We'll get to some of those takeaways in Sports Roulette today.
Yeah, a lot to get to on this one. Should be a lot of fun for sure as BYU gets set for a better opponent, but still not a particularly good one against Stanford. All right, coming up next, Good, the Bad, the Ugly, straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yesterday, Sunday dinner, we had, and I forget the name of it, but it was kind of like a mustard chicken.
Oh, yeah, the honey mustard chicken.
Honey mustard chicken.
It's so good.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, so good. It's kind of all their dishes in it, Scotty. So it's so fun because I know I can leave for work. I can just take a Beehive Meals out of the freezer, cut off the top, put it in the slow cooker, put it on high or medium, whatever the package calls for. And I know when I get home, I'm going to have a good, hearty, healthy, fresh cooked meal. Beehive Meals are different from any other meal prep. They're just way different because nothing is pre-cooked. Nothing is shoved full of all these preservatives. Everything is put into a package and frozen. All your ingredients, fresh, raw, and ready to cook throughout the day in a slow cooker. So it's convenient, it's affordable, and it's so good. That honey mustard chicken is so good.
It's incredible. Every time we crack one of those open, it's like, wow, how about that? How about that? It's amazing the amount of selection, the variety, and the quality you get. Go to beehivemeals.com. Use the promo code THEZONE. It's going to save you $20. The promo code THEZONE right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to utahjazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Allie's here to see a hypnotist. Sam's here for the thrills. And Travis is here to see a car wreck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
What the heck? Come cause a wreck at the Day of Reckoning Demolition Derby on Saturday, September 13th at the Utah State Fair. It's the biggest, loudest, most destructive demolition derby of the year. Only at the Utah State Fair.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Grass drinks up a lot of water, but WaterWise Landscaping thrives while using less. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake and the Cougars cruise to an easy victory over Portland State, thanks in part to LJ Martin in a career day.
Yeah, I was just really excited about the that he was able to break tackles, and that's what we were able to see from him. You know, throughout the last couple of years. He's starting to really come into his own as a leader. He's a team captain. He understands the offense. It's nice, man. It's just like, I remember when he was a true freshman, we were trying to get him lined up correctly, and now he's directing everybody else, and I've been really, really impressed with his leadership. He's still physical. He's changed his body a little bit, and man, he's got some speed, so we'll give him a hard time about getting caught in some of those runs, but I just like that he's able to break some tackles.
That's your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's. Make sure to visit Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. The best barbecue you can find in Utah, right there at Kenny J's in the District.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly. All brought to you by RGS Exteriors and Construction. They are obsessed with quality results. We'll be out there, I believe, on Friday, coming up this week for a Football Friday. See Tim and the crew out there at RGS. All right, Hans, I'm very curious to know what it was like when you're doing postgame on the mothership, and all of a sudden you go, all right, let's go down and hear from Bruce Barnum, the head coach at Portland State, and he drops this little nugget of sliced gold.
I watched him during pregame, because I was hoping his height wasn't right or his weight wasn't right, and then I looked at his ass and his legs. He looks like a goddamn centaur. Then he's throwing the ball well.
Oh, he went on to talk about his durability and how big he is, but I guess that's the judge of a durable quarterback is the size of his backside.
Centaur. Was the centaur as a half bull?
Half horse, half man.
Oh, was a half horse?
Yeah.
He's a creative coach.
Yeah.
And I really like him. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Yeah, I will tell you this, though.
Did he ever get back to you, Lloyd? Never mind. He's on my crap list now.
Kalani talked about the adjustments. And so it was the first two series. And they were getting some production. And, I mean, you go back and listen to the broadcast, and Greg's like, geez, it's 3rd and 14, and they completed a screen pass that went for 16 or 17. It was like, okay, Portland State's moving. And I said, this is personnel and plays that did not show on film against Tarleton. I said, Jay will figure this out, and everything's going to be just fine. They're too slow. Everybody's too slow. They'll figure this out. And as Kalani mentioned, 40-some-odd yards in the first half.
Yeah.
4 yards in the second half.
Yeah.
It all came to a screeching halt. But he did come up with a couple of creative things. A new quarterback, their 4th-string quarterback coming out of fall camp. A couple of different play calls that were strange wrinkles that this defense was not ready for it, and they caught some young guys in those screen looks that were just flying upfield, and corners that were pressed, and you had the receivers that are just running pressed corners off that their backs are to the screen.
Yeah.
And so they're like, okay, well, I guess we don't need to run press. You want to run screens? We'll turn everybody around on zone looks. We're going to remind our outside guys that, yeah, we pass rush, but make sure we come back from where we went and we get back into these screens, and it's over.
And
it was that simple.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. But Bruce is funny, but not a good coach. Let's just say it. This Portland State team is horrific.
He doesn't. There's not a lot of weapons out there. It's a tough place to recruit. They had a bunch of stadium issues a while back, and Yeah, the best they had it going was when Alex Caressa, or Jake Caressa, it was Alex, was the quarterback up there.
Oh, yes. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
He was pretty good.
Yeah, he was good. And they had a big upset win, I want to say, against the FBS team one year. And I think that was probably the high point for Barney Ball.
Okay, 2 games for Portland State, 770 yards rushing in 2 games.
Tarleton and BYU.
770 total.
By the way,
yards
Tarleton
rushing.
almost beat Kansas State. Isn't that who they almost beat?
Yes.
Or no, that was North Dakota.
Tarleton almost beat Army. Oh, no, Tarleton beat Army.
Beat Army. Yeah,
Yes.
That's right.
Tarleton beat Army. Kansas State almost got beat by North Dakota.
Yeah, and not North Dakota State.
Not the good North Dakota.
No.
Which is North Dakota State. North Dakota. North Dakota had a 4-point lead with a couple of minutes left.
Yeah. Yeah, they should have lost that game.
I think Kansas State's just a little bit stir-fried from everything that went down in Dublin.
Yeah.
You know, with the brother and dad fighting, the Avery Johnson's brother and his dad.
It can't be easy coming back from Ireland and playing a game the next week.
Oh. Although, yeah, I was talking with Greg. We really want to go call Dublin. That would be a blast.
Yeah. Well, Greg can make that happen.
No, because they've already given it to TCU.
Oh.
I think TCU has it next
Well,
year.
I mean, I think they're going to BYU's going to play somewhere. You know Yormark's going to send them somewhere. Like, I think you're going
Do you think that the game's going to get more and more international?
Oh, yeah. I think you're going to go to Brazil. I bet that'll be the one you go to.
Why Brazil?
Because the church's presence there.
Does have a good presence. You're absolutely right. Really good presence.
Yeah.
You would think that BYU would be like the number 1 team of international travel, wouldn't you?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, it makes too much sense that would be, and you know, the fan base over here will travel over there. You'll have people there that will go to the game. I mean, it just makes too much sense.
Well, I do think that there was a certain level of success with the fans' travel to Dublin that I'm sure the Big 12 was like, this worked.
Yeah.
It looked really good. Outside of the father and the son that fought in a puddle of mud on the streets of Dublin just outside of a pub, it looked like the end of the song A Boy Named Sue.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Crashed into the streets, gnashing our teeth in the blood and the mud and the beer.
And he bit like a crocodile.
And then he kicked like a mule. Like, that was it. That was the fight.
Ripped off a piece of my ear.
Sue sought down his dad, and they went to battle in the streets.
There's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Tough story here. Florida State freshman linebacker Ethan Pritchard was shot Sunday night and is in critical but stable condition in intensive care at a Tallahassee area hospital. According to the Gadsden County Sheriff's Office, Pritchard was in a vehicle outside an apartment building when the shooting happened Sunday night in Havana, Florida, which is about 16 miles from Tallahassee near the Georgia state line. An investigation is ongoing. Mike Norvell met with the media earlier today, said that he was at the hospital with Pritchard's family on Sunday night, said, quote, "It's obviously an extremely tragic event for this young man. Grateful for all the medical support he was able to receive. Our football team, coaches, family are all here to support them. We're praying for all parts of him and the journey that's ahead. Definitely appreciate the support from everyone in the community that we feel." Pritchard was visiting family at the time he was shot.
Well, they're going to go through it. But he's alive?
Yes, he's alive in critical but stable condition.
They're going to go through it. You know, you think about the lasting impact that Aaron Lowe has had on this community. When you have a player that's shot in your community. I know this is 16 miles outside.
Yeah.
Was it 16 miles outside of Tallahassee?
That's what they say, yeah.
But you go through it as a community, and they're going to have to fight through some things. You know, this is a team that is definitely on the up. Florida State looked good. They looked really good. And they're going to all have to deal with this. You know, when you have these tragic events happen with teams, it's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Because it's like it takes a player away that was there all camp, and you saw him through the recruiting process, and he was your roommate, or he was best friends, or you double dated with him, or you were playing video games with him, and now he's laying in a bed with tubes coming out of his nose. Yeah. Everybody has to process that differently. The good news is he's alive. I hope that he can open his eyes and say, hey, guys, I'm going to be okay. Go play some football. Yeah. Because you didn't get those comforts with Aaron Lowe.
Nope. All right, let's sneak in a quick ugly here.
The ugly.
All right, Hans, I thought you'd like this. With you watching the documentary about New Orleans, you living through what happened in Katrina 20 years ago. Well, Tulane, with Jake Retzloff, by the way, wanted to, on the 20th anniversary of essentially Katrina, when Tulane played their first game after Katrina, they wore these white jerseys that they really liked. And so the head coach at Tulane said, hey, Northwestern, you're coming in. We want to go white uniforms on the 20th anniversary of this game that happened. But apparently the visiting team has to sign off on it if you don't have your traditional home dark jerseys. So Northwestern said no. Northwestern denied the request of Tulane to do a jersey switch and go with white jerseys instead of their dark jerseys. Well, guess what? The coach wasn't happy about it, may have said a few things, and Tulane beats Northwestern 23-3, and this is what he said afterwards.
You know, we wore the green helmets today for the 20th anniversary of Katrina. I'm going to say one thing. I'm not trying to take a shot, but we requested to wear white jerseys because that's what that team wore. It got denied by the other team. That's their prerogative. But when you show disrespect to the city of New Orleans, that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to run into a team like this. They had a chip on their shoulder because I wanted them to wear the same exact uniform that team wore 20 years ago. Request got denied. We might have used that for a little bit of motivation to represent the city. So don't disrespect New Orleans ever. With that, open up to questions.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I knew you would.
I like it.
Who doesn't sign off on a jersey request, especially on the 20-year anniversary of Katrina?
A jackass Big Ten program.
Oh, you bunch of nerds.
Yeah,
knock it off.
Dopes. Too smart for your own good.
Well, they got to hand it to them for sure.
If you were to extrapolate the advantages of a dark jersey, it's definitely beneficial to us. It's like, stop it.
Yeah.
Just let them wear the jerseys, man. It was one of this country's biggest tragedies.
Yeah.
Get those nerds! Nerds!
Chase them down. Like, I can't remember the exact death toll, but I know it was over 1,800 people just in the city and surrounding area of New Orleans. That's a lot of people to die in one event. And not only that, man, it's never returned to its glory.
No, not even close.
New Orleans is still great to go visit, and that on the side where the levees didn't break, it's still great, still historic. They restored a lot of things and things were fine, but on the side that did break, it's still just horrible what they're dealing with.
We just beat you 23-3. How you like them apples?
It's so nice, isn't it? Yeah. He was so excited that they won that game just so he could sit down to his press conference and be like, this is what I got to say.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whole world news coming up next.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben. What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones, whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance. If you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
McNeil's Auto Care is pleased to announce the grand opening of the newest Napa Auto Parts store in Riverton. In support of their grand opening, McNeil's Auto Care in Sandy and Riverton will provide free vehicle health inspections, free wiper blades if needed, and $1 tacos this Thursday and Friday. Stop at any McNeil's Auto Care location to help celebrate Napa's newest Utah store in Riverton.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, Kyle Whittingham had told us all summer Smith Snowden's going to play offense. But did we really believe him? Well, we should have, because Smith Snowden had himself a day playing on the offensive side of the ball.
I had an idea, so it was nice that I had an idea of what it was going to look like, but it's like that's where most of my pregame butterflies came from, with just knowing that I'm going to go out there and play some offense. But feel me, offense went out there, took care of business. It was just a great team win.
Utah blows out UCLA to start out the year 1-0. We'll get Cal Poly coming up this weekend. This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Visit them at the District in South Jordan. The ribs, the brisket, all your barbecue favorites available at Kenny J's.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for another edition, Hans, of Whole World News.
All right. I'm going to start this one with a question. If you knew that you could start using a toothpaste that would repair your teeth and protect the enamel more than any other toothpaste ever created, but that toothpaste is made out of ground up human hair. Now, it's cleaned human hair.
Yeah, I got no beef with that.
You would do it?
Oh, yeah, I'd do it.
They've run a bunch of tests, and they found that the keratin in human hair put into a paste and used on teeth is repairing the enamel. This is according to one of the scientists.
You're not like brushing in your teeth, like you have hair in your mouth.
No, it's just ground up. It's a mushed up hair.
It's nothing. You're not feeling anything.
It's not like you're having that salad at that restaurant we went to.
No. Oh, my gosh, no. No. That's so horrible.
Wow, those are not straight.
It was so disgusting. I know. It wasn't either. Looked like a pig.
Lloyd!
Looked like a pig's tail.
Do you know the dirty look we would have gotten from him had we said that?
Probably a pretty bad one.
No, you would have said something. I just said they weren't straight. That was all I said.
Probably a pretty bad one.
Yeah.
This is a quote coming from the scientist. He says, "We think this is a game changer, an industry mover, to introduce keratin as an actual product within our daily use to protect and heal your tooth enamel without even realizing it. If you were to have a micro crack or a very small defect in your tooth, it would heal itself without even realizing it." So they're saying that the keratin from the ground up hair is going to repair teeth. So we may be brushing our teeth with human hair. Does it matter to you? Like, does it need to be off the head? Can it be back hair or chest hair?
I was waiting for how you were going to make this gross.
Let's just stop there.
There it is. There it is.
Because I'm not going to lie. If I'm brushing my teeth and I start thinking of, like, Ed at the NASCAR event.
Or those guys that came down to the spa for the hairy chest contest for the tickets.
And I'm brushing. I'm like, that would be a problem. But if I'm like, oh, no, this is the ends of hair cut off of
Aaron Andrews' head.
Like,
because I remember
Heather Locklear.
Remember when you walked by Aaron Andrews at Pac-12 Media Day and you were talking about how good she smelled?
Yeah, no, I don't remember that.
Yeah, you're like, it was like lilacs and rainbows or something.
I don't remember that. I don't think I would have said that.
Yeah, I'm sure you. No, I'm making that up. Yeah, you didn't say that.
Definitely didn't. Anyways, but yeah, it would just depend on like where the hair came from.
Yeah, just don't tell me and let my teeth get better.
That's all I need to know. Just make my teeth, because I'm sick of having cavities.
As a person who was not particularly good with dental care early in my life, I'm paying the price for that. So, yeah, if I can repair some of these chips and cracks, I'm all about it.
I ate a lot of sugar as a kid, and my teeth are damaged.
Guess how many cavities Lloyd's had in his life?
How many? Really?
0. Yep.
Have you been brushing with hair?
No, I haven't been brushing with hair. I just don't. I'm not big. I don't eat a lot of sugars.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
All right. You don't need to be all like.
Dude,
I just don't.
You drank like 2 Cokes a day?
No. Not really.
Really?
Well, and it's like when I would go to out for Halloween, I didn't really eat it.
Okay.
I just didn't. It just.
You could have just said, you know what? I don't know. I just was born with good teeth. That's all you got to say. You're going to be like,
what's wrong? What's wrong with that?
Unlike you slobs, I never had sugar. I knew.
did fall asleep with caramel in my mouth. I'm sorry.
But you did fall asleep with chewing backy in your mouth.
Yeah.
Which has to be just as bad, doesn't it?
It might cause some other things, but it doesn't cause cavities.
The chewing backy has to be pretty bad. Or maybe that strengthened your enamel. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe it did.
Protected by Copenhagen.
Just didn't give me cavities.
All right.
Copenhagen coated.
Coming up.
You know, if you don't want cavities, this is what you should do.
Gingivitis doesn't stand a chance. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You'll hear from Kyle Whittingham coming up next.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Utah State Fair September 4th through the 14th, where you can find the big yellow slide, the best corn dog in the world, a butter sculpture, arts and crafts, a rodeo, a demolition derby, and a legendary rock band, just to name a few. Nowhere but the fair. That's where. So tune into the KSL Sports Zone on Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey, it's Ryan with the Dish Professionals. Are you ready for the best promotion Dish has ever offered? And just in time for football? Sign up today and get Dish's top package free for 3 months, plus the NFL Red Zone free for 6 months, Paramount Plus and Showtime free for 4 months, all with a 2-year price guarantee. There's never been a better time to switch to Dish. Don't let cable, DirecTV, or streaming services raise your bill again. Most of our customers save over $1,000. And now, we're your internet professionals too. With over a half a dozen providers at our fingertips, we'll find you the best options and prices with just one call, starting at $19.99 a month. Call today for free next-day professional installation and dinner at JCW's on us. Call 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474. Call now. Restrictions apply. Offer ends 11/5/25.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Our climate is dry. After all, we live in a beautiful desert state made up of high mountains and red rocks. Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. And the best part? You can get paid to make the switch. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Les Olson.
Olsen IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's the home opener for the Utes as they battle Cal Poly in Rice-Eccles Stadium. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. After a 5-7 year, you open up the new year with a new quarterback, with new weapons on offense, and you take UCLA behind the whooping shed and rough them up really good in Pasadena at the Rose Bowl. So, Hans, with that in mind, is it a okay or all right day for Kyle Whittingham?
It's going to be okay. I think it's just okay.
I think it's okay. Well, in fact, we haven't heard an all right in a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. He's been pretty set on the okays. I'm kind of hoping he changes it up just for giggle's sake. But anytime things go the way he wants, it's typically okay. It's bad news days that we have a based and hard grumbly all right.
So, in case you're new to the show, Kyle Whittingham starts his press conference either with an okay or all right. It happens every time. So, Hans and I take a little bit of wager. We've been doing it for many, many, many years. And Kyle Whittingham caught on to it last year. Wasn't happy, particularly thrilled about it. And then he tried to stop doing it and then just gave up, and now he's back to doing it okay or all right. So here he is, Kyle Whittingham. Let's see if it's an okay day right here on the Zone.
Okay. Obviously, a lot of positives to take away from our opening game on Saturday night into early Sunday morning down in the Rose Bowl. A lot of good things offensively. Ran the football well, threw it efficiently, converted third downs really well. Red zone, outstanding. Didn't turn the ball over, zero turnovers. And really never had any lulls in the offense, and we only punted one time. And other than that, we scored every time. Other than that, I think we had 10 possessions, 7 touchdowns, a field goal, and a punt and end of game, somewhere like that. So anyway, it was very positive, and it was good to see the offense executing the way they did for the full 60 minutes. Defense did some really good things as well. Played the run tough. Played the throw game really well. 50% completion percentage. Only gave up 220 total yards, thereabouts. Maybe it was a little more than that. Played really well on third down in addition on defense. And really the success, in my opinion, of the entire game started in the line of scrimmage. We did a good job controlling the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. And that was the biggest difference. Definitely had some things we can do better and things to work on. Tackling in the secondary was not as crisp as it needs to be, not as clean as it needs to be. Some special team errors. Missed the first extra point, dropped a kickoff return and got pinned deep in our territory, mishit a few kickoffs. So there's things to work on there as well. So no shortage of things for us to address this week. But again, a good start to the season, and we just got to continue to work hard and focus from week to week, take them one at a time. So questions? Justin.
This one's from Justin. After the best offensive performance in recent history,
How are you going to improve tackling in the defensive secondary? What is the plan to improve?
Well, Coach Scally does a great job teaching it, first of all, him and Coach Shaw. They're the coaches back in the secondary. And I'm sure they'll have a plan this week to fortify that and get better at it. To be honest, we did not do a lot of tackling in fall camp by design. I wanted to keep everyone healthy, and so that has a little bit of something to do with it as well. But my guess is you'll see steady improvement in tackling as the season goes on. At least we hope so.
Coach Smith Snow and Leonard Barton, their usage was interesting and surprising to see.
Why was it surprising? I told you guys it was coming. Did you think I was lying?
The amount, I guess.
Well, Smith played 22 snaps of O. That's about what we had forecast. Lander about 10 snaps, and Benny maybe 5 to 7. So anyway, what's your point?
I was going to ask, is that something that will be determined week by week, matchup by matchup, their usage offensively and defensively?
Well, we plan on using them each and every week. How much is exactly as you mentioned. What the matchup was and what personnel groups they're in. Coach Beck typically goes into a game with 4, 5, or 6 personnel groups, and just depending on how much they're, how many of those groups they're involved in. But I thought it was really good production from those guys. Smith, 5 catches for 50 or 60 yards, and some carries as well. Lander caught the touchdown pass and actually blocked really well too. Lander, I'm convinced, could be one of the best tight ends in the country if that was his full-time position. So he's a big plus. And then Benny did exactly what we hoped. He didn't have a lot of production on paper, but he did a great job of taking the top off the coverage and stretching the defense and opening some things up for other guys.
Kyle, walk me through just your thoughts on the wide receiver room right now. And how do you want to use, I guess, these next 2 games to establish a guy in that room at wide receiver 1 and maybe wide receiver 2? Well,
I think we need to get Tobias a little more involved. He's a weapon for us, and you saw him catch a deep ball and then draw a PI on another deep ball, and that's really his thing. He seems to have a good knack for getting free up the field. He's also got a big catch radius, so we got to try to get him more involved. And otherwise, it's just you want more time, you want more production, play better in practice. That's how it is. I mean, you got to play your way into that. We're not just going to try to feature somebody if they haven't earned it. And not to say that they're not doing some good things in practice, but we feel like we've got the right guys on the field. And JJ Buchanan is part receiver. He's kind of a hybrid. And then Smith Snowden's a receiver. And so, I know he doesn't sit in that room full time, but moving forward, it would be nice to be able to have more production and emphasis placed on that. But again, it's got to be merited. You can't just hand out playing time and production. You got to earn it in practice.
Looking at the running back room, Parker and Rogers, we're pretty even in terms of their snaps on Saturday. How effective do you feel like they've been as a 1-2 punch in that opener? And do you kind of see that the tandem approach going forward?
Well, first of all, I thought they both produced fairly well in the first game. We had, I think we were 5.3 a carry. We want to be over 5 yards a carry as a team. That's a standard that we've had for a long time. Right now, they're on equal footing. Both those guys are starters and are interchangeable, and so there really isn't one that's ahead of the other. In a game, or as the season plays out, if one gets the hot hand and becomes more productive, then we'll lean that way and give that guy more carries, more time. But as of this moment, they're again 1 and 1A, and so they're both doing a good job. Both did a good job in the one game, and they blocked really well too. I don't know if you saw that the first play Smith had, Wayshawn really threw a nice block on the perimeter to free him up, and that's something the receivers I thought did good all game long, and particularly the tight ends as well, is blocking, and everybody had the urgency to fit up on a block and wasn't just being a spectator. We had guys really actively blocking in the secondary and on the perimeter.
Morning, Coach.
Hey, PK.
This Saturday, Coach McBride is going to go into the Ring of Honor. And I was wondering if you could speak to what Coach McBride has meant to the University of Utah football program, and then also what he's meant to you individually.
Coach Mack was responsible for the resurgence of Utah football. Did a phenomenal job recruiting, got really good players into the program, masterful recruiter. If you just say what is Coach Mack's strength, it was recruiting, and in college that's the most important aspect of your job, so you can say he was the best at what was the most important. He had a great rapport with his players. Players loved him. Passionate coach, loves the game. Still coaches to this day. I believe he's still working with kids in the community and helping out where he can. So he's continuing to be effective. But he really put Utah football back on the map, like I said. And for me personally, gave me my first opportunity in Division I football. I'm forever grateful for that. I got my start here at Utah. Came from right up the road at Idaho State, a 1AA program, and so he was instrumental in my path and coaching path, and very well deserved, obviously deserving of his Ring of Honor award that he's going to be, or induction that he's going to be getting this week, and he's meant so much to the community. Not just for Utah football and the university, but he's so active in the community, and he's a guy that is constantly giving and has done that all his life, and like I said, I'm eternally grateful for him and what he did for me. How's that? That good? Good bite? Okay. All right. Hey.
You mentioned you thought Lander could be the best tight end in the country if he did that.
I didn't say the best tight end in the country. One of the best tight ends in the country. One of the best tight ends. There's some really good tight ends out there, yeah.
There are. And given how many good linebackers you have thought of giving him a lot more snaps as tight end?
Well, it's still a work in progress. He's still a vital part of the defense. Yeah, we do have some depth at linebacker, there's no doubt. And that's a work in progress and conversation that we've had for the last several weeks. And the short answer is yes. We probably need to get involved a little bit more, get him involved a little bit more on the offense. Now, Dallin Bentley really played well. I don't know if you honed in on him specifically, but he blocked well, he caught the ball well, had a really nice game. And like I said, J.J. Buchanan did some good things for us as well. And Hunter Andrews is another guy that is getting playing time at that spot. So from week to week, as we already talked about, depending on the matchups, my guess is you will see his contribution on offense go up in the next ensuing weeks.
I'm curious.
Did we not give out the free pizza? Because there's hardly anybody here today. They must all be in Provo. Okay.
I'm curious your thoughts on kind of the value of playing an FCS opponent. Is it kind of a chance to get a better look at some of these second and third stringers in a real game situation?
Well, first of all, I don't overlook anybody. I don't care what level they are or what their record is. As soon as you do that, you find yourself getting smacked in the face. And so we don't approach it any differently in our preparation and our how we go about our business, and we expect our guys to work and focus just as if it was whoever we played. It doesn't matter. And so in that respect, the preparation remains the same. The process remains the same. But you hope if you get a chance to, especially early in the season, to get a look at some of the younger guys, you hope that happens. But that's getting ahead of things in our opinion. If we are able to take control of the game and get a lead, then it would be great to see some of these younger guys and see what they can do.
So heading into this last weekend, there was questions surrounding your outside corners, Scooby and Blake. How would you assess their performance at UCLA?
Really good. I think they held up well. No balls over our head. We dodged a bullet or two. There's some guys open up the field that they missed the throw. But I thought for a first game, those guys did a nice job. Especially Blake Cotton. He's a good tackler, and he's not he doesn't turn things down. Sometimes you get DBs that are a little reluctant to go up and mix it up. But he demonstrated some physicality, did some good things in coverage. Of course, Smith Snowden's a premier cover guy, and Scooby played a lot of football for us last year, and so I thought those guys did a nice job. Jackson Benny did a really good job at the nickel. That's actually the toughest assignment, is the slot corner. He's got the most on his plate. He's also responsible for run game fits and blitzing off the edge on occasion, so I thought Jackson did a really nice job as well.
Kyle, you said after the game on Saturday that you had talked with members of Colorado staff just about Travis Hunter.
Didn't say I had, we had. Yeah, I didn't
yeah.
specifically, yeah.
You know, what were those conversations like? Who were you guys?
I didn't have them. Our sports scientists and that collaborated and talked about, it was more from the science side rather than coaching side, but just how, how you handle it, and particularly during the week, what kind of, I don't want to say concessions, but adjustments or modifications do you make for those players that are playing or projected to play. Like I said, Smith only played 47 total snaps, so that wasn't even really a typical week of just playing defense. That was a very low number. But and not just from Colorado, but we've called around other places as well, and again, just practice load, conditioning, weight room modifications, just the whole week, the whole work week, what we could do to make sure they're ready and don't get them asking them to do things that they just physically can't do because they're worn out.
Coach, your defense had a 60% pressure rate on Miguel Yamaliava and 60% pressure rate with just your base rush. When you're able to do that with just 4, get that sort of pressure, what does that do for your defense?
That's big for a defense coordinator to be able to generate a pass rush with just 4. It opens up all kinds of coverage combinations and coverage opportunities up the field, and you're not hanging yourself out and exposing yourself to big plays by bringing a bunch of pressure all the time. And so I think any DC in the country will tell you the same thing. If you can get good pressure with 4, then you've got something going there.
I'll always take pizza, Coach.
Let's go next week. Okay.
This is an easy one, but was there anything about your team that surprised you?
Surprised me. I'm going to say no. Way back, this team's work ethic and focus back in January and February in the off-season conditioning, and March and April with spring ball, June and July with summer conditioning, fall camp. These guys they get after it. They got great focus, great concentration. The work ethic is outstanding, and so no, I don't think there was any major surprises. No.
Can you do the last one?
Merrill was open deep a few times, and you mentioned that caught one, and one was
PI.
Pass interference penalty. But it seemed like he had to wait on the ball. I'm just wondering, is that a timing thing? Maybe going late, or is he that fast?
Both. His big stride is, he's going faster than he may look like he's going, and then Devin just underthrew him a couple times, and it's just a matter of continuing to get that chemistry. He wasn't with us in spring ball. Was he? I don't think he was. I think he just showed up. I can't remember. I'm getting old. But anyway, it's just a matter of timing that out better and getting the ball laid out there and for him to run underneath.
There you go. Kyle Whittingham addressing the media. A lot of science going on behind the scenes in terms of how they work with Smith Stoughton to make sure that he's firing on all cylinders, because let's be honest here, you need to make sure that you don't take away from what he's great at, and that's being a lockdown defender.
Either way, it'll take some away because it's going to exhaust you a bit. It's going to bang you up a bit, and it'll limit you a bit. So you're going to have to take some defensive reps if you give offensive reps. If he was just a primary defender, he probably gets quite a few more snaps than he got defensively in this game, would be my guess, because I didn't see him on the field for parts of this game defensively. So that's going to take some away from that. But if he can give you that kind of help offensively, then I think it's worth the risk. With Lander Barton, if he's going to be that great of a tight end, the thing is, Lander he's going to be a great NFL linebacker, so I don't think you mess with it. But I would hope that you'd find a kid's best strength and play him towards that, whatever he could do professionally. But I don't hate finding the kids that have unique talent and pressing them out both offensively and defensively. I don't mind the brain sitting there and like, well, why do we limit this kid to one side of the ball when he could easily play both sides? And Jason Beck is kind of thinking outside of the box. I'm sure he's thinking, really, Travis Hunter's the only guy in the country that could play both ways with his talent. Let's find the guys that have incredible speed and talent and play them both ways.
I think we're going to see a wave of this in college football. I think the Travis Hunter thing is going to kick it off to a point where a lot of teams are looking at their players being like, wait a minute, why are we wasting this kind of athleticism just on one side of the ball. If he can help us out on both sides, let's go. And so I think this is going to become not necessarily common practice, but I think you're going to see a good wave of this going forward. And plus, you're going to have athletes out there that are going to use it in recruiting. Like, okay, I want to play as a freshman. I want all the money, and I want to play both ways. Because I'm doing it in high school, I want to do it in the collegiate level too. And it's probably some concessions teams are going to have to make to sign guys.
And I've got to imagine that Kyle is on board with it because Sione Vaki had so much success in it.
Yep.
And he saw Sione do great things, and it got Sione drafted, and they got a lot of production out of him in a year where they really needed something to spark that team.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Sports Roulette coming up next, plus a return of a lost tradition on the show. We'll tell you about that next, right here on The Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Aggies versus the Aggies this Saturday as Utah State hits the road for a battle against Texas A&M. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday morning at 9:30. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment
Napa Auto Parts is opening a new store in Riverton at 3331 West, 126 South, starting Thursday, September 4th through Saturday, September 6th. Napa Auto Parts is offering free wiper and battery testing, plus Napa conventional motor oil for $2.99 per quart. There's a limit of 36 quarts on that amazing deal. Join us in celebrating the grand opening of Napa Auto Parts, Riverton, September 4th through 6th. For free food, fun, and great deals.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. SLC Fat Loss works, and the program is fantastic. It's going to get you the results you're looking for. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off. You can have that same type of success. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Well, Kalani Sitake has to nitpick a little bit after his team beats Portland State 69-0. Well, there's still areas to address, like penalties.
Penalties. And then I say that, and it's like, I don't know if that was any of the ones, but it doesn't really matter. I think we had a couple holding penalties, and then we had one that took away a great return from Cannon DeVries, and then a 15-yarder targeting. The guys are just really excited and amped up to play. We have to have a better mindset, better control, be more disciplined. We've been really focusing on that. We had a delay game, but we were trying to milk the clock, so I don't blame the guys on that one. They're just trying to milk it too much, but...
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Everything you want in your barbecue, ribs, brisket, you name it. They've got it at Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for another edition of Sports Roulette. We take some of the big headlines, put it on a roulette wheel, we spin it, wherever that little ball lands is what we end up talking about. So, without further ado, Lloyd, let's fire up that old wheel.
Bear Bachmeier's performance.
So we saw a lot of good things from Bear Bachmeier, and I think that there's a lot to be excited about. And something that I really want to see cleaned up is maybe just a little bit of his accuracy. But it's hard to really get after him when he played one half of football.
Yeah.
It's his first half of college football. He goes 7 of 11, and he had 3 passing touchdowns. So nearly half of his completions were for touchdowns. It's also hard to get after him when the offense wasn't really requiring a big passing game. Now, I wanted them to have a passing game. I wanted them to give him 28 passing attempts. I wanted them to give him 3 quarters. The problem is you're up 49-0 at the half, and Kalani's just not going to do it. I would have done it because I'm trying to get my true freshman ready.
Yeah, and I think nobody would have really blamed you for it either.
I don't think they would have either, but, third quarter. So you score 35 points in the second quarter. Third quarter, you come out, you score 6 points. And you just go very heavy defensively. And then you heard him right there. He took one penalty because guys were just trying to empty the clock as much as they could. So it's really hard to have much criticism for Bear Bachmeier. Plus, everything he was doing was a 2-route system, maybe a 3-route system, but it was really a 1-target system. They were snapping it. He had one target. They were trying to make it really limited for any reads. So it's not like they gave him different routes that would break open routes or give him different looks that were forcing open looks. Portland State knew that they had 2, maybe 3 routes to cover, and that's not really hard to do. Outside of maybe 1 or 2 throws that he had at the goal line. So, yeah, people could be critical, and there were a couple of misses. Absolutely. There were a couple of big misses. The 4 incompletions that he had of the 11 throws that he attempted, there were some bad misses. And then the one catch for a touchdown that he came from Carson Ryan. It was an impressive catch. He kind of pulled it over the back of the defender, and it was maybe just a little bit underthrown. There's things that can be better, but we just haven't seen everything yet.
Yeah.
So it's hard to get really critical for Bear Bachmeier in 11 attempts. I feel like that's kind of petty to do that.
Yeah. This Stanford game is a far better litmus test.
For sure. We'll have a lot more to read from it.
All right, Lloyd, spin it.
Play-by-play shenanigans are back.
It's back, baby. Now, we did not have a chance to talk about this on the air last week and set this in stone, but you and I were actually texting each other in the middle of our respective games.
Yeah.
I was calling the Utah State game, and you were calling the BYU game, and both games were pretty much out of reach, far so more with yours than mine, but it never really felt like UTEP was going to come back. So you and I were both going back and forth on our respective games, and then you said, hey, let's bring back the line contest.
Yeah. And I thought it'd be fun to just have the same line and see how we could creatively insert it. Because
okay. Well, I got to clarify. I didn't use the exact line. I used a line from the song, but not that exact line.
Oh, okay. Then, yeah. I was hoping to use the line because I wanted to see, because it was a creative, it's tough.
Yeah.
Now, the line is Forever in Blue Jeans.
Yes.
And you just took a portion of the song.
Yeah, because this is a great line that I love from any song, and I thought, I could find a way to make this work. So, Lloyd, this is what I dropped in the middle of the game.
No, it has not been a good one for the Mountain West. Money talks, but it can't sing and dance, and it certainly can't walk this weekend.
Yeah, dang it. See, that line you can use. It's hard to get Forever in Blue Jeans in. And I'm sitting there racking my brain like, I don't know how in the hell I'm going to get this Forever in Blue Jeans in a call. And then one of my favorite teammates' son, and my teammate was Brian McKenzie, pulls out an incredible touchdown, and Forever in Blue Jeans just kind of flowed out of me.
Dom McKenzie on jet sweep, and he's going to get into the end zone. Dominique McKenzie came out of the pack, and he was gone.
Looking like his dad, Brian McKenzie, forever in Blue Jeans. That family, I'm telling you, they're hard workers, they're close-knit, and that's the speed that I would expect from a McKenzie product.
Well done.
Brian McKenzie was such a blue-collar type runner that he was just such a beast. Yeah, so it just kind of came out. Okay, we'll have to clarify. I mean, I understand where you were coming from, thinking, all right, we'll just take anything from the song.
Yeah, I thought, okay, I apologize.
But working it Forever in Blue Jeans was tough. The more I was sitting there thinking, like, because I held on to it for quite a portion of the game, like, what am I going to
14 minutes and 51 seconds left in the game. is where you finally worked it in.
I finally got that in.
Well, we didn't have that conversation until it was about halftime, though.
Yeah, for me, I'd say it was probably middle of the second quarter is when I texted you, somewhere in there. And you obviously had an earlier start, so you were further into the game. But I think it might be kind of fun to just have a similar line, see who works it in or how you work it in differently.
Done and done. And I don't know, maybe we let listeners come up with a good line.
By the way, Money Talks, that line from that song, you're right, that's the best line. But it can't sing and dance and it can't walk.
Yeah.
That's a dang good line.
All right. Spin it, Lloyd.
Rocky Mountain Contact High.
All right, so for BYU fans here in a couple of weeks, when you make the trip to Boulder, be prepared that the marijuana is part of the culture there in Colorado. And Deion Sanders had a sit-down interview with a local TV station, and the reporter, she's trying to do this all, fuzzy. What do you love about Colorado? What are some of the fun things? And she asked him essentially, what's your favorite tradition there at Colorado with the student section?
Is there anything about Folsom, about this stadium that surprised you, that you didn't expect?
Yeah. The smell of weed in the second quarter, it surprised the heck out of me. Like every game, I'm like, dang, like it seems like it's like a light up quarter. You know what I'm saying? Like, so is this the quarter that y'all chose? Like, I'm serious, it's a TV timeout, it never fails, and I'm like, wow, what's going on? Because I've never been high a day in my life, so that's kind of new to me.
That's a Boulder essential, I guess.
Truly.
Okay, first off, nobody believes you on that one, Deion. I've never been high a day in my life. Okay, all right.
What did she say? It's a Boulder essential?
It's a Boulder, yeah, maybe so.
At the end, did she say it's a Boulder essential? Like smoking weed or lighting up in the second is a Boulder essential?
And Deion's like, nobody's ever said anything, but apparently amongst the fans there at Folsom, second quarter, everybody lights up.
Can you light up a cigarette in a stadium?
No. So I don't know how.
But you can light up a cig of weed?
Cig of weed? I guess.
That's a Boulder essential, I guess.
Truly.
Are you sure that it should be?
Yeah, I don't know if that's.
It's like, hey, Jimmy, Tyler, get your sister Becky. We're all going to go to the Colorado game. And you're sitting there with your three youngins. You get the student section that's all pulling out these fat blunts. And you're like,
what's that smell? It smells like a skunk. What is that?
Anyways, Jimmy.
Is that patchouli? What does that smell?
Becky, just put your hand over your nose and mouth. It'll go away.
So I'm curious to know if, when BYU fans come back, or maybe you in the booth can catch wind of it too. I don't know, but I'm curious to know in the second quarter if you're going to smell.
It's going to be.
They may
have the window open.
Eating peanut butter sandwiches at half.
Oh, Greg.
I don't know, Greg, but
Greg.
This looks like a fun game, isn't it, Greg?
Greggers, I'm having a good time.
Like, what'd you see, hands? I don't know. I've been staring at my hand for the last 5 minutes.
Is it moving? I can't tell, man.
What did I see? What did you see? That's what I want to know, Greg.
Mitchell Juergens, what's up?
Love you, man.
Mitchell, you're standing on grass and you're by grass, Mitch. How is it down there? No, I don't know. You can't just let people light up.
I can't imagine, like, if an usher sees somebody lighting up a joint, that they'd be like, oh, yeah.
It's Colorado. You're fine.
It's Colorado.
Yeah,
it's fine.
all good.
Like, cigarettes are legal in Utah, but that doesn't mean you can't go into Chili's and light up a cigarette while you're enjoying your meal.
It's kind of strange to me. Like, okay, so there's a certain open-air concert venue here in the state.
Yeah.
It's very famous. And I don't know if I've been there without smelling weed. Yeah, I don't think you can smoke a cigarette, but...
Did you smell it during that last concert?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, because I didn't. And they had that song that's literally about smoking weed. He has that song. I can't remember. There's a song that's about it. Let's get stoned. I think it's called Let's Get Stoned.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I was like, I don't think I smelled it at all. I was like,
I didn't know. So
I was waiting for it.
Somebody's kind of used to it, though.
Am I, though? Scott?
I don't know. Lloyd? Are you?
Oh, I think we probably ought to stop now.
Hey, the camera.
What are we doing here?
What are we doing here?
Hans and Scotty, there you go. The old roulette wheel right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, yes, sir, we'll get you ready for JJ and Alex. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaBelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com. Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus, refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Our climate is dry. After all, we live in a beautiful desert state made up of high mountains and red rocks. Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. And the best part? You can get paid to make the switch. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Devin Dampier show was something to watch as Utah blew up UCLA, but the quarterback giving all the credit to the O-line.
We've been talking about our O-line all preseason, and, I think they showed it more than I did. Obviously those holes are there, and regardless of who's running that ball, we're going to get the first down. So I think we showed that, we can be very capable of being consistent running the ball.
That is true. That offensive line doing some damage. This update brought to you by Kenny J's. Visit Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. Best barbecue in the state.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars get set for a home showdown with Stanford this Saturday. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby. Don't ever look back. Got the world around us.
All right, wrapping up another edition of the show. Hans and Scotty, hope you're all enjoying your day off. Hans and I haven't worked a day in the last 12 years.
No, this is all easy, fun, enjoyable stuff. And Scotty, nothing beats a Monday after a 3-0 run. Except for maybe waking up early on a Sunday with my two boys and hitting some early part of the day post games on the weekend podcast.
Oh, man.
Or as I like to call it, Sunday pancakes.
I know you love it.
I really do, man.
I know you do.
Okay, wait a minute.
Jealous of this.
Wait a minute here. Are we? Because we can change the name.
No, it's fine.
No, if you want to go with Sunday pancakes, we can do it.
I really like Sunday pancakes. It just makes me smile. I don't know why.
If there's one thing I guarantee, there's not a copyright of Sunday Pancake Podcast.
You don't think so?
I'm pretty sure we're safe on that one.
I gotta imagine, there's going to be one of the Kelseys is going to be like, well, let's just start. So do we need to, do the whole copyright thing and the process and make sure nobody can take our Sunday pancakes?
I send it up the flagpole.
Send it up to the No Fun Police. And they'll be like, well, actually, somebody at 3:02 p.m. yesterday that was listening to your show copyrighted it.
There's a breakfast joint in the south part of Philly that serves pancakes on Sunday mornings, and they do a podcast.
Hey, I'm down.
It's either that or we call Stafford's wife and say, hey, let's...
hey, what's up, mama?
6-nay on the odd patch K, huh?
Come on. Help us out.
Kick that thing out. But it was fun. I had a blast. Anytime you get 3 wins from the 3 big programs in the state, spectacular.
Yes, indeed. All right. Remember, coming up tomorrow, Ian Fitzsimmons will join the show. And if you missed any of it, please, please, please go to our podcast feed.
I would suggest going and listening to the Bronco Mendenhall interview. Bronco was awesome, and the phones worked, and he was a lot of fun. And he talks very clearly about the offensive line issues and what they need to do to get them fixed, and I'm sure they will.
Yes. Utah State, Texas A&M coming up this weekend.
Is there okay, so what kinds of hope or expectations do you put together for a College Station run? Like, do you, in your mind, are you like, because UTSA held in there.
Yeah. Hey, look, if Utah State hangs in there like UTSA, that's a massive victory for this Aggie program, where they're at and what they're coming off of last year.
But Scotty, Bronco didn't mince words.
Oh,
it was
no.
like,
we're going to win.
there to win.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly how I thought Bronco would handle it, too. Bronco's not going in there. Like, I don't think he's ever worried about his guys being like, wow, look at this stadium. That's not going to happen with his guys.
I would give up a lot of things in my life. A lot of things.
Not everything, but a lot of things.
A lot of things. Not everything, but a lot of things.
Wow, they got this guy over there that rings a bell. It's really cool. Isn't it A&M that does that?
I thought that was Texas Tech.
I think
it's A&M.
Oh, okay.
For a Utah State win.
Oh,
I would give up so many things if Sunday morning we could crack the mic on the early morning podcast, whatever you call it.
The Sunday
Pancakes
podcast. I
would love to be able to start out with Utah State getting a Texas A&M win.
Oh, tell you what, I'll tell you, if that happens, we may not have a completely sober broadcast. Let's just say that much.
Whoa. Okay.
You mean more than 1 out of 3 of us?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
We might be batting 666 on that one.
Oh, wouldn't that be just all of us clinking glasses and being like,
I won't be that crack.
Cheers!
That crack you hear may not be a rock star.
Yeah. And you were the only one that cracked yesterday.
I know.
Or Sunday. Yeah, yesterday.
All by myself.
Gosh, that would be great. But, hey, remember, TCU, UNC tonight, 6 p.m. kickoff. You've got your college football evening all ready to go.
Go Horned Frogs. Hans and Scotty, 3 o'clock straight up. JJ and Alex next, right here on The Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Utah State Fair September 4th through the 14th, where you can find the Big Yellow Slide, the best corn dog in the world, a butter sculpture, arts and crafts, a rodeo, a demolition derby, and a legendary rock band, just to name a few. Nowhere but the fair. That's where. So tune into the KSL Sports Zone on Wednesday for your chance to win.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Napa Auto Parts is opening a new store in Riverton at 3331 West, 126 South, starting Thursday, September 4th through Saturday, September 6th. Napa Auto Parts is offering free wiper and battery testing, plus Napa conventional motor oil for $2.99 per quart. There's a limit of 36 quarts on that amazing deal. Join us in celebrating the grand opening of Napa Auto Parts, Riverton, September 4th through 6th for free food, fun, and great deals.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think we know more about Utah or BYU?
BYU.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because they're bringing back their coaching staff. You don't know what Jason Beck's offense is going to look like at Utah.
I bet it's going to look
idea.
a lot like what we saw last year at New Mexico.
We know that BYU is starting a freshman, and we know that that's not going to go well because it never goes well. And I'm not saying go well like he's the worst quarterback we've ever seen. I'm saying not goes well like they don't win 10 games. Freshmen don't win 10 games.
Sure.
We know that about BYU. Anybody who's expecting BYU to win 10 games should not be. We know that freshmen do not win 10 games.
Bear doesn't know what he doesn't know, even if he gets a million first-team reps. Until you're on the field and play 12 games and know what it's like to go on the road in week 6, I just don't think it matters what you do all that much. The reps help, but there's certain things you just can't replicate.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy post week 1 football recap of the weekend. Welcome on in, everybody. I don't know what to call it today. We have such a waterfall of it's Labor Day. It's that little dig that we're here at work. We made our producer Alex. Hey, producer Alex, you okay? It's a long weekend for everybody.
Hey, you guys think it sucks. I got another job I got to go to after we're done.
Hey,
I got a full day.
No days off.
I'm truly celebrating Labor Day by Labor Day.
No days off.
But what better time to do it?
I know. We begged for it all year long, and here we are.
None of you listening and watching care.
No, but
it's football
come
season.
on. This is what we've been waiting for.
This is what we wait for. You're right. And he's here. And man, Alex, get out of here. Is that a microwave in here?
It's so loud over here. I think it was going so loud and hot, man.
It's like someone's popcorn done?
It's like the old guy breathing down your neck. How are you doing on the radio over there?
Glad it wasn't salmon.
Yeah, the heater. I know. Put some fish in the old microwave over here.
Anyway, Alex, what a weekend.
I know.
What a great college football weekend in Utah. If you're a BYU fan, you're on cloud 9. If you're a Utah fan, you're on cloud 9. If you're a Utah State fan, you're like, we don't suck anymore.
Well, this week, right. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
You got a shot at Texas A&M next week. It'll be fun.
Every week is singularly different, very different. And the fingerprint of this weekend that makes it so interesting is just all the stuff to digest here locally, on the national scale. The thing of what we think is going to happen with teams and the stuff that actually happens, always very different. And we are like, what? That's not anywhere where we thought. So part of this show is actually going to be dedicated to some apologies a little bit later for now. We might have to rescind those apologies immediately and go straight back to hating on some of the people. But we have some apologies to issue a little bit later in the program. We'll do that. We'll go through and give you the recaps of all of the local teams, of course. But you're right, JJ. Football's back. That's all that matters. Here we are talking about football. We've never seen a weekend like this before. Like we said, every weekend's just a little bit different. It makes it the storylines are just a little bit different. And I don't know where to start, but we're going to have to start somewhere. So let's start with the University of Utah. Let's start down in Pasadena with all of the goings-on with what Utah did to absolutely embarrass Nico Iamaleava and his first go as a starting quarterback at UCLA. It's like he was the only quarterback in the entire world that existed this weekend down in LA. Let's kick things off here as we always do. It's the cut. Let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the show. TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Appreciate them being on board with us and also this hour. And all of our shows brought to you by the good folks at G2G Bars. So give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other retailers in the refrigerated section. Let's get things kicked off here, JJ. Let's start with Utah. I wasn't surprised by any of this. I had a couple of people. No, that's not true. 43 surprised me. 43 surprised me. Not that they weren't capable of it, but 43 surprised me. You know why? Not just because the offense scored that much, but because UCLA was that bad still. After all that they said that they've been going through, UCLA had no answer. I don't care if you play offense or defense for the University of Utah, they will score on UCLA. Maybe that's going to be different the rest of the way through, but when you look at the top to bottom, JJ, when you look at what Utah did, the thing that impressed me the most was we knew the O-line was going to be good. And it might be premature, but let me just go ahead and say it. And I had a neighbor who left very, very late. She said, I'm buying a ticket. I'm going down to Pasadena. I'm feeling it. Late on Saturday. Midday Saturday. He's like, I'm buying a ticket. Drop of a hat. He goes down to L.A. And he's like, I'm not crazy, am I? I said, no, they're going to win by 10 plus. I thought to myself, maybe 12. I did not think 43-10. But if you're wondering if Utah football is back, look no further than the trenches. The O-line we knew was going to be good. I was blown away by the defensive line play. And you brought it up before the show, just how much pressure they gave all game long. And I like the big guys in the middle. Everybody else is all sexy on the outside. Quarterbacks are throwing and running. And Devin Dampier lived up to everything that we were hoping that he was going to be for the University of Utah. And here we are talking about it. He pulled it off, almost 90 yards rushing, super efficient, 21 for 24, 200 and how many yards? 220 something, 231, something like that.
206.
206, 2 touchdowns, no
87
interceptions.
on the ground. He was their leading passer, obviously, but also the leading rusher.
No interception. How many rushing yards do they have as a team?
286.
Yes.
You know how much total offense UCLA had in the game? 230.
So we did our keys to the game. Producer Alex, right before the thing. What did I say? Below 350, and you're probably going to get the win. How about below 250, and you'll blow them out? That's even better.
Yes.
So this is how you know if Utah football is going to be back. It's when that trench play, they absolutely just bully people on the inside. When they push you around at the line of scrimmage, then it's game over. Especially if you have a half-decent backfield, which, of course, you found out, not just Devin Dampier, but Wayshawn Parker looked really good. Nikai Rogers looked really good. You threw the ball at a touchdown. Was it just one throw to Lander Barton? One touch, one touchdown?
That's all they needed. One pass, one touchdown.
Are we going to see some sort of weird iteration of
of what they had with Caleb Lohner, where it's just like, hey, anytime I'm going to throw the ball to you 9 times this year, you better have 9 receiving touchdowns.
When it's your starting linebacker, why not? Why not?
Anyway, that's a word dump for me, JJ, but you tell me how you felt about this one.
Let me dump my words because I've got a lot of thoughts on what Utah did. So you started with trench play, and I think that's appropriate. We're going to give praise to Devin Dampier. That offense was phenomenal, but we got to start in the trenches. Let me start on the defensive side. Cam Mellor, who's a college football analytics guy, I don't know who he works for at this point, but he had these stats, and I thought they were impressive. I'm going to start with the defensive side. The defense had 4 sacks, 5 tackles for loss, and another 24 hurries. 24 hurries? That's 60% of their non-blitz snaps resulted in pressure. 60% of their non-blitz. They're just sending 4 dudes, and they put pressure.
Yep. Every time,
basically. Do you know how good your defense can be when you can put pressure on a quarterback 60% of the time without blitzing? That's incredible. It's by far the highest rate of any FBS defense in week 1, he said. So that defense was phenomenal, and they got back to being disruptive. I thought UCLA, played it a little conservative, so it was hard to force a lot of turnovers, but at the end of the game, they had to try to open up a little bit more, and they did. They forced a turnover. They got the interception, and they just shut them down. I'm looking at the stats. Nico had 136 yards passing. He was 11 of 22.
He's terrible.
He completed 11 passes. Now, is he terrible, or was that Utah? I mean, Utah's defense did a great job against him.
Yeah, no, they were dialed up.
Great job.
And again, when you have a defense who puts a lot of trust in the offense, like I said it last week, there were so many shoulders that were just hanging low last year. You know what I mean? Like on that defense, because they knew we're busting our butts out here, we're playing our guts out, and we're stopping these teams, and then we're losing, right? The reality is that this team, there is a totally different feel. And I know it's just game 1. Now, here's the thing, too. They were 4-0 last year. But everyone felt like it was weird, right? Everybody else felt like that 4-0
after the Cam injury, it's kind of like, okay.
Yeah, it felt like
the Baylor. Remember, not the Baylor. The end of the Baylor game wasn't great, and you're thinking, okay, they had to make an adjustment. The Oklahoma State game was weird.
Was super weird because it was like, oh man, these two, wow, it's a slugfest, and you're like between two terrible offenses.
Tell you're watching bad football.
It was just such. It was.
But you didn't want to admit it.
Yeah. No, I agree. I do wonder though, and you tell me if this is something that stood out to you. There is a way that this team has carried itself over the years. Last year wasn't there. Saturday night, they carried themselves differently, right?
Back.
Am I wrong?
The swagger's back.
Was there a vibe that just felt different in that game?
Oh, yeah, the swagger's back. There's no doubt about it. The swagger is back, and I give Devin Dampier a lot of credit for that. When you got a dude at QB, and it's not just a dude, like he's a good dude. Like everybody loves him. He's got that great smile. He's infectious. It's different than Cam Rising. It's so much different than Cam Rising. It's almost the complete opposite of Cam Rising. There's something about Devin Dampier. It's like, I get why these guys want to go run through a brick wall for him. And that's exactly what they did. I'm looking at the offense, and you've got to give love to the offensive line. Go on Twitter and search Spencer Fano. And there are clips out there of him just mauling dudes.
It seemed unfair.
Pancake House, baby.
It seemed unfair.
Maple syrup.
It seemed unfair at some point.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, he is so phenomenal. But the whole unit played well.
Yeah.
And this is the craziest stats, Alex. I'll share this. This tells you all you need to know about the efficiency of Utah's offense. Third down efficiency. They had 16 third downs. They converted 14 of them.
See,
why does a team ever go 14 of 16?
Conversely, I was actually looking at that this weekend, too. You had UCLA that I think converted 2 out of 12 or
2 of 11.
2 of 11.
Yep.
They had more fourth down conversions than
Somehow
they did third down.
3 of 4 on fourth down.
I'm telling you, but that's not a good stat. You're not like, boy, we know how to get it done on fourth down. I was like, we had to get to fourth downs, and then even then we had to like get some tricks going on here to make this thing happen. It was a little bit of a, at the very beginning, you're going, oh, hey, Utah came out and look at them. They're punching away. Let's go. They're scoring. And, 6-0.
It wasn't like a blitzkrieg.
No,
it was just a one play at a time, road grading these guys one play at a time.
Front to back. It wasn't like it. At BYU, this thing was done at halftime.
That was
Utah
different.
was just like just going and going, we're just going to keep, we're going to make you feel absolutely terrible all night long.
UCLA slowly through the meat grinder, and they turned the wheel slowly. And that had to be so painful for UCLA to feel that the entire game. 492 yards of total offense. 492,
Yeah,
Utah fans.
wild.
Your offense, Jason Beck's offense with Devin Dampier at quarterback. 492 on the road at the Rose Bowl against UCLA. They didn't play Portland State. They didn't play Middle Tennessee State. They played UCLA at the Rose Bowl, 492. 286 on the ground. And you're looking at the third down efficiency. They also had a fourth down conversion and the rushing. And that offensive line not only lived up to the hype, they exceeded it for me.
Wild.
They are phenomenal. And we haven't even got to the skill players yet.
No.
I haven't even got to Devin Dampier, who we had questions, okay, because you see that we saw New Mexico passively last year.
Right.
They played Utah State. They had a game against Arizona that was late on TV. I watched that, and it's like, who's this quarterback for New Mexico? But and it's almost like, that's cute when they're at New Mexico, right? I'm sorry.
No bigger diss than you go, oh, you guys, that's cute. You guys are in Albuquerque?
Wow, something good happening for the Lobos.
It's nice that time of year, yeah. Okay.
You know, a little bit of a golf clap.
I like the Hatch chilies you guys do.
Oh, Hatch.
Anyway.
Shout out Kenny J's Barbecue. Hey, it's not fair, but for Devin Dampier, there was this feeling like, okay, you did that at New Mexico. Can you do it the Power Four? Can you do it with Utah? And can you fix the 12 touchdowns, 12 interceptions ratio? He answered every question and checked every box for me. The leadership, the swagger, the efficiency, the execution, the accuracy with his passes. He delivered in every single way for me that you want a quarterback to deliver. 21 of 25. That is efficient. 206 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Big deal.
16 carries, 87 yards, and a touchdown. 5.4 yards per rush with your quarterback. Wayshawn Parker had 5.6 yards per carry.
Yeah, and they didn't have to even run the ball that much, but they ended up with 286 yards on the ground and then 202 through the air.
They spread it around. Nakari Rogers had
Amazing.
16 carries, Parker 11. They had a number of guys, getting Smith Snowden involved. He had a rushing touchdown. Yep. And Hunter Andrews is an intriguing guy, having him come in spots. I can go down the list of these guys that made plays in this game. And even from the receiver standpoint, turning Smith Snowden into a receiver.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they run that end around on his touchdown, and I thought, because there's part of you that goes, all right, this guy's undersized. Let's see what he does when somebody gets a hand on him. And he broke tackles, and you were like, oh, yeah, Britton Covey was undersized too. And people,
Smith Snowden is
right, but people made that mistake at their peril, where they'd go, oh, this guy's little.
Smith Snowden's 5'10", 180.
Yeah, I mean I'm telling you though, but you're watching him.
I get
and
what
you
you're
go,
saying. Yeah.
He's a speedster.
He's a defensive back.
But and he gets to the edge, and you're like, ooh, I don't know, he might get stopped up here. Boom. He's in the end zone. Guys who know how to score.
He really did a great job of getting north-south.
I've got a couple of sound bites from Kyle Whittingham that I want you to hear. First one was talking about Devin Dampier. As soon as this thing was done, everybody wants to ask Coach about, your guy, because now he's known what he's seen the whole time. Yep. We see it finally officially because we've heard how great he is. Sly has told us before, he's like, because he gets to go and watch some practices, he's like, this guy's legit. And I'm kind of like, okay, we've heard that before, though. But let's see. And the hype has been as big as anything.
We all wanted to see.
And it's hard
and
because
now we know.
When you throw down that type of hype, you wonder what it's going to really go as. And the guy is as cool and as calm as you can be. And I think that happens when you have the O-line that you do. Here's what Kyle Whittingham said about Devin Dampier in that first week that he had in that first win over UCLA.
Outstanding. I don't know what his numbers were in the throw game. We didn't have a ton of yards, a couple hundred, 200 yards, and he was 21 or 26. And you talk about a guy that really has worked hard in the offseason, because we knew when we took him out of New Mexico, 57% completion percentage needed to improve. The touchdown to interception ratio needed to improve. And at least tonight, that did improve. So that was great to see.
Okay.
He checked all the boxes. Every concern you could possibly come up with. Oh, he was 12 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Oh, he has 50-something% completion rate, like Kyle Whittingham was saying.
We overdoing it on game.
It was all at New Mexico. Oh, he was running for his life. Of course he rushed for 1,000 yards. No.
Are we overdoing it on game one after just one game? Are we that desperate to see?
I'm just saying he
turn
checked
around?
all the boxes.
I agree. I'm just saying. I look. There's a lot of football left to be played.
The numbers
still.
don't lie. I mean, this was impressive.
But more importantly, it's a Power 4 program. I get it. And it's so weird to have. Whittingham was like, "Oh, it's a Big Ten team." And I was like,
I don't know where UCLA is going to be 10 weeks from now.
Don't know either.
And they had a lot of turnover. I get it. UCLA may turn out to be fine. Maybe Utah really is this juggernaut they looked like on Saturday.
Whit talking about Jason Beck, his brand new offensive coordinator as well. Everybody wants to know, hey, Whit, how do you like these new guys? Here's what he said about Jason Beck as the OC.
I would rate his first performance an A+. The flow of the game, the calls, had him off balance. Thought the run-pass ratio was outstanding. The RPO facet that he brought and implemented. He's just a masterful play caller. At least he has been and he was tonight. So I hope it doesn't change. We hope he continues down that road.
Doesn't it seem like the relationship he has with his OCs is like more dicey than you have with other offensive coordinators? It's almost like every game he's like, "What do you think about Jason Beck?" And then Jason Beck's all like listening in, like, "Yeah, coach, what'd you think, man?" Like he suddenly turns into one of his players, and he's like A+. And then he's saying, "Hey, I liked all the things he did. I liked his passing to run ratios."
You know what it was? 26 pass plays, 54 rushes.
Oh, I love that ratio. I love that ratio.
Of course, Kyle Whittingham loved that ratio.
Did you run the ball 60 times? Put it right in my veins.
Oh, and that third quarter drive? You know, Kyle Whittingham sitting in his office right now watching it over and over again.
He's old. 90 yards, 20 plays. What was it? It was like 8.5 minutes or something like that.
It was the meat grinder I was talking about.
It was just slowly.
It was slow death for
you. You know when you have
UCLA.
those dreams when a guy's punching you slowly and you can't move, or like your arms can't move? That's what UCLA felt like. That they had nothing that they could do, and then they would even get to fourth downs.
21 plays, 80 yards, 9 minutes 44 seconds.
All right.
9 minutes and 44 seconds of the third quarter.
Crazy. I loved it. It was great. You watch it and you go, they're putting a clinic on here. Devin Dampier, his first game. Here's what he said about the offensive line. Here's what he said about the run game and his first go here at the University of Utah.
We've been talking about our O-line all preseason, and, I think they showed it more than I did. Obviously those holes are there, and regardless of who's running that ball, we're going to get the first down. So I think we showed that, we can be very capable of being consistent running the ball.
And I think they're going to continue to do it. I mean, if you're going to get almost 300 yards on the ground, like, what do you need to change? And how much easier is it if you're Devin Dampier to throw the ball 25 to 30 times a game? You run the ball 7 to 10 times a game, or even more. I think, what did he have, 16 carries? Was it 16 carries? 16 carries for 87 yards. Yep. It's the type of a day, and 16 carries is kind of a lot for a quarterback, right?
Tied for most on the team.
Right.
Yeah.
Threw the ball 26 times or 25 times. That is, it's crazy because I think that most people look and they go, oh, this Utah offense, I don't know if they're going to score, if they're going to run the ball that much. It's like, no, they know how to score. They know how to convert. And they know how to mix it up too. And they know how to keep you off balance, like Whit was saying. Smith Snowden had a touchdown on the ground, of course. Lander Barton had a touchdown through the air, of course. And then Smith Snowden, of course, the thing he hangs his hat on, and I think the thing that's going to put him in the league, is his defensive prowess. And here's what he said about this defense.
The defensive performance was great, honestly. There's obviously plays you want to clean up, plays that you wish you could get back, but I think overall, I think we had a great day. There's some tackles that we could have made, but other than that, I think it was a really great game one, a game to kind of make a statement, kind of show people who we are and what this team is about.
Okay, there you go. You had an overall performance from that team that, checked all the boxes. I think the massive sigh of relief. My son and I were playing golf today with a couple of guys up at Valley View, and one of the guys, Tyler, who we're playing with, he's an elementary school principal, okay? And he's like, and he goes, I made the trip, like kind of same thing. He just got back from Pasadena maybe yesterday or whatever, and he goes, we're so used to feeling like, oh, well, like doing the whole, you do the thing that who's the donkey on
Eeyore?
Eeyore. All the Utah fans last year, I guess we can't have any nice things anymore. That was them. My voice is perfect today to do the Eeyore voice, by the way.
That's how the last two seasons.
No, he's just like, you go down and you're just crossing your fingers, and then suddenly he goes. I said, was it 35,000 fans in the Rose Bowl? And he said, yeah, I think so, but a third of them were Utah fans.
Yep.
That's a trip people love to make. And they mark it down on the calendar. And in the years past, you marked it down and circled it twice. This year, they marked it down and then kind of put a question mark next to it. Do I freaking go? Do I make the trip? Utah fans.
Everybody's kind of been can I go all in on this? I've had people come up to me and talk to me, at Little League football games, practices and things, like Utah fans. Hey, tell me,
Is Devin Danver going to be good?
Are they really going to be good? Are they really going to be good? I'm like, I think they're going to be really good, but we got to see it.
Yeah,
and guess what,
exactly
Utah
right.
fans, you saw it on Saturday. This team is good. How good are they? That will develop through the season, but you can go forward with confidence knowing this team is not like the last two. This team can win the Big 12.
All right. There you go. Our first sound from the University of Utah and their big win, 43-10 over UCLA this weekend. We've got much more to go around the corner. We've got a full show here for you. We appreciate you being with us on a Labor Day. If you miss any part of the program, you can always download the podcast wherever you find podcasts. And anything that you miss, you can also stream it live on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, on the KSL Sports YouTube channel, on our app. You can go to the KSL Sports app. You can do it there. You can do it online at KSLSports.com. All sorts of ways to be able to watch and listen. Here we go. We got more around the corner. When we return, we've got some BYU sound to play for you. Checks notes. Yep, they still won 69-0. That was a huge one.
It was a nice win.
The question is, what was the most impressive thing from the weekend? Was it how locked down that defense was? Was it how impressive Bear was with 5 total touchdowns? We'll talk about that next. Stay right here, 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU defensive tackle John Tamoipeo talks on wanting to establish the identity of BYU's defensive front.
Especially up front, just the identity of the D-line. I know a lot of people are wondering what is going to be this new identity of the BYU D-line. I think tonight we showed who we can be and who we are. So it's such a blessing just to play with all them boys up front and all that stuff. So I think we're really going to be good up front, and we still have a lot to prove, and we still have a lot of work to.
Your Cougars at 30 update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars get set for a home showdown with Stanford this Saturday. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
I think after that first series, we got a special teams touchdown. You kind of get the jitters out, and you kind of be mindful and present in the moment, and so kind of just get comfortable with that.
That was BYU's true freshman quarterback, JJ. I don't know if you knew this. He was Bear Bachmeier's true freshman. Found that out.
The Centaur.
Oh, my gosh.
Is that nickname going to stick?
I mean, it better.
Thank you, Coach Barnum.
You know what's funny?
He deserves all the credit.
Yeah, that's the only way that game against Portland State's going to live on, or remembering anything about Portland State is what their head coach said about it. Do we have like an edited version of that? I don't know if we've
we ran it on TV last night.
Did you bleep it out?
Yo.
Did you get a call from the 8th floor?
Oh, no. There were 2 words in that quote we could not air on TV, and it's still funny blurped out.
Oh, it's almost better.
It would take Alex about an hour to carve that out. Though.
But you know what's funny is that the thing about the cuss words is, so I when I was in college, the thing we watched the most was the Chappelle Show. Okay, and on Comedy Central with it bleeped out, it was so funny. I remember buying the DVDs and being like, oh, I don't like all the cusses in. Not because it's like I'm like, oh, my ears. It just sounded funnier with the bleeps. You know what I mean? It just, for some reason, it's like almost more.
It's like Jimmy Kimmel's unnecessary censorship.
Yeah, you just
one of the best
bleeps.
bits
The bleeps sound better that
all
way.
time in late night TV.
Anyway, there's Bear Bachmeyer talking about settling in. So I was at the back of that press room when Bear came in there at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. You'd already heard from Kalani. You'd already heard from a couple of other players. Bear comes in. His family's in the back too. So I'm sitting back where his family is, and they are on freaking cloud nine. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're being led around by the SID staff, and they're essentially getting the best tour you've ever had after your team just scores 70 points and your son was responsible for, or at least involved in 5 of those touchdowns. And it's just a cool moment for him. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, they asked about, hey, how much does this mean to you? And he goes, my family's here and stuff, and his mom's back there in the back. And if you've read anything about their story and about how this is a high-performing family. Everybody knows, like, oh, you have these other athletes in the family. His parents they push these kids, man. And these kids have an innate drive. And they just have this crazy thing. And I think that Bear Bachmeyer, first of all, he looks like he's 13. When you see his face, you're like, this guy is definitely a true freshman. When he came into that stadium, though, fans went nuts. When he's walking in, he did the walk-in, and The Rock was already there, and everybody's going crazy. It was awesome for him. I'm glad that an 18-year-old can have that experience, because the opposite could be you throw a pick or two, it's 10-0 Portland State early, maybe BYU grinds out a win. We've seen that play out before, JJ. I say it as this weird hypothetical of this all-universe of what could have happened this weekend, but here's the difference of Kalani year 10 versus Kalani year 2 when they sort of just snuck past Portland State at home. That whole program has grown up. The coaching staff has gotten better. The coaching staff has the same type of vibe. There is a standard that Jay Hill lives by. And the 0 that was up on the board at the end of Saturday's game is the same standard that he learned when he was at Utah. It was the same standard that he took with him up to Weber State. And I love Kalani. I think he's a great dude. I think he's fun to listen to. He's a fun interview. But Jay Hill, I feel like, runs so much of what the attitude is, not just of the defense. I think it embodies the whole rest of the team. There's a flying around that happens with this team. And Utah has it too, right? And part of that happens because you're excited to play these games, And so Bear Bachmeyer goes, oh, the stats were really funny because we're looking at it and I'm going, I don't know. I don't know if people will pick this apart. I mean, who cares when it's 70-0 or 69-0? Who cares? But I don't know. He did as much as he needed to do, right? You're not going to ask the guy to do any more. You're not going to ask. You didn't need to ask him to do any more. There was no reason that you needed to get a 300-yard passing day out of him. We talked about how crazy it was that Utah just pushed over UCLA. Now, pushing over Portland State, everybody knew that was probably going to be the case. And it was. Even worse than we thought it was going to be. But BYU went for 486 yards on the ground. That's got to be, I don't know where that is in school history. Do you know what that number is?
Not a record, but it's pretty darn high.
It's just crazy to watch because it was 486 yards on the ground. You talk about a coach being excited about it. I mean, that second quarter was wild. 35 points in the second quarter. The thing was, and Jack, you technically, I don't know if you call it it's not a defensive score, but Jack Kelly scooping up that ball on the field goal block and then getting that touchdown that way, that kicked things off because the offense was kind of like, okay, sort of, stopped a little bit. Oh, okay, this isn't going that great. And it was just, it was kind of hit and miss, and they were trying to get their feet under him. And as soon as that happened, then it was just an outpouring. The more important part of it, I think, was you didn't just get 600 yards of total offense. You held Portland State to 50 yards of total offense. They had -5 yards rushing. We were all watching it during the game. We're like, oh, on this last drive, they're going to get above. They were at -2 going into those last, those minutes that didn't matter. Those last 2 minutes that they held the ball. And BYU took more yards off of their total. So they had -5 yards rushing. They had 56 passing yards. And I think we looked at it too. 30 of their yards came in their first 2 drives. And then after that, nothing. So as impressive of a performance, but again, it's against a really bad FCS team. So what do you really learn out of something like this, JJ?
That's a good question. And I think you have to look for two specific things when judging a performance in a game like this. Yes, BYU was playing not just an FCS opponent, but that's a really bad FCS opponent. They're not good. That's not a good football team.
You better get all the good quotes out of the coach while you have them, because it might not be long.
Yeah. I mean, he's been there a while in Barnum Ball. They've had some good years there, but this is not going to be one of them. So when you're watching a game like this, you're obviously not going to judge the outcome. BYU is going to win this game. They're going to win it by a lot. The 69 number is really impressive because that's a lot of points. I don't care who you're playing. They really poured it on there. The yardage, 606 total yards, impressive, right? What you're looking for in a game like this is you want efficiency and you want execution, because it's not about the opponent in this game. It truly is not, because you have every advantage over them at every single position. You're twice as big as they are in every spot on the field. You're two times more athletic. So you should out-execute and be better efficiently than they are. And you had the first drive that was not great, and then you had the fumble by Parker Kingston, and you're thinking, oh boy. That's an example of what I'm talking about. Is in a game like that, you can't be sloppy. You can't have bad drives. You should be dominating. So early on, I think BYU fans were a little nervous, like, oh, what's this? You mentioned it. The blocked field goal attempt and the return by Jack Kelly flipped a switch on that team. And from there on out, the efficiency was at a high rate, and the execution was almost flawless. And the floodgates opened, and we saw what BYU can be and do. So that's how I'm judging this game, Alex, is on the efficiency and the execution. Specifically to Bear Bachmeier, I thought he executed at a very high level. He did exactly what he was asked to do. He only played a half. But for you to go out there as a true freshman in Lavelle Edwards Stadium with 65,000 fans yelling and screaming, your first start, you're going to be hella nervous. And he looked cool as a cucumber. And he threw a nice ball, and he ran the ball really well, and he ran that offense efficiently, and we saw what that offense can do. Yes, your opponents sucked. Who cares? Were you efficient? Did you execute well? And I believe they did. And now I'm looking forward, Alex, and I see the schedule. BYU is going to be favored in the next 5 games, all the way leading up to that Utah game. And we'll see how it plays out. They might even be favored in that game. I have now seen enough in that game against Portland State to believe that Bear Bachmeier can go out there. He doesn't have to be a superstar, but he can, if he executes and is efficient like he was against Portland State, BYU can win these games because they have so much talent everywhere else. And you saw all of that talent on display. Guys like Cody Hagan getting a chance. I mean, the list goes on and on. Look at the stat sheet of guys that touched the ball on Saturday.
Okay,
they have playmakers.
I looked at I was looking at the stat broadcast, one, and they have the deep dive into all the stats and stuff. And I went down and I want to look and see how many guys took snaps. 77 guys took snaps for BYU.
Great.
77 guys
in
took
a 69-0 game against Portland State. That's exactly what should happen.
I thought that's 77. Finding places for 77 guys to take snaps is pretty wild.
Cole Hagan came in at quarterback. It was awesome.
Yeah.
That's great. You want all those guys to get a chance in front of your home fans. They'll never forget it. It's good for your program.
Did you say Bear Bachmeier was hella nervous? Is that what he said?
He had to be.
That's the first. I think that's
maybe not though. I mean, he's half man, half animal. He's the centaur.
He's a centaur.
His name is Bear. Maybe he's not like the rest of us. I don't know.
I thought that was weird that the kid's name's Bear, and he's like a centaur. I was like, no, he's a bear. Come on. Here's what Bear Bachmeier had to say about. By the way, he's been coached up on the media side of things, at least a little bit. Here's what he said after the game about improving himself for next week.
Our first series could definitely be better. You want to get first downs, and that happens in the first game. But I think we can come with our hat on fire, and go score a touchdown in that first series.
Does he have a little bit of a Mahomes kind of?
That sounds like our good friend Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, going out there.
A little less Kermit the Frog in his voice than the legend Patrick Mahomes, but it's got a little Patrick Mahomes of that to the voice there.
So Kalani came in. By the way, he was way late to the press conference. I think they had a little bit of extra party going on in there. Maybe they were doing more. Maybe they were filming more for their special highlight stuff they put together. They're like, hey, no, I want to redo that dance. Hold on,
So
let's do another
Kalani did
take.
it. Was he doing it for the gram?
He could have been.
Go check BYU's TikTok.
But you know how it is too when you get down in the lower parts of the stadium there, and you can hear the locker room kind of buzzing, and you got the music pumping, and all of us nerdy sports, journalists are sitting, and then everyone's going, and you hear like in the door next to you, and they're like, whoa, and we're in there going, how are you? Everything good? Do you have a good game? Fun. It's the worst. And then coach comes in and he's like, okay, wiping his like eyes off, he's wiping the water out of his hair. All right, how you guys doing? Sorry I'm late. And we're like, it's been a long time.
Kalani covered in Martinelli's. Slow down, guys. It was just Portland State. Jeez.
There's something to that though, right? Like, come on. 69-0 against Portland State, like slow your roll a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's what Kalani said about shutting down Bear after the first half. I think all of us were expecting maybe to see him in the first drive or two in the second half. He said it was actually they had to make the decision, and it wasn't like, a set thing like, oh, no, we're taking him out right now. It was like, what do we do here? Here's what he said about it.
I think at the end of the first half was kind of like that was enough. I think we wanted to see him in that, and I don't think anyone can blame us for trying to score in a 2-minute situation. So once we saw that, I think it was easy to shut it down. I'm not trying to pad stats. I'm trying to keep guys healthy. And at the same time, you can keep guys healthy, but then work on depth and get some valuable reps. I think it's going to pay off in the long run.
Who was it that scored at the end, by the way?
Wasn't Charles Miska?
It was like the 5th or 6th string like running back.
Yeah, Dominique McKenzie got a touchdown.
Yeah. McKenzie's quick, man. So is Hagan.
I saw Dom in high school.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
his dad's Brian McKenzie.
Right, but think about the like to see the Hagans out there, right? Was Jackson at the game? Was Jackson Dart at the game?
Yeah.
Somebody was showing pictures of him.
Yeah, he was in the house.
He's showing some Corner Candy love to his dudes out there.
I guess, yeah.
But I'm telling you, it was to see what they did, to have as many guys get those touches. Like I said, 77 guys taking snaps for BYU is wild. And it was crazy because, how you sit up in the booth, sometimes been up in that press box. And where we are, the kind of the radio people are on the far right. You guys are up on the far left. The people behind us are the ones who have to have the official stats for BYU. They have the binoculars out, and they're looking at every player who's in. They're like, I've got 11, I've got 19, I've got 44, I've got 39. They're just naming off all these different guys. Every play
Pray for that guy's family today. He's having trouble getting out of bed.
I know, and I'm telling you,
he's got to be sore.
And some guys it was probably actually like 79 or 80 guys who got in. But their stats will never be lived because no one knew that they were in because so many dang people got in. Holy cow, it was a lot. All right, here's Kalani talking about the quarterback room. They played a lot of quarterbacks, like you said. 4 QBs taking snaps for BYU on Saturday. Not a bad day for the quarterback room.
I felt really comfortable with all our quarterbacks. And so when you saw McKay and Trayson come in the game, they had a very similar demeanor about them and a good presence. And that's a good sign. They're making plays. I mean, the command of the offense, those guys get it. And so just have to give hats off to the quarterback room getting that place ready. And then even Cole Hagan came at the end and got some reps too, So trying to figure out what to do, the best thing to do with Emerson, trying to preserve his redshirt year.
All right, there you go. We'll see how this thing goes. You have a lot of 70-0, 69-0 games. You're going to burn a lot of red shirts. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've covered Utah. We've covered BYU. We've got lots to still break down. We haven't totally gotten to everything, though. We're going to get all to it. We've got our Weekend Warriors we're going to get to as well. Stay right here with us. More to go around the corner. Before I get out, though, I want to tell you, every Wednesday is a Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone. Your chance to win tickets this week to the Utah State Fair, September 4th through the 14th. You got the Big Yellow Slide, best corn dog in the world, the butter sculptures, the arts and crafts, the rodeo, the demolition derby, rock bands, all of it right there at the Utah State Fair. Go check it out for yourself. You can also win all day long on our Win Ticket Wednesdays. We'll come back. More to go right around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner. A local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Next big holiday, it's right around the corner, and it's Labor Day. It's a time to kick back and relax and recover from all of the spectacular things you did during the summertime. And, of course, the effort of getting the kids back to school. It's time to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, don't you think? Hotel Park City or downtown Salt Lake City? Wrap up the summer, kick off the fall with your reservations at either location, where you are going to get a wonderful meal served in such an incredible way at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And whichever entree you choose, whether it's one of their famous steaks or seafood, poultry, maybe it's something special on the menu, it will be cooked to perfection, exactly the way you like it, and served on a 500-degree sizzling plate. Side dishes to die for. The desserts, oh, you've got to save room. It's time to make your reservations. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here's Kyle Whittingham talking about the performance of the running backs, Wayshawn Parker and Nakari Rogers against UCLA.
Right now, they're on equal footing. Both those guys are starters and are interchangeable. And so there really isn't one that's ahead of the other in a game, or as the season plays out, if one gets the hot hand and becomes more productive, then we'll lean that way and give that guy more carries, more time. But as of this moment, they're, again, 1 and 1A.
That's your Utes of 50 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a trip to College Station for Utah State as they take on Texas A&M. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Keary, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for being with us today, everybody. Weekend Warriors. People who won the weekend here for us, brought to you by the good folks at Gillette Heating and Air. Right now, get seasonal maintenance done on your furnace or air conditioning for just $59. You're about to start, and I know it sounds weird, but it's September now, man. You know how quickly we turn that corner into the winter? Call Gillette Heating and Air, see if your furnace is up to snuff. GilletteHVAC.com. Make an appointment today. All right, people who won the weekend here for us. Ooh, how about this battle of America's finest at the U.S. Open? Naomi Osaka and Coco Gauff. This was of much anticipation, and it looks like Naomi Osaka gets the edge on Coco Gauff. I like that. I like this matchup because, you know, it just means that we have some good American tennis players again. Not on the men's side necessarily. What do we still have one guy in it? Fritz?
Yeah,
still
couldn't
in it?
tell you. I don't even know.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, come on. The women can figure it out, men. Why can't you? Let's go. But yeah, Naomi Osaka defeating Coco Gauff at the U.S. Open, so that's a big one. Did you watch that? Look, and I'll bring it up a little bit later, but did you see C.J. Daniels' one-handed touchdown catch?
We showed the highlights last night on KSL Sports Live. Yes.
So wild. One, the rain's coming down like crazy. Mm-hmm. And so I'm thinking, oh, okay. But when he – and look, defensive back coach, and one of the best defensive backfields in the entire country, Notre Dame. And that safety's like, I got a free interception right here. He thought it, right? When you go watch that replay over and over again, that safety's like this basically. Instead of playing the man – he's playing the ball, and the ball got snagged and high-pointed one-handed. And I was so glad that he would I'm so glad that when they did the review, there wasn't any – the ball didn't hit the ground or anything like that. It was wild. It was a wild catch, and it was one of the best of the weekend. So, good for him.
Former Liberty receiver, played against BYU. CJ's in his 6th year of college football.
That's like not even that many these days. And then you've got some sound on it. All right, let's take a listen to that one-handed snag and what it sounded like with that touchdown with Miami getting the dub over Notre Dame.
$36 yards, 12 for 19 total. Under pressure, off his back foot, up for grabs, and caught! C.J. Daniels, a tremendous one-handed catch.
Okay, there you go. That's what it sounded like. How about this one? For what this one sounded like, by the way. Tommy Castellanos. When Florida State was talking trash in the offseason of Alabama, I went, this isn't good. Turns out they might have been right about what Alabama was going to bring to the table. They get the W, and not only that, they shocked the entire college football world.
Fake the jet sweep, Tommy to throw, wheel route, wide open, Lucas, midfield, 45-40, 35-30, far sideline, a full race, 10-5, out of bounds at the 3. Ask and you shall receive. The turnover, the wheel route, big play alert for the Noles.
sounded like almost like it was from the 50s or something. Like the radio, right? It had like a little bit of
It's
like
a real humdinger of a throw.
A wheel route. I do love when he goes, 10-5, out at the 3. Like you're going, okay, well, that's not much of a payoff, but okay.
Not really.
There you go.
And poor Alabama. Oh, poor Alabama.
I just want to see him get back to.
So sad.
I want to see him get back to that.
Can the Crimson
standard.
Tide ever get a break? Overlooked in the college football playoff last year, and now this.
Kalen DeBoer. Going to say, is Alabama going to have to be one of those programs? They're like, are we going to have to pay a guy? Are we going to have to pay a guy?
Is this Alabama's Jimbo Fisher?
He's not coaching here for like the next 5 years? Like, man, you were bad. Here's $6 million for the next 5 years in a row, just so you don't have to talk to us ever again. Yeah, why not? So there you go. There's your weekend warriors, people who won the weekend. We'll take the break. We'll come back. We've got a guest right around the corner, Bill Bender, for the Sporting News, going to join us next right here, college football writer. I want to get some vibes as to what this AP poll is going to look like tomorrow, or what the polls are going to say. Who absolutely is going to just shoot up that thing, and who's going to fall out. More to go around the corner, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, so here's what it looks like at our house. We've got a cajillion kids. We have two parents who both work full-time. And we even have young kids. We have kids in high school. So everybody's got to kind of get, you have this mix of a lot of expectations at dinner time. Well, let me tell you what happens. The biggest deal is that as parents and as busy families, and you're one of those people out there listening right now, you've got that busy family. Maybe you and your wife both work. Maybe you guys have a ton of kids, whatever it might be. There are all sorts of situations that Beehive Meals can bail you out of. How about fresh meals that are straight out of the slow cooker? You put in the beginning of the day, when you get home from work, or when you get home from picking the kids up from football practice. It's right there. It's hot. It's fresh, and it's amazing. Give it a shot today with Beehive Meals, and we're going to give you a discount too.
Your bank account's going to thank you because you're not going to spend a bunch of money on fast food every night. Your body's going to thank you because you're getting a nice, nutritious meal each and every day, and your family is getting the nutrition they need at half the cost, right? Let me throw the menu out for September. Carne asada, cheeseburger mac, apple barbecue pork roast, sausage marinara, breakfast casserole, Parmesan herb chicken, creamy buffalo chicken, crack chicken, chicken enchilada soup, barbecue chicken. You can have that ready in your crock pot every night when you get home from all that craziness of each and every day. School, work, sports, dance, everything going on in your life. Have a nice home-cooked meal waiting for you. All you got to do is throw it in the crock pot before you leave in the morning, and it'll be there ready for you, and you're going to save so much money by doing that. If you want to jump in on this menu, now's a great time because Beehive Meals wants to give you $20 off your first order. Go to their website right now, beehivemeals.com. Use the promo code THEZONE. That's THEZONE for $20 off your first order. Stop wasting all that money on fast food. Stop eating garbage. Eat a nice home-cooked meal each and every day, no matter how busy your life is. With Beehive Meals, go to beehivemeals.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ready or not, business owners, summer's here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Jared's here for the funnel cakes. Maria's here for the music. And Mike wants to take a spin in a monster truck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's the home opener for the Utes as they battle Cal Poly in Rice-Eccles Stadium. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Monday warrior, mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Welcome on in. It's JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Keary, Jeremiah Jensen. Yes, the career path that we've taken means we work every Labor Day. You know why? Because finally we freaking have something to talk about that isn't just hypothetical or even week 0 stuff, JJ. I mean, God bless the teams who play on week 0, but I was looking forward to a full slate of college football, and we got it. And, man, it delivered, especially here locally. Joining us on the program right now, he is Bill Bender, college football writer for Sporting News. Our show brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Let's get things started off here with the cut, top of the hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This portion of the program, The Cut, brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It is your Doug Smith family of dealerships across all those brands. You can trust those guys. Nobody knows cars like Doug. And college football, of course, is one of those things where, and we appreciate people laboring with us on Labor Day. And Bill Bender's one of those guys, college football writer for Sporting News. Bill, thanks for being with us.
Yeah, I can't remember the last Labor Day where I didn't work, so it's but it's worth it, right?
Sure.
Because
it's a labor of love.
Yeah. And, well, the thing about the first weekend is, we have Belichick tonight, of course, but you zoom right into week 2. Mm-hmm. And after 5 nights of it, you wake up on Tuesday and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm still trying to pick up the pieces from everything we've watched the last couple nights.
Oh, so much to dig into. And I'll start with this. There was some big games this weekend. What of the big games this weekend, what team impressed you the most?
Oh, boy. I was at Ohio State, Texas. Their defense, both defenses were amazing. Yeah. Everybody's focused on Arch and Arch struggling in his debut, but, man, you asked a lot going against that Ohio State defense, and I think both of those teams are going to be fine. I'm going to go LSU. And I say because BK took all the heat, can't win the big game, all those things about fit and Baton Rouge. Their defense looked furious. Unreal. Great linebacker play from Weeks and Perkins. Going into Death Valley, that's a tough place to play. They even made a couple mistakes, and they were able to overcome those. And Garrett Nussmeier kind of a steady hand there. So I would probably say out of the top 10 teams, they're one and followed closely. You guys tell me. I get tricked into it all the time, but, man, Miami with Carson Beck was pretty good.
Yeah.
We get tricked into it. We said the same thing. We've got to make our apology tour, at least after 1 week. We might have to rescind the apologies at some point, but there are a lot of people who are like, no, there's no way Miami's that good. No, Carson Beck, come on. It's a guy who he won because he was at Georgia, man, and boy, he showed up. He knew the haters. Well,
maybe Notre Dame without Jeremiah Love 100% isn't good either.
Yeah, that's another thing. I will say that Texas and Ohio State game, I looked at it the same way you did, Bill, where I was like, look, I know we're talking about a quarterback who's kind of finally getting his time and making those starts. I mean, the reality is he's not been asked to do exactly what was asked of him on Saturday, and I don't know what to make of it. Everybody did see the missed throws and the miscues and things like that. Do you look at it like, hey, this guy's just got to get the first couple game jitters out? Do you think Texas can work its way back to the college football playoff and maybe even an SEC championship?
Sure. Yeah, and with that defense, the next 3 weeks they're playing San Jose State and Sam Houston, and they'll get themselves ready for a matchup against Florida in the Swamp. And I was thinking about this. I looked way back, and I know everything's short-term these days, but I remember Peyton. And, imagine Peyton on social media after his first start against the top 10 team when he went to Alabama and struggled and threw 2 picks, and they lost like 13-10. So Peyton turned out all right. Eli turned out all right. So I think it's just a matter of he needs some experience, and Ohio State had some things with Matt Patricia. You guys may be able to do this better than me, but when Sark's saying they were disguising coverage well, it's pretty clear the guy knows what he's doing with the NFL background. So, I try not to overreact about Arch, and I use the phrase, he's a victim of our creation and our idea of what he's supposed to be because we want him to entertain us like the Mannings always do.
Yeah. How concerned should we be about Alabama? I mean, none of us actually really.
None of us are concerned.
Like we're going to cry a tear, shed a tear for them.
Hurt for them, but
how concerned should we be about the fall of Alabama? Is this just a week 1 thing, or is this lingering from last year? What's up with the program in Tuscaloosa right now?
I think there's 15 programs in the SEC that aren't concerned at all about Alabama. But here's the most telling thing to me, and the most damning thing to me in some ways is Nick Saban lost 6 road games from 2014 to 23. And Alabama's lost 4 of their last 5 road games. That's always the sign to me that if you can go in, that's why I was impressed with LSU. They went into a road environment and won. And we were so spoiled of watching Nick Saban do that time and time again. But that to me is just part of the issue. They just looked not as engaged. You're watching a lot of clips today of analyst, and the effort's not there and the discipline's not there. And here's where I thought that game was over. Florida State went for it on 4th and 1 on their own side of the field, 34-yard line. They give the ball to an Alabama transfer running back, Rodell Williams. He runs through Alabama linebacker. And I said, that's game. That's that Florida State arrogance that was back. And if you're the ACC commissioner, if you're ACC fan, you're Florida State and Miami, the two programs that I think the three of us would all identify most with in the ACC, they both stood up and showed out for the conference this weekend.
Which was, I think people looked at Miami. I haven't been a huge Mario Cristobal fan since he went there because it just seems like they couldn't turn that corner yet there at Miami. But what have they done to impress? I think in that first week, obviously, what he's doing down there in Miami. I mean, Miami's looking around and going, "Hey, we don't want to be left out of this college football playoff going forward."
They were close last year. 10 wins last year. What stands out to me is the trenches.
Yep.
Francis Mauigoa is a top 5 pick, and their other tackle was good. Reuben Bain Jr. getting after the passer. He's a first-round pick. And, you think about Miami, right? And I did a list of Miami's greatest players a couple weeks ago, and 4 of the top 6 guys on that list are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. The Warren Sapps and Mike Orbins and Ed Reeds. And, to me, it's not a secret. Florida schools need to get the 5-star guys to play at Florida schools. Jeremiah Smith's at Ohio State right now. Jordan Seaton went to Colorado. If they can keep those guys in state, they're going to be dominant. So, and Cristobal does do a good job on the offensive line. That's one of the things he's always done well is coached O-line.
Got to get your thoughts on Utah. I don't know if you stayed up late on Saturday night to watch that game. We all were cautiously optimistic about this new offense and Devin Dampier, and they go out and just absolutely demolish UCLA. They punked them in the trenches, and Dampier was as good as advertised. What are your thoughts on Utah, and are they now looking like a team that could win the Big 12 in your mind?
Well, 2 things. One, I put Devin Dampier on my Heisman long shots, and that felt really good watching him do what he did because it's possible. And the reason it's possible to me is, and I don't know if I said this on you guys' show yet, you look at quarterbacks that have won the Heisman in the last 15 years, and I think 5 of them had 1,000 rushing yards. Guys like Cam and Kyler and Lamar and Johnny Manziel and Jaden Daniels, all 1,000-yard rushers. And Dampier is able to do that. If have those kind of numbers, lead a Big 12 run, he'll have a chance. I think one thing for you. On our 1-136 later in the week, I will have Utah ranked in the top 25. That's how impressed I was. And the flip side of that is, as a Big Ten homer, Utah beating UCLA, it was the only Power 4 matchup head-to-head the Big Ten lost, but I'm still calling it a Pac-12 matchup for UCLA's sake. Okay? So,
For UCLA's sake, or for UCLA's sake, or for your sake, to be like, oh no, that's not a Big Ten team, or what are we talking about here?
Yeah. It will still go down as a loss in the spreadsheet and in the articles, but are we? But I did stay up late and watch it because I wanted to watch Devin and see what that looked like. Also impressed with Utah's defense, no doubt. Looked really good on that side of the ball. And when you sort out Big 12 contenders over the last few weeks, we're going to learn more about Arizona State and Mississippi State this week. And we're going to learn more about Iowa State in their annual game with Iowa, which my editor's an Iowa grad. So he's telling me Hawkeyes this weekend.
As you look at the landscape of all the conferences, and everybody kind of goes, and we do this every year where we say, oh, this is the way this team is going to be, and this is the way these teams are going to be. And then we always get shocked, or not necessarily shocked, but we get kind of shown differently. When I see what the Big Ten or what the Big 12 is doing, I look and I go, man, they didn't play enough teams that had weight to them enough. This is why changing the schedule matters, because if you're playing games that are Power 4 games, people are going to watch them. So there's the part where you can market your conference, and there's the part where you go, what are you even getting with these teams? And so is there a world where these FCS games or these cupcake games go away, and has the college football playoff cleared the way by saying, "Hey, we're not gonna ding you as much if you get a loss to a big team."
I hope so. I mean, I don't really need to watch Ohio State play Grambling this week. You know what I mean? And I don't need to. Texas Tech, I just looked at it. They put up 70-plus on Arkansas Pine Bluff. We don't need those games. As far as the Big 12 and scheduling, I think a couple teams missed opportunities this week. Cincinnati had a chance against Nebraska late. Bad interception at the end of that game. And, Colorado, obviously, Georgia Tech, that was a good game. Colorado isn't – you know what? I don't want to say it impressed me, but I think we all assume Colorado is going to be terrible with Travis Hunter and Shedeur gone, but they have some toughness on the trenches too. I mean, behind Seton, their defense is a little bit better. They just don't have like a Travis Hunter that did the things that Travis Hunter does. So I think that's going to make it tougher for them. And then tonight's an opportunity. If TCU shows up Belichick here with Josh Hoover, who had really, as you guys know, really good numbers last year, that's an opportunity for Sonny Dykes and TCU to avoid what happened to them 2 years ago against Colorado.
We got our chance to see Bear Bachmeier, a true freshman quarterback, play for BYU, and I'm sure you watched every snap of that game. I'm not going to ask you to break down the Cougars in Portland State.
I was there and I didn't. So,
but if Bear Bachmeier can be that efficient as a true freshman quarterback, what can that do for BYU, a team that before they lost Jake Retzloff was considered by many to be a top 25, maybe even a top 15 team? If they can get that kind of efficient quarterback play out of him, what does that do for BYU?
They'll be right in the mix. I did not break down the entire Portland State film yet. I think you guys can assume that. But and then Retzlaff had a decent game for Tulane as well.
Yeah,
so
they look like the top group of 5 team now, right?
Well, I think it's going to be really entertaining watching Tulane and Navy and South Florida, who has an opportunity against Florida this weekend, even if they lose. I mean, go play well against Florida. That was probably, you want to talk about surprises, watching South Florida just hammer Boise State. And I know it was at home and no Ashton Genty. I get that, but I did not expect that score at all. But to answer your BYU question, they could absolutely be in the mix. We have them in that like top 30 range, top 40 team, and they did have several good pieces back, good running game. Tough at home, live off turnovers, and we're going to see. I believe they play Stanford this week, right?
That's
Stanford
correct.
Stanford coming off a bye week,
early bye week.
Their game.
yeah.
That long.
They needed
it. Yeah, they're improved though. I think. I know they lost, but I think they're a little bit better than they were last year.
Real quickly before we get out, and I know you guys are going to do your rankings, but who's the team that do you think tumbles the most, and who do you think rises the most when the top 25s kind of across the board start to come out?
Well, the question becomes, is Alabama going to be ranked? Ooh. And I think they will, but they'll drop to the 20s. Kansas State won't be ranked. That's one bold prediction I have. You can't lose your first game and then barely get by North Dakota. I think they'll fall out of the top 25. I think Utah will have a chance to be ranked. I'm not trying to be edgy on your show. I can send a screenshot of my Word doc right now. And then Georgia Tech will be close to be ranked. And then LSU, in my opinion, probably jumps up to number 4 behind Ohio State, Penn State, Georgia, and then suddenly Brian Kelly. We'll see if he gets a little edgy in his press conferences, given all the criticism he took, and he probably has a right to.
Yeah. I think, did you see the video of him tripping over the ref and like he's getting
he got ran over, yeah.
You're like, I don't know if you should be so mad at that guy. He's kind of doing his job. I know you're doing yours.
You got in the way, buddy.
Yeah, come on. Bill Bender, college football writer for Sporting News. Appreciate the insights here. Go check it out for yourself. They're going to have their re-ranks all year long and kind of giving these teams where they're going to be and where, look, and it's not just ranking all 25. It's not ranking the top 25 only, ranking everybody. So it's a lot of work. So, Bill, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for being on the program.
Anytime. Thanks for having me on, guys. Have a great week.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you too.
Bill.
There you go, Bill Bender. Hey, BYU fans, Stanford's getting better. Better watch out.
Nah.
No? All right.
No.
I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think about. Like week 1, who knows? Again, we're going to do our apologies coming up here in just a little bit. But like, hold the phone. They're going to be apologies with an asterisk because I'm also going to kind of be praying that I have to rescind the apology at some point. Okay? So I'll apologize this week. I don't like the people I'm apologizing to either. All right? So there, I said it. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner when we return. We do have our first week apologies, and so that'll be coming up next. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at utahRVSupershow.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Is it me or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering Damp Rid!
Get rid of the damp by trapping excess moisture with Damp Rid.
Get 2 Icon passes and pay nothing down when you lease a new SUV from Riverton Chevy. No way! Yes way! Lease a Trax for $299 a month or a Trailblazer for just $399 a month with nothing down. It's an iconic deal from Utah's iconic Chevy dealer. Together, let's drive Riverton Chevy.
The Chevyweight champ, Riverton Chevy.
On approved stock number 25T0272R and 25T0326. 10,000 miles per year, 48 months, 25 basic vehicles only. Base upgrade Icon pass. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Outlet until 10/31/25 or while supplies last.
Don't miss out on Jazz Youth Camps and Clinics. Brought to you by PB Fit. Camps are for ages 4 to 17 and include various skill level options.
Let's go!
Whether you're a beginner trying to learn the basics or a seasoned player wanting to fine-tune your skills, there's a camp for you. Learn from Utah Jazz Camp coaching staff and Jazz personalities at select camps in multiple locations. Year-round on weekdays or weekends. Sign up and receive a reversible jersey, Jazz ticket vouchers, and a membership to Utah Jazz Shoot 360. Go to jazzyouth.com and register today.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talks about LJ Martin's career game against the Portland Vikings.
Yeah, I was just really excited about the that he was able to break tackles, and that's what we were able to see from him, throughout the last couple of years. He started to really come into his own as a leader. He's a team captain. He understands the offense. It's nice, man. It's just like, I remember when he was a true freshman, we were trying to get him lined up correctly, and now he's directing everybody else, and I've been really, really impressed with his leadership. He's still physical. He's changed his body a little bit, and man, he's got some speed, so we'll give him a hard time about getting caught in some of those runs. But I just like that he's able to break some tackles.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars get set for a home showdown with Stanford this Saturday. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex, Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us today. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Tuesday. Monday. Labor Day, yeah. So thanks for being with us on a Labor Day. We appreciate it. We're over here just working hard, you know what I mean? You might have the day off, but we're over here sweating our butt off talking about sports, man. Woo!
It's a labor of love.
JJ did have to put a tie on today, so extra bonus points on having to work on a Labor Day, not just radio, but also TV. So JJ always wins the extra effort award on this program.
I'm the best dressed member of our radio staff.
Oh, in this room for sure. Well, no, listen, the entire staff. For sure. You guys, you TV guys, you get it dialed in, man.
I would love to come here with shorts and a T-shirt, but not today.
Hey, listen, you can nominate the U Sports Volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. How does that work? Every week, we take your nominations. You submit them at kslsports.com/contests, and we take the nominations for people who are awesome youth sports volunteers in your neck of the woods. So if there are people out there that are doing, like for JJ and my kids, coaching them while you're at work, or coaching them while you're away on a Saturday, and I miss a lot of football games during football season, so I appreciate those the moms and dads who do the extra mile thing to make sure, even just the ones that like film all the games and put them on. I'm blown away by the parents who are nice enough to be able to do that stuff so I can actually see my kids' games and see how this goes and check the highlights. So if you have a youth sports volunteer that does an amazing job, nominate them at kslsports.com/contest, and then they get a prize every week from the Hercules First Federal Credit Union folks and also from Beehive Meals. And then we read those nominations off every week, and we honor those youth sports volunteers. So there you go, the Hercules Hero of the Week award. All right, it's that time of the week for us to do something a little different here, and that is, look, JJ, we're not above humbling ourselves and swallowing the pride a little bit. If we get something wrong, we want to owe some apologies here, so let's go ahead and do it. Ah, yes. I just thought it'd be good for us to be able to have in the background when we make our apologies.
I don't think I could apologize without this music.
Me too. Apologies owed across the weekend. You ready for this? First off, Carson Beck. I thought that the Lamborghini, the elbow surgery, I thought all of it was going to add up to you being crap. And against Notre Dame, at least at Hard Rock Stadium this weekend, you weren't crap, kid. Is he a kid when he's 27 and a half and he's playing his like 9th year of football?
How old is he?
I don't know. He's just like everybody else. They're just like, I'm in my 5th year. Okay, you're 23 and a half. Okay, fine. Carson Beck, I apologize, man. You had a game. And the Miami Hurricanes, I'm not going to go back and say, Bill Bender mentioned it. He's like, you guys know how it is. Like, we grew up kind of just like giving Miami the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because they were always a super good team. They always had amazing players. They always won the recruiting battles. And that hasn't been the case over the last few years, but to get Carson Beck was a big deal. So I apologize to Carson Beck. I refuse to apologize to Mario Cristobal yet. I saw him turn that corner of the
some pride left.
Some of the pride is still. I can't
humbled yourself completely.
I can't totally
on the Hurricanes.
give myself over to Miami yet. But what's that bird's name? What's that stork's name? I apologize to you, Miami stork. He's not a stork. What is he? He's like it's like a bird that flies in the Hurricanes. I don't know what they're called.
A bird that flies in the Hurricanes?
Yeah, that's why he's that bird, man. Hey, Bruce or Alex.
Sebastian the Ibis.
Ibis. They like love the Hurricanes, man. They're like, they go in there. That's where they feast, man. They're like, get me in the hurricane.
They are the last of wildlife to take shelter before a hurricane.
Yeah.
And the first to reappear after the storm passes.
They just sound like they're dumb, is what it is. What? You say a hurricane? Well, it's probably like only a category 1 or something, right? They're like, get out of here, Ibis. Get out of here, Sebastian. All right, so apologies to Carson Beck in Miami for now. JJ, any apologies you want to throw the way of people in college football or anything else across any other
sports? I owe
sports?
one to Brian Kelly. LSU was awesome.
Ooh, that feels tough. And that feels like a tough one, by the way.
And Nussmeier too. I was like, you know what? I mean, they didn't finish last year ranked in the top 25.
No.
And there was a lot of hype coming in for them. Brian Kelly, everything it did at Notre Dame was kind of like good, but not quite good enough, you know. And I felt like he's coming to LSU and he's going to get LSU athletes. What's he going to do with it? At least week 1, LSU is one of the most. We just talked to Bill about it. LSU is probably the most impressive team with one of the best wins in week 1, and they're going to rise at the polls because of it. So Brian Kelly, LSU, I apologize, and I especially apologize because you did not deserve to get run over by an official.
Yeah, but when he got up and got all like mouthy with him, I mean, I get it. You're embarrassed.
Of course, it's Brian Kelly.
I get it. He's embarrassed a little bit, and like people show their true colors when they're in an unexpected situation, right? Brian Kelly gets run over by a ref, and he's like, "Hey, screw you, buddy. Hey, what are you doing over here?" It's like this guy, you know, he kind of needs to be here.
He's doing his job, bro.
Yeah, it's not the water boy getting in your way.
You need to do yours. Stay out of the way.
So go back and watch that video, by the way. He harasses this ref, and you're like, what do you think it is that he does? Because you don't want this side judge to miss the call, because if he does, you'll kill that guy. But, you know, don't run over me. So Brian Kelly can't stop being Brian Kelly, but yeah, we apologize. Hey, I want to say, I don't know how long this is going to last, but the Baylor Bears were at home hosting Auburn, and I thought for sure they were going to get a win. And I thought for sure that they were going to show Auburn, they were going to expose Auburn for the team that didn't recruit during the offseason. And Hugh Freeze and his golf game and all that stuff. And Auburn came in to Waco, beat up on them. They win by a couple touchdowns and walk out of town. And they made them look silly, and they made us look silly. So I apologize to Hugh Freeze and Auburn. Now, again, all these, I want to put an asterisk next to all these. They can all be rescinded at any moment, right? I'll apologize for now. Imagine if you did that in your marriage, by the way. Yeah, for now, I'll apologize. So you got temporary.
But I have the right to rescind.
Yeah, this is a temporary apology. And as soon as I can rub it in your face that I was right, I'm going to take that apology back. No, I don't know. Hugh Freeze and Auburn, they look better than we thought they were going to look. And at the very least, they come in and they get a win over a team that we have is pretty high up in the Big 12. And that was a home game for that Big 12 team, and they did not show up for that one. Speaking of showing up on game day, despite the fact that social media had a heyday with Ryan Day, whatever was going on his shirt, you said it was photoshopped. I still don't believe it.
Folks, if you got duped over the weekend, Ryan Just for Men Day does not have a nipple ring.
I don't ever want to hear the term nipple ring on this program again.
It's not real. But everybody was in a frenzy. Oh, my gosh. Ryan Day has a nipple ring? No, he does not. That was Photoshop.
If you tell me Ryan Day doesn't use Just for Men on his beard, I'll get a nipple ring. All right?
On air?
On air.
We're gonna dig into the old 1280 bag of tricks?
No, thank you. I mean, who would we get? We bring somebody in? No, that's an old
I would just take you down to Claire's.
Hi, what are you looking for? Something for your daughter? No, for me. Oh, you're gonna pierce your ears?
How do you ask for a nipple ring at Claire's? How does a guy in his mid-40s ask for a nipple ring at Claire's?
Is your manager here? Had a quick question to ask. Do you get a discount? Do you get 2 for 1? I don't know. So there you go. Ryan Day at Ohio State. An apology to you guys.
Yeah, sorry about the nipple ring story too, Ryan.
No, that's tough. Sorry about that. It turned out it was fake. We didn't do it.
On behalf of all media, even bad media or bad
whoever did that.
Social media.
Sorry,
Ryan.
It was fun for the morning though. We had a great time on the Saturday on our College Football Saturday show. We didn't roll it out. We didn't try to say it was breaking news or anything, which I'm glad about. People are like, what happened in that Ohio State game? Well, I'll tell you what happened before it. Ryan Day went to Claire's. Boom. NIL deal with Claire's. That's why I trust the people at Claire's.
I was there with my daughter. I was feeling a little frisky. I was like, I don't do anything edgy.
Throw a curveball in here.
I'm almost 50 years old. I'm going to try something new.
Midlife crisis. Feeling weird. Let's go to Claire's.
Ring. Let's go.
Come on. Ryan Day and Ohio State get the win over Texas. 14-7 is a boring friggin' game.
Is Ohio State going to be a defensive juggernaut this year? Is that what they're going to be known for this year?
So I was reading something where they were like, who was it that I saw talking about it too? They're like, that defense has 4 guys who are going to be in the NFL next year. And then the people who don't go to the NFL, they'll be in the NFL the next 2 years after that.
Wow.
And Texas is the same way, by the way.
I know.
Neither of these offenses were just like, I mean, and I know Arch Manning, he skipped a couple passes that you're like, oh boy, what's going on here? So I don't know. I don't know if it's real or not, but to be determined later. So apologies. And I'll apologize to Arch Manning for us really going too hard at expecting a lot out of you. We did. Didn't we go a little bit? Didn't the expectations go a little bit too far on this kid?
We on this media? We on the show warned everybody that it's way too early for Arch Manning to be getting this kind of hype. Yeah, we all knew why he was getting it.
And
even the kid himself was like, I don't want anything like this. I'm just trying to play college football, man.
Did you or Annapolis send that meme of turns out we were expecting the wrong uncle for him to play like with the Uncle Rico meme? I was like, oh boy. And you know what? That video shows his throwing motion about like when he throws that steak at your guy. What's his name?
Napoleon.
Yeah. When he goes that sidearm kind of short arm steak to the face, that kind of looked like Arch on Saturday. So I'm not going to lie.
That looked like Archie from the 70s.
Boy. Yeah. Not a good throwing motion, but you could get away with it back then. Want to apologize to Florida State. We assumed you were going to get absolutely housed. Absolutely beat up. And Tommy Castellanos, turns out you were right. The predictions came true. You gave Alabama all the billboard material, which makes it even more impressive, right? Like, when he said it, we were like, you have no business saying a dadgum thing, guy. You played at Boston College. Like, you're not going to do anything at Florida State. You can't trash talk Alabama. And Alabama's like, oh, we taking notes. We're taking notes, man. You did, and then you forgot to practice. Kalen DeBoer is in a real bad spot there. So we apologize to Florida State. You guys, by the way, did you see the stat of the weekend of Florida State was the 11th straight team that hosted Alabama, that has beaten Alabama and rushed the field. So since 2004, everyone has rushed the field if they beat Alabama at their home. Now, it doesn't happen very often because we just pointed out, Bill Bender just pointed out what?
6 times in Saban's
in 10 years, just between 14 and 23, he lost 6 away games. Kalen DeBoer's lost 4 out of his last 5, which means he's had to watch the field getting stormed every time.
We're getting to the point where Field storming for a win over Alabama is really not necessary.
I was on the field at BYU after. They have those.
They didn't storm the field after the Portland State.
No, but they guard the goalposts still with half of Provo's police department.
Yes,
but they have the pneumatic, they have the hydraulic ones now.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that you can
take
lower
down.
You can lower like a church hoop. Who's got the key? Dude, my dad has the key. We should go play ball, dude.
We've all been there.
That's the chain. That's the chain sound, Annapolis, all right? When you want to play church ball, you got to do it.
We got to do better on sound effects. That was terrible. We got to come up with something.
Hey, everybody here knows what I was talking about.
Help us out.
You know that sound. You're standing on that carpeted basketball floor, and then the hoop comes down. Come on. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. When we do, that's a good round of apologies, by the way. We don't have to do too many every week, but, we'll get to it. We'll come back. We've got a Sucks to Be You. People who it currently sucks to be. Standing by. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaBelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, I'm on a new round of Salt Lake City fat loss. Why? Because I had so much success on the first time around, JJ. And I told you a couple weeks ago, I said, hey, man, I'm going to lose 35 pounds. If I do that, then I'm able to get to 100 pounds lost over the last year and a half on Salt Lake City fat loss. Now, the 65 pounds that I lost in the first 60 days back in 24, that round was great. But the reality is I have felt awesome this year because even if I'm fluctuating here and there a couple pounds, the reality is I've kept that 65 off. I'm even below that now. Things are already starting off really, really well with this next round. And I'm telling you, it's about keeping it off, which we've been able to do for more than a year and a half now. And that's what Salt Lake City Fat Loss has done for us. And it can happen for you too.
Yeah, I've lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and I've run into a lot of people out and about. They say, hey, you look great. How does this actually work? Well, let me tell you, it's a doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program. It's going to help you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely. No drugs. No injections, no prepackaged meals, bars, or shakes. I'm not going to try to sell you all a bunch of extra stuff. No exercise, crazy exercise plan is required. It's just helping reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly, eating healthy food at the right times to keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. You're going to have an app. You put all your results in the phone. You're going to weigh yourself every day. And as you're doing the program, you're going to see the weight come off, and that's the biggest motivator. You're going to have success doing this as long as you follow the program each and every day. And it's so nice to have that kind of success. Reaching your goals is so motivating, and it's going to change your life for good if you maintain and keep the habits you get from the program. Go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Get your free consultation. They'll answer all your questions. And if you want to join me and Alex on this weight loss journey, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off the program right now. Go there right now, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about improving the team's tackling following their win at UCLA.
Coach Scally does a great job teaching it, first of all, him and Coach Shaw. They're the coaches back in the secondary. I'm sure they'll have a plan this week to fortify that and get better at it. To be honest, we did not do a lot of tackling in fall camp by design. I wanted to keep everyone healthy, and so that has a little bit of something to do with it as well. But my guess is you'll see a steady improvement in tackling as the season goes on. At least we hope so.
That's your Utes of 50 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present,
Yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It Sucks to Be You.
All right, welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know who it doesn't suck to be? You, listeners.
No,
tell you why.
Never.
Right now, if you're listening to DJ and PK this morning, you can, of course, deliver what they give every Monday morning, which is the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers play of the weekend. And if you're able to recall what exactly that was, then you give us a call right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. And you get yourself a chance to win some, or it's an Amazon gift card. So, look, or if, as I like to call it, part of the payment plan that you have with Amazon. Just keep chipping away, all right? So you get that Amazon gift card with an impressive lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs. No wonder people are switching to Chevy, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers. 801-575-ZONE. I don't know. Any hints, Annapolis? You feeling generous over there?
It's a play that involves a Kearns Cougar.
Oh, boy.
That's good.
Oh, I knew
That's
that.
good.
Is this your alma mater too? Don't let people forget you weren't just like randomly throwing it out there. Every week we have to get some sort of love fest for the Kearns Cougars.
Kearns. I went to Kearns. I know a lot of Kearns. There's a lot of Kearns graduates here at Broadcast House. A lot.
Really?
Including some bosses. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that. Oh, no,
It's well represented here at KSL and in local media.
How's your alma mater football team doing, by the way?
Think they're 0-3. Not doing so hot this year.
This year? Sorry, that was mean. No, but this person had a good career there, right? All right, we've got lots to get to. All right, I've got the people who it currently sucks to be. Sucks to be Kalen DeBoer in Alabama.
Oof.
Don't know what they're going to do. I don't know. Like, the expectations are always high. But having to be the guy after the guy is pretty tough. I'd want to be the guy who takes the job after the guy who took the job after the guy. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
It's like you never want to replace a legend.
It was easier to be Bronco Mendenhall than Gary Crow.
Oh, for sure. And you want to be the guy to come in and go, man, you guys have had it rough. I'm going to try to restore power to it, man. And not just Bronco Mendenhall. Even, Kalani Sitake comes in and goes, all right, I'm going to be the guy.
I'm actually Kalen DeBoer should never have left Washington for Alabama. Shouldn't have done it. He could have been the man. Washington's a great place.
I know. I get why he did it.
In the Big Ten?
I get why he did it. I
Why?
get why he did it. Because it's Ala-freaking-Bama,
Yeah,
dude.
but he's not a Southern guy.
I'm a Washington guy, and that's Ala-freaking-Bama. I would have taken that job. Abso-freaking-lutely.
But now he's going to stay. This is not going to go well. It's clearly not going well. They don't have the talent that the other teams have in the SEC to turn this around quickly. I'm not seeing it.
How long does Kalen?
Are you blown away by their quarterback?
No, but that's part of the problem.
This is not Alabama standard.
How long do you give Kalen DeBoer? Like, if things start to struggle this year, if he goes...
He'll survive the season because they've already got... I mean, he's under contract. Massive contract.
Money, yeah. At what point, like, record-wise... Now, obviously, there's a lot more than record. If people are... Even if they're winning, but they suck as people, I don't think that's the case with him.
No. It's, by all accounts, great guy.
Yeah. But is it 7 wins if they go 7-5?
Winning season keeps him there. Like, again...
KJ, what are you talking about? No dang way. I'm not even
You think
saying
they're going to fire him if he goes 7-5 this year?
I could absolutely see it. Because you know what 7-5 gets you? You fall out of the rankings for the first time in, checks notes, 1,000 years. They've been in there for a millennia. I don't know. I don't know when the last time they were outside of the AP rankings. Did they ever fall out last year?
No.
I mean, let's look it up. I don't know when the last time that they... I don't know how to look that up. Hey, Siri, when was the last time that Alabama wasn't ranked in the AP poll?
2007.
All right.
2007.
That's crazy.
Alabama went 7-6 in Nick Saban's debut season.
And debut season, Kalen DeBoer did better technically. So he's better than Nick Saban. All right?
Okay.
So give it some time. He had 2 more wins than Nick Saban had in his debut season, his debut season. There you go.
So I don't think Wisconsin's any good. They probably should win that game, but they're at Georgia on September 27th. They lost to Vanderbilt last year. They got to go to Missouri, Tennessee, at South Carolina, LSU.
Maybe Diego Pavia knew something about Alabama. So did Florida State. They're like, actually, hey, you guys, they start calling up people, go, start talking trash about Alabama. I heard some stuff, man. Okay. Hey, Diego, say some stuff. Say some crazy stuff, man. All right, I'm going to go off.
Castellanos, Pavia, they're all talking.
Sucks to be Arch Manning, who this week took all of the brunt of everybody on social media. Hey, this guy stinks. Oh, I told you he wasn't going to be any good. Oh, this guy's awful. This kid, I know he's gotten a lot of NIL money, but he's also gotten a lot of freaking hate. I feel bad for him. Sucks to be Arch Manning this weekend.
Yeah, he didn't perform as many had anticipated, and that's stupid. We've talked about it on our show. I think the kid's going to be fine long term, but the expectations heaped on him this year, people talking about him as the Heisman favorite.
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything yet. Slow your roll. Like, let's let these young people, even though no matter what their name is, let them develop and figure it out. It's totally unfair to put that kind of stuff on Arch Manning, and I feel bad for him that he's been in that position. He performed as well as most quarterbacks will perform against Ohio State's defense this year. Not many quarterbacks in the country are going to be able to be effective against that front, man.
Yeah.
They were tough.
Yeah. And maybe by the end of the year, you see them again in the college football playoff. That's what dreams are made of, man. Let's go. Okay? Sucks to be Paul Feinbaum, who is...
Tough weekend for the SEC.
Paul Feinbaum, dude. That guy, he must have been on the Manning payroll the way he talked about that kid.
Yeah.
So it sucks to be him. Who else does it suck to be? Sucks to be the UCLA Bruins. Turns out you suck.
Oh, my gosh.
You sucked for a while now.
Like, Utah humiliated them.
Yeah.
Humiliated them.
It got worse. I don't think that team wins more than 3 games on the season if they play like that.
And then you start talking about coaches in trouble.
Yeah, Deshaun Foster. Here's the thing, too. I told you guys, the only quarterback people wanted to talk about this weekend was freaking Nico. And even after,
sucks to be Nico.
It sucks to be Nico. Because everybody talked about you and you were by far the second best quarterback in that building. And there were only 2. All right?
I don't know. I thought Bird Ficklin was pretty good out there. Nico wasn't as efficient as Bird Ficklin.
So
I'm not joking.
Now, this is something, too, that was pointed out to me. They're like, watch Nico's body language. He turned into full-on Caleb Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Pouting like crazy after that thing went down. So, yeah, you know how that's going to go. Might win the Heisman Trophy, might not do anything else. Team goes 7-5 the next year. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. When we return, we've got a sound for you. BYU preparing for Stanford. Utah welcoming Cal Poly this weekend as they put more entrance into the Ring of Honor up at the University of Utah. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Celebrate hot temps with cool ambiance and a great meal. Ruth's Chris. Nothing goes better together than a delicious meal and award-winning service, sizzling steaks, signature apps, salad sides, and desserts. Ruth's Chris, downtown Salt Lake or Hotel Park City.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's the home opener for the Utes as they battle Cal Poly in Rice-Eccles Stadium. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
We should have played that after the victory.
We should. BYU beat the spread, everybody. Our favorite BYU Instagrammer, Dr. Jeff Hill, got on there. There's a reason that guy's got a giant smile on his face all the time, by the way. All right? Has nothing to do with football. Oh, yeah, they're in Hawaii now, right? I don't know why I'm following this guy's journey, but I am. I like the guy. Yeah.
He's the happiest guy in
Happiest guy on the planet. Yeah, absolutely. BYU fans, Utah State fans, everybody excited. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, many other retailers in the refrigerated section. Give it a shot. Let's kick off the hour as we always do. We've got tons of sound to get to. We're going to get your thoughts, and we're going to get some reactions to not just BYU and the win that they had over the weekend and Utah and the win they had over the weekend. How about getting ready for week 2 at these programs? Let's kick it off with the cut right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. Thanks for being with us at Trajan Wealth. TRAJANwealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted needs in retirement. Let's start with Utah. Well, first of all, I did want to get your thoughts, though, too. Utah State got the win over UTEP over the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Thoughts on Bryson Barnes' first go with Bronco Mendenhall as his new mentor, as if he's going to be his quarterback mentor. I will say Bryson Barnes and Bronco Mendenhall, I feel like that's a match made in heaven. And Utah State, much-needed win over the weekend. I say much-needed because it's a good place to start, at least.
So there's a lot of great things about it. Bryson Barnes is solid. He was exactly as you'd expect him to be. Miles Davis, the BYU transfer.
Yeah, he ran all over the place.
Led Utah State in both rushing and receiving yardage. A perfect fit for him up there. Big moment for Miles Davis. BYU fans who followed Miles Davis, you got to be happy for him. Perfect fit for him up in Logan. The offense is good. The offensive line still has work to do.
Yeah.
Barnes was under duress quite a bit. So that's one thing that still has me concerned, is that offensive line is not where it needs to be. But it's so hard at the group of 5 level to get your offensive line where you want it to be. The best guys are all in the P4. And it's once you develop a guy, they're gone. That's the biggest problem that group of 5 teams have right now, is getting depth in your offensive line.
But Bronco has a way to get guys to buy in. And
there's no doubt.
And I don't know if that means staying because of NIL, or regardless of the NIL money coming in, but there is some of that where the commitment to the kind of core group and all that. I think it's.
Well, why do you think he's being so coy about his depth chart and who is? They're trying to keep the guys in the program. They don't want to lose guys. I get it. So that's the one glaring issue I see with Utah State. But the defense was. You saw Nick Howell and Bronco Mendenhall's fingerprints all over that defense. Yeah. They were all over Malachi Nelson, flying around, making plays. They gave up 16 points, but UTEP had to work really hard for those 16. If you're a Utah State fan, you got to feel really good about the Bronco Mendenhall era, what's to come. Bronco's going to get that thing rolling. And, considering where things were last year, 28-16, you'd like a bigger gap against UTEP, but that was a good start, getting a double-figure victory at home. Now fans need to show up.
Yep.
Fans now, you saw what the product is. You saw what you have to cheer for.
Was it not full?
Lacking. It wasn't that great.
Wow.
So get up to those games, start watching those games. And they got Texas A&M this week. And we all know that's a tough task. But
then they go 2 games in a row.
See how they show.
They're going to open it up conference play-wise against Air Force. And then they host McNeese State. And then they go to Vanderbilt. I bet between the Texas A&M game and the Vanderbilt game, you're going to see Broncos guys surprise some people, I think.
Absolutely.
Right? There's going to be one of those games where you're going to have somebody stumble for a minute, and they're going to be like, oh, that David just popped us in the mouth, man. Like,
as that team gets better and more confident, they might roll into Vanderbilt and get that win.
Could be.
They might do that.
That's a very Bronco Mendenhall thing to do.
Exactly.
Fly under the radar, and then you're like, Bronco, you guys just beat Vanderbilt. He's like, oh, that's a good team effort. We just worked hard together as a team. Brothers. What? Come on, man.
Band of brothers.
Get excited.
This real quick to wrap up Utah State. Look, I'm not saying I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go the rest of the season, but the Mountain West is wide open. Boise State is no longer a juggernaut. They're not. They don't have this. They don't have the skill position guys that they've had in the past. They don't have a Heisman Trophy candidate on that roster right now.
Yeah.
They're going to struggle to score points this year. San Jose State took an L over the weekend, a team that everyone said was going to be in the mix. UNLV struggled with Idaho State out of the gate. The Mountain West is wide open, so why not Utah State? Why not?
Yeah, I get it. Let's get into some of this audio here from the University of Utah, and this is Coach Whittingham in his press conference today talking about getting ready for these teams this week. Cal Poly facing Utah. This is one that they want to get at home, and they want to kind of get their guys right. They want to get everything, all their ducks in a row. You're going to see them prepare for this game just like you did with UCLA. Here's what Witt said about the positives from Game 1, how to carry those into Game 2.
Ran the football well, threw it efficiently, converted third downs really well. Red zone, outstanding. Didn't turn the ball over, 0 turnovers, and really never had any lulls in the offense. And we only punted 1 time. We had 10 possessions, 7 touchdowns, a field goal, a punt, and end of game. So anyway, it was very positive, and it was good to see the offense executing the way they did for the full 60 minutes.
I love when those drives end in end of game.
Mm-hmm.
Just going down the stat sheet, and we had an end of game. That was good. Witt also talking about the line of scrimmage. This is where they know week to week. Now, I don't know how many people you're going to fool on the defensive line side of things. You're not. But I will say you will absolutely see this offensive and defensive line dialed up every week, and that's where it starts for Witt.
Really, the success, in my opinion, of the entire game started in the line of scrimmage. We did a good job controlling the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. That was the biggest difference. Definitely had some things we can do better and things to work on. Tackling in the secondary was not as crisp as it needs to be, not as clean as it needs to be. Some special team errors, missed the first extra point, dropped a kickoff return and got pinned deep in our territory, mishit a few kickoffs. So there's things to work on there as well. So no shortage of things for us to address this week. But again, a good start to the season, and we just got to continue to work hard and focus from week to week, take them one at a time.
Week to week, one at a time. Never heard him say something like that. No, Kyle Whittingham doesn't change. He will never change. Here's what Whit had to say about the defenders that are playing on offense, because it was asked, so what are we really going to see from these guys? And they're not laying off. They're going to make sure these guys play.
Well, we plan on using them each and every week. How much is exactly as you mentioned, what the matchup was and what the personnel groups they're in. Coach Beck typically goes into a game with 4, 5, or 6 personnel groups, and just depending on how many of those groups they're involved in. But I thought it was really good production from those guys. Smith, 5 catches for 50 or 60 yards, and Lander caught the touchdown pass and actually blocked really well too. Lander, I'm convinced, could be one of the best tight ends in the country if that was his full-time position. So he's a big plus. And then Benny did exactly what we hoped. He didn't have a lot of production on paper, but he did a great job of taking the top off the coverage and stretching the defense and opening some things up for other guys.
Okay, there you go. They're not going to. It's not a gimmick. These guys are going to play offense, man. They're going to use them. And people are like, oh man, that's a lot. It's like, okay, well, tell me if their production drops off on defense at all, and then maybe you'll see some switches, but I doubt that'll happen. I mean, these are guys that Whit really likes what they give him on offense. If these are the best players you have on the field and you can put them out there on both sides, for heaven's sakes, do it. And I'm not opposed to it at all. So when he says, yeah, they're going to play some offense, what do we say all offseason? Yeah, but like how much, though? What are we really talking here? And they both got touchdowns in the very first game against UCLA.
He didn't lie to us at Big 12 Media Days. He told us what they were going to do.
We're going to
play. We were
kind
of like, well, that's interesting.
Cool, but
I don't
how
think
much?
any of us saw. And throw Jackson Benny in there too. There multiple guys are playing both ways, and it works. So it'll be interesting to see how they balance that. But it's an effective use of their talents, and we should have saw it coming as to the extent of which they would do it, how much they would do. I thought maybe they would, kind of like what they did with Lander with the one play, right? A special play, they put him in there, catches the defense off guard, you get a touchdown or a big gain, but. Smith Snowden had a lot of offensive touches.
Yep.
And he was good in his touches, and
Absolutely.
it really helped that offense. So I like what they're doing, and I like that they're thinking outside of the box a little bit, where you've looked at, what they did with Sione Vaki. It's not like Utah's new to this. And I think they've looked at it again and thought, well, obviously Travis Hunter won a Heisman Trophy playing both ways. As long as we manage this correctly, let's use these guys' talents to the utmost of let's get everything out of these guys we can on both sides of the ball if it means winning football games, and that's what they did.
Big Sky opponent, Cal Poly coming to town. The Mustangs are, I don't know how many times they've faced Utah in their career, if they or in their existence if they have, but I will say
lots of great memories of great games against Cal Poly.
Cal Poly, the Mustangs. No, but here's what he talked about with that game, because it's an opportunity now. They're going to be able to really buckle down and just kind of make everything. You can be perfect in a game like this weekend. And here's what Whit said about getting everybody ready for this game.
Well, first of all, I don't overlook anybody. I don't care what level they are or what their record is. As soon as you do that, you find yourself getting smacked in the face. And so we don't approach it any differently in our preparation and how we go about our business. And we expect our guys to work and focus just as if it was whoever we played. It doesn't matter. And so in that respect, the preparation remains the same. The process remains the same. But you hope, if you get a chance, especially early in the season, to get a look at some of the younger guys, you hope that happens. But that's getting ahead of things in our opinion. If we are able to take control of the game and get a lead, then it would be great to see some of these younger guys and see what they can do.
They're excited about this whole group, so I think that this was a good weekend for them to get kind of reset again, get guys feeling healthy. I'm not going to say it's a bye week. I'm just saying I think that it is good for them to be able to get the type of a game that you expect against FCS teams. Dial your team in at home in that first game, get your fans pumped up as much as they kind of can be for a game like this, and score some points, get everybody in the game you can, and then move on, and then get ready for the next week. Here's BYU, who had that very game on Saturday. Here's what Kalani Sitake had to say about Stanford coming into town and what that looks like. And obviously Stanford losing in week 0. They have a bye week in week 1. It's kind of weird, but they had that extra week to prepare. And here's what Kalani said about that Stanford program.
A really good system. I mean, obviously, Frank Reich's leading the way as head coach. And you look at the staff, they have a really good coaching staff, good talent on their team. All you have to do is look at the guys that we got from there. I mean, we got Bear and Tiger, and they came from there. I think they were put in a really difficult situation as a program, and I think Andrew Luck and Frank Reich are doing everything they can to make it right and make sure that they can do what they can for the outgoing seniors and get that program going.
Stanford's down, but I don't know for how long. Stanford is one of these teams that is going to struggle until they find an identity in the new NIL. It is not a program that is able to do the type. Look, if they wanted to play around with the money situation, if they wanted to dip into some extremely loaded alumni, they could do it. This is not the way that they do it. Oh, boy. What's the over-under on Jordan Hudson sightings today?
Hanging out with Randy Moss.
Okay. By the way, the amount of former Bill Belichick players that are at this UNC and TCU game, and I know that ESPN tried their darndest. It's like a 20-to-1 ratio of showing TCU versus North Carolina,
which is why I want TCU to kick their butt.
I know, it's the same reason that it's almost like this. It's like Utah. Think about it. How much flair are they throwing at how much attention did Nico Iamaleava get going into that UCLA game?
Too much.
It's the only one that he talked about. And we kept saying, look, we're the only ones here locally saying that the other quarterback is probably going to be better. We know the other team is definitely going to be prepared better, this Utah team. Sonny Dykes, now this is what's weird. Auburn beat Baylor. That was your dark horse pick for a champion in the Big 12. TCU is my dark horse champion of the Big 12. And it's really hard to imagine that they're not going to be successful, but I just wonder. And I get Josh Hoover is the better quarterback of these two quarterbacks. Bill Belichick is not going to snap the football, all right? I don't know how much influence that Jordan Hudson's going to have from up there. By the way, did you see that? She's like chatting Randy Moss's ear off, and he's like, yeah, that's great. That's crazy. Checks his watch. Anyway, I'm going to go down to the field, see if I can find Teddy Bruschi, my guy. All right. Here's what Kalani had to say about the recruiting rivalry against Stanford. Apparently, that's a big thing. It's not just about stealing guys from Stanford, although they've done that. Both teams have an academic level that you got to get to. And if you have an extremely, really, really smart, really, really good LDS athlete, Stanford is always right there knocking at the door to get those guys before BYU does.
All these tough programs that recruit against, Stanford's one of them. So, they have a really good system in place there with education and what they have with the football program. And, so the standard they have is still there. We're always going to have to recruit against everybody, especially in the West Side. And they're an academic institution that higher learning. And so then it's really difficult to get in school there. So we have a lot of common ground when it comes to getting guys that can be accepted into BYU too. So we're going to battle them always. I don't think that's ever going to change.
All right. Frank Reich, he's the head coach. What do we say? He's the interim head coach. He's doing Andrew Luck a solid here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any chance he stays there forever?
No.
Not forever, but I mean, that he wants to be the
Probably
head
not.
coach? All right.
Probably not.
Here's what Frank Reich had to say about Bear Bachmeier, the quarterback that was signed to play with Stanford, and then after the firing of Troy Taylor, ended up here at BYU.
Very positive. And yeah, just from looking at the film and watching the game, some of it on television, he's an explosive athlete, has a strong arm, is a threat to run the ball. So kind of figured that having a little bit of that QB run game would be in there with him. And he's got an explosive arm as well.
He's got big legs too. And if
I was waiting for Frank Reich to call him a centaur.
If you're an opposing coach and you're like, hold on, I got to come out of the locker room. I got to look at this guy's hindquarters.
I got to look at his butt.
Look
at that butt.
Oh,
Coach Barnum admitted he came out and was staring at Bear Bachmeier's butt.
Now listen,
it's not the word he used to describe it.
Football coaches are weird people. Okay,
yes,
I feel like that guy at Portland State was basically every other coach that I had in high school. I came out there, I seen his butt, man. You know what? And I said,
took a nice good look at that kid's butt.
That guy's a football player. I'm like, geez, coach, you weirdo. Here's Frank Reich also talking about whether or not this is an advantage for BYU to be able to get some Stanford transfers, even though they weren't really hanging out in the program. I mean, Tiger had some time in the program, but it's not like Bear's going to share all the plays with him.
I really don't think so. My experience with that kind of thing is that it usually gets overrated both ways on what we know about Bear and Tiger, but on what they know about us. And I'm not particularly worried about what they're telling them about what we do, because honestly, we've changed a good bit from when they were here as well. And they run a different scheme than we run. And so I think right now we're early in the season. I think both teams are focused on our players and what we do more than anything else.
Hey, who would have thought BYU runs a different scheme than you guys do as a different team? That's crazy. Here's what Frank Reich said about BYU's offense and the run game and what they expect in Provo this weekend from that run game.
Obviously, a dynamic run game with quarterback being involved in the run game and the play pass and getting him on the move. He's a good athlete, so you're going to get him on the move and got a lot of stuff, a lot of action going on. So certainly respect. Really, this is a very well-coached team. You can see that. They're a good football team.
Here's what he said about BYU's NFL-style defense. He has seen the same thing we do. These guys fly around, and they have multiple looks and multiple reads, and they hide coverages. Here's what he said about BYU's defense they're facing.
Their schemes are very sound defensively. I feel like I'm watching an NFL defense with everything they do. They do a little bit of everything. They're multiple in every way. Their pressure package is quite sophisticated, a lot of stuff you see at the NFL level, and they do a good job of executing it.
Good for those kids who want to go to the NFL, right, JJ?
Mm-hmm. And BYU is putting defensive players in the NFL right now.
There you go. All right, let's take another break here. We'll come back. So there you go. There's your weekly sound from your two head coaches at BYU and at Utah, getting ready for their opponents this week. And you're going to hear all that, of course, every week right here on the KSL Sports Zone. Let's take a break. More to go, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Aggies versus the Aggies this Saturday as Utah State hits the road for a battle against Texas A&M. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday morning at 9:30. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaVell Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jared's here for the funnel cakes. Maria's here for the music. And Mike wants to take a spin in a monster truck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Get ready for a scary good time at the Monsters Are Real Monster Truck Show September 14th at the Utah State Fair. It's guaranteed to be an adrenaline-fueled beast of a show. Monsters Are Real September 14th, only at the Utah State Fair.
Next big holiday, it's right around the corner, and it's Labor Day. It's a time to kick back and relax and recover from all of the spectacular things you did during the summertime. And, of course, the effort of getting the kids back to school. It's time to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, don't you think? Hotel Park City or downtown Salt Lake City? Wrap up the summer, kick off the fall with your reservations at either location, where you are going to get a wonderful meal served in such an incredible way at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And whichever entree you choose, whether it's one of their famous steaks or seafood, poultry, maybe it's something special on the menu, it will be cooked to perfection, exactly the way you like it, and served on a 500-degree sizzling plate. Side dishes to die for. The desserts, oh, you've got to save room. It's time to make your reservations. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, let's give a little love to the kicker. BYU kicker Will Farron talks about kicking a record-tying field goal, 56 yards against Portland State.
I think it's funny. Every time there's a big kick, everyone's like, what happened here? What happened here? And I'm like, it's always the same process for me. Or if it's one of the PATs we hit today or a game winner or a long kick, I go through the same process, approach it the same way, I even hit the ball the same way. And if I hit the ball pure and straight every time, then good things happen. So it's kind of the extent. It didn't feel much different than a lot of the other balls I've hit.
That's your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you as always by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as we watch the pregame breakdowns here. North Carolina, TCU, yes, another game of college football. This one a big one between two Power 4 opponents. We're high on TCU. Think that they could be really, really tough in the Big 12 this year. North Carolina has a brand new coach. That's all I know about him. That's all anybody knows about him. At least around here.
I like TCU tonight.
Yeah, I don't.
Even on the road, I like TCU.
The amount of athletes, and I know there's a lot of attention on this North Carolina program, but it seems like it's the only place where people are putting their attention. If I'm TCU, I'm loving that. It's like, fine. Don't focus in on us at your peril. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know. It is going to be fascinating to see if Bill Belichick can translate NFL head coaching success into college. The other way around usually doesn't work. But, JJ, your thoughts as to what does the future hold for Bill Belichick coaching at this level? One, can he have that type of success? Can North Carolina legitimately become a contender when it comes to not just college football playoff, but a national championship contender when he's at the helm?
As long as he gets the right assistants and he gets the right players, he can accomplish a lot. But that remains to be seen. They have 30 freshmen and 40 transfers, 70 new players in 2025.
That's like almost Utah State numbers right there, man.
Pretty darn close. And so we don't know a lot about North Carolina. We don't know a lot about Bill Belichick as a college head coach. It's a different world. Although the difference between college football and the NFL these days, especially at the Power 4 level, is not as much as it used to be, right? Because now you have, recruiting's different where it's like, okay, what can we pay these guys as opposed to, let's get them on our campus and show them our incredible facilities. Recruiting is all about NIL. It's all about the revenue sharing.
Yeah,
it's getting players paid, and so that's more in the vein that Bill Belichick's used to dealing with, and getting young people to respond to a coach that's in his 70s that yes has had incredible success in the NFL, probably the greatest NFL head coach of all time based on Super Bowl victories. Can they buy into what he's teaching them at his age? Because you're seeing what's the trend in college football these days. It's a young man's game, especially when it comes to coaching.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, too, the interesting thing about, watching this guy do this and trying to figure it out, how much does he love being here and actually coaching, like, I want to make a difference versus, like, just taking a paycheck and kind of – he thought he was going to be hired by an NFL team at this point, right?
Yeah, his ego's a little bruised right now.
Yeah, so I just wonder if he is that long-term committed guy. Do you see this? What is it? This guy's on our team. His name's Will Hardy. Get out of here, dude. You're confusing all of us Jazz fans. I mean, some young white dude named Will Hardy.
There's only one Will Hardy.
There's only one young Will Hardy on this planet, all right? And Utah owns him, right? Get out of here. JJ, the NFL Blitz looks like this. Jaylen Warren signs a 2-year extension to that Steelers deal that he already had. We like Jaylen Warren, like what he does for that team. I don't know. The NFL is starting up this week, man. Thursday Night Football on NBC. Yes. We're back, baby. This is going to be it. So what do you think about Jaylen Warren signing up for another 2 years with the Steelers?
I know he's loved there. Sly is still very connected to the Steelers organization. They talk really highly of Jaylen Warren, and he's a culture fit for them. Hard-nosed guy, undrafted, just a workhorse that likes to play physical football. So he's a perfect fit there, so it makes a lot of sense. They moved on from Najee Harris in the offseason, and I don't think Jalen Warren's role is going to change much, but he's going to get paid, and it's awesome. One of the great stories, seeing Jalen Warren go from East High School, where he was just unbelievable, had to overcome a lot of adversity, had to get some stuff in order off the field, and then to go to Utah State and snow, Utah State, Oklahoma State, quite a journey for him, but it's great to see a local kid do well, and good for him.
Tyreek Hill not among the Dolphins captains after his offseason apology. So does it matter? Who cares who the captains are in the NFL, right? I mean, come on.
Somewhat, yeah.
I just assume the C on the chest for the quarterback is like about as much as you can kind of guarantee.
It's so overrated.
Do they get bonuses or what?
No.
I always love how they do the thing.
It's
where
an
they
honor.
Oh,
That's
wow.
about it.
He's got the 4 stars on there, and they're filled with gold.
Wouldn't be surprised if most coaches just pick 4 guys to go do the coin toss before the game. Who cares?
Your little league Pee Wee kids.
Right.
Who hasn't done it yet?
Yeah, who's on the rotation?
Billy,
here?
we need you.
Did you go last week? No. All right.
All right, you're up.
Go out there.
Brian Dable
Call
says.
heads.
Brian Dable says the Giants' decision on QB2 is going to be revealed on Sunday. What are your hopes and dreams for that one? I really hope that it just is Jameis Winston and they move right on and don't have to worry about Jackson Dart being a part of that conversation. Right?
We're such Jackson Dart fans that we don't want
the
Giants to ruin him.
Don't ruin that
like
kid.
They did
Come on.
Zach Wilson in New York with the Jets. I would like them to just let Jackson Dart watch from the sideline this year and learn and learn and learn. And I think next year he would be ready to go. Don't throw him out there too early. So hopefully it's Jameis Winston, but I'm like you. I don't want to rush Jackson Dart out there. Maybe later in the season. I don't know, but probably not. Just put him on the shelf. It's kind of like I don't know. Just don't break him. Don't break him.
Well, I do think it's interesting because it really doesn't matter to us. We're like, hey, yeah, sure. You got 2 guys who are veteran quarterbacks that can teach this kid how to be a pro, Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. But the desire for Brian Dable to try to have to prove himself as a winner, right? And as I deserve this job.
He's on the hot seat.
Definitely is.
He's got to win.
So there you go. You've got that decision is going to be coming this weekend. So there you go. Dolphins outside linebacker coach Ryan Crow is actually on indefinite leave from the team. He got arrested last week, charged of domestic battery. No place for that in the NFL, obviously, and I hope that the team and the NFL does all their investigating and whatever they find. If he's a bad dude, throw him to the wolves. And you know what? I don't know why we create paths back for guys who have had multiple problems in this category. And Ryan Crow has had issues before, and this one's a bad one. And this is a bad look for the NFL. All of these domestic violence things, it seems like they pop up a lot with these professional athletes and with these and in the NFL in particular. And not because these people are bad people, but I think that what happens is they get shielded by the shield, right?
Yes.
In certain cases, if they're good enough, which is a weird thing.
Yeah. Not in this case, though. So I'm glad they're handling it.
Let me see here. What's up next on the...
Matthew Stafford's going to start.
Hey, your guy?
Oh, my back.
I thought it was his shoulder.
This game counts? I'm back.
Was it his shoulder?
No, it's his back.
It was his back? Okay. What is he, Lowry marketing? Got some stiffness back here.
You can't blame a guy in his mid-30s not wanting to have to go through the grind of camp, right?
Well, but just do what everybody else does and just go, yeah, he's sitting out. We don't need the whole rigmarole of my back. Ow. I just don't think. Yeah, so he's expected to start. Is he gonna be any good? Annapolis? Your guys, the Rams, what are you guys expected to do this year?
He's gonna be great.
Okay. That sounded so fake.
We're going to the Super Bowl, man. Come on.
He's gonna do great.
He's
The
gonna do great.
Rams are
We're going to the
gonna
Super
win
Bowl.
games this year.
And then some guy in the back with the cue card. We're gonna do great this year. Yeah. Thanks, Annapolis.
Little Stockholm
Seems like
syndrome.
You really
there.
believe?
Jeez.
Yeah, that's a guy who's being held hostage by somebody, forced to say that they're gonna do great. Yeah, no, they're my team. Najee Harris cleared for contact as he plans to play versus the Chiefs on Friday. So you got Thursday game, Friday game, Sunday games, obviously. And then Monday, do they have any Saturday games? Are they nice enough to?
They skipped Saturday.
That's
they
nice
left college football alone there.
They could absolutely give the middle finger to the NCAA and go or to college football and just go, don't care. We're the biggest game in town, and they are. And don't you feel like college football goes, hey, thank you, Mr. NFL, for taking a week off and not starting your football season early enough for us to be able to have a Monday night game and a Sunday night games that people watch. We appreciate it. You're welcome, son. Kiss the hand as you walk by.
Did you see the spread for the Thursday night opener? Cowboys-Eagles? Or should I say Eagles?
Can I guess? Where is it being played?
It's in Philly.
I'm going to say the NFL. Double-digit lines aren't seen very often in the NFL.
No.
I'm going to say 6.5, though.
Bigger.
No.
Yeah.
9.5?
7.5.
Wow.
Philly minus 7.5 against the Cowboys. No respect for Jerry's Cowboys.
Jerry's guys. If Micah Parsons was playing,
we're going to be better against the run.
If he was
we're going to be better
him,
against the run. Saquon Barkley's not going to beat us.
Hey, if he was healthy, if Micah Parsons was healthy and signed with the Cowboys, there was in an alt universe, none of these back and forths that happened with this contract stuff. What's the line in this game?
3.5.
Yeah, like 4.
Yeah.
I agree. Crazy. But everyone's going, yeah, they're no good. No one cares. That organization doesn't care. Take another couple points off. All right. We'll take the break. We'll come back. We've got our best and worst next. Don't want to miss any of it. Don't want to miss also Hans and Scotty are going to be, of course, doing their Cougar preview shows all year long, courtesy of the folks at Beehive Meals. Don't miss it. On Wednesday, your Cougar preview show with Hans and Scotty. We'll take a break. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaVell Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Check out the same website and the same program that helped JJ and I drop not just a bunch of weight, but we've been able to keep it off. I dropped 65 pounds in that first 60-day reduction phase, and I was also able to not just drop that weight, I've been able to keep it off, which has been the struggle I've had my whole life, JJ. And the folks who are listening right now, you can have that same type of success. You've just got to see what the program can offer you.
This is a doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program. It's going to help you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, with no drugs or injections, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercise required. The program's going to help you. You should still exercise, but it's not required. Like the crazy stuff, like the 70-day stuff. You know what I'm talking about. That program is going to help you reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that's going to include ongoing personal support. You're going to have an app on your phone. You get to record all your measurements, your weight, your meals. You're going to be accountable every day, and they're going to be able to help you because of that, because there's going to be times when you need that support, and they're going to be there to give it to you. Their program also costs half as much as a lot of the other ones out there, but it's twice as effective. So go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation. They'll talk to you about the program. They'll answer any of your questions. And if you want to join us on this weight loss journey, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. They're going to get $200 off of the program. Go to the website right now, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham gives his thoughts on legendary coach Ron McBride getting inducted into Utah's Ring of Honor.
Very well deserved, obviously deserving of his Ring of Honor induction that he's going to be getting this week. And he's meant so much to the community, not just Utah football and the university, but he's so active in the community, and he's a guy that is constantly giving. Like I said, I'm eternally grateful for him and what he did for me.
Your Utes at 50 update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Here we go. North Carolina coming out of the field at their home opener against TCU. I don't know if you know this, they have a new coach this year.
I didn't hear. Who is it?
It's not Mac Brown. He is an old guy, though. We have a poll up online, by the way, speaking of Bill Belichick. Yeah, Bill Belichick.
Is that his girlfriend?
Bill Belichick has a girlfriend. William Belichick. I'm sorry. William Belichick.
What's his record as a college coach?
73 years old. 0-0 as a head coach in college football.
Oh, okay.
Has never won a game in college football. That's the thing about him. I'm pulling for him because he's never won a college game before. All right?
It's a young assistant finally getting the crack. Is that the big time?
Yeah, finally somebody.
Someone finally gave him a shot.
So Jordan Hudson's at the game. Don't know if you know
Of
this.
course she is.
What famous partner is using their more famous partner more? Is it Jordan Hudson with Bill Belichick, or is it Taylor Swift's fiance, Travis Kelce? Who's using whom?
Travis
more?
Swift.
Travis. He's like, I've decided to take her name on.
That's how it works.
Please put her.
She's the billionaire, not me.
Please put the nameplate Swift on the back of Travis Kelce's jersey when they get married. Please. All right? No, but seriously. It's Bill Belichick, right? He's getting used more.
Yeah. It's elder abuse at this point.
He's like,
seriously, someone needs to call.
She's all, sign on this line right
Call
here.
the police.
Sign on this line right here. It's just standard procedure for marketing stuff that I'm doing. Okay, sweetheart. Thank you. Now he's mine. All right.
Something real creepy going on there.
There is something going on. They showed her up in the booth with Randy Moss, and I'm just like, what are we doing? Boy. She's just rubbing shoulders with Hall of Famers. No problem. I'll leave it there. Best and worst of the day brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith brand of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. You're Doug. Best is, you see this? I know Army lost last week to, checks notes, Tarleton State.
Do we need to start taking Tarleton State seriously?
Army should have. Maybe if they would have taken them seriously, then we would have not had to have dealt with this. I've had this. The FCS programs that get paid out. And by the way, do they have to have is there a budget coming out of the military that they have to pay an FCS program with?
You'd think they'd have to,
Does the U.S. military have to have an earmarked program for playing FCS programs and paying them $1 million to come in and beat your...
Well, it's West Point. They have an athletic department. It's not like it's... I know. I just want government money. It's not like your taxpayer dollars are funding that buyout from that FCS team for Army.
So what funds it then?
Same thing that funds everybody else.
High Army donors?
Doesn't work any different, does it?
You get these Army alum. You get Coach K coming in. I'll float some dollars to your little football program and basketball program here. No problem. But their safety, one of their safeties, Larry Pickett Jr., he and his father are getting tons of praise because they helped a man from a burning vehicle 2 days after his first game in college football. Now, they lost that one, but I think Larry Pickett Jr. gets a dub for the weekend for the best of the weekend. So Larry Pickett Jr. and Larry Pickett Sr. pulling somebody out of a burning vehicle. Pretty darn cool.
That is cool. That's amazing.
USA.
Where was Gronk?
Hey, he's like, I'll pull you out of this burning car. Your car's not covered, by the way. You weren't in the military, Gronk. Sorry.
What about my car?
I think that's the weirdest shtick. Ha, you can't get USAA insurance. Anyway, it's the best. Florida State linebacker Ethan Pritchard was injured in a shooting over the weekend, hospitalized.
Whoa.
Critical but stable condition, which is always confusing to me. Like critical condition but stable. I'm glad.
I thought it was Alabama that shot themselves in the foot over the weekend.
Wow, JJ going weird on that one. Am I wrong? Takes a
Annapolis is laughing.
Well, he's laughing because it was so tone deaf, brother. Jeez. A kid was shot at a party. You're all.
He's okay.
Here's a good time.
He's in stable condition.
Here's a good time for a pun.
Relax, guys.
They
Jeez.
shot themselves in the foot. Huh?
Relax.
It's not like. Remember, was it Plaxico Burress who accidentally shot his leg?
Yeah, he did. And he went to jail for it.
Wearing sweats?
Accidentally discharged his gun in a club in New York, and he went to jail.
They're all.
He went to prison.
What'd you put the gun in? How did you get the gun in your pants? I was wearing sweats, so I just put them in a big pocket. Okay, cool. Good for you. All right. We'll take the break here. We'll be back again around the corner. You don't want to miss any of it.
Apparently I've been fired.
Somebody's calling. I'm not going to take this phone call right now. Bail out of JJ. Bail out of JJ making gun puns.
He's alive.
All right.
He lives. He'll be fine.
He'll be fine, declares JJ. Local host declares young linebacker.
He's more alive than Alabama right now, I guarantee you that.
See, the puns keep coming. All right. We'll take the break here. We'll be back around the corner, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big
every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Utah State Fair September 4th through the 14th, where you can find the Big Yellow Slide, the best corn dog in the world, a butter sculpture, arts and crafts, a rodeo, a demolition derby, and a legendary rock band, just to name a few. Nowhere but the fair. That's where. So tune into the KSL Sports Zone on Wednesday for your chance to win.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods, like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.